I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think over time, close it starts to end up on the brink. I'm trying so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I'm found so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Stop this gravity. So say goodbye. Sleepless nights, I laid awake, just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts when you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. And I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Stop this gravity. So say goodbye.
The new Elite 85T controls the noise you block out with advanced active noise cancellation for supreme sounding music and calls. Elite 85T, accept no compromise.
sweetest eyes. Jumped in and held tight. That's all we'll ever like. But that can never change my life. When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, it's uneasy. I wouldn't have it another way. There's no other way. When it hurts like this, never like this, never like, never like this, never like, never like this, never like this. When it hurts like this, never like this, never like, never like this, never like. When it hurts like this, we hold each other high. Here we go, rap star knowledge. Rap star boxing knowledge in the house. WBK's in the house. We had a good week of boxing this weekend. Well, I don't know if it was a good weekend of boxing, but it was boxing. And let's just make it, let's get to the point kind of thing right now. I'm not going to be on for long. So if anybody wants to speak about this, the Kell Brook and Terence Crawford situation, Kell Brook went over flying the flag for England, saying he's going to show us he's got his chocolate brownies back again. Now, come on, me old cocker. You know what I mean? You had us believing you still had the chocolate brownies. Now, if you look at all the pre-fight and you look at Kell Brook and what he's saying and how he's, making people believe that he had chocolate brownies still in his both hands, I ain't going to lie to you. I started to believe Kell Brook's got his chocolate brownies back at welterweight. I started to believe it. And I started falling for the fucking hype. I said, Kell Brook, the old Kell Brook, 2015, the old Kell Brook who went over to America and took it off Sean Porter. Come on, son. We got to see the old Kell Brook again, ain't we? So I started to believe the hype train. I got to go for Kell Brook. I gave him a little chance in the fight. I mean, I didn't have him winning the fight, but I believed he had a chocolate brownie. Now, come on, son. The man was talking about chocolate brownies. I said, come on, he's probably got the chocolate brownies still, like he had with Sean Porter. But little did I realise, and I knew everything, but I wanted to give him a chance because he had me believing it. He had American media believing that he was going to go in there and stop Terence Crawford, the number one pound for pound. And a lot of people started giving him a chance. The closer the fight started to get, the closer the fight started getting, people started saying Kell Brook's going to win. Not just from England. You're talking in people in America. But I never had him winning. But I did think I'd see chocolate brownings. I thought I'd see a couple of good brands there from Kell Brook to, show us he's still got the chocolate brownies. So everybody was hyped. The weekend was here. Kell Brook. We knew that Dominic Ingle wasn't with him. We knew that Eddie Hearn is not with him anymore. But this was the old Kell Brook, maybe. But he's been 3 years at 154, fighting C- fighters at 154. And 3 years ago, fucking old Kell Brook was fucking complaining about his weight then. So I wonder what he's took to make it down to welterweight. He must have took something. And then he gets down to welterweight to fight the pound for pound. And everyone's there giving him a chance. Well, he mugged himself right fucking off. He went all the way over there. And Terence Crawford destroyed Kell Brook in the fourth round. He gave him a little hook. It looked like a jab. And Kell Brook ended up from one side of the ring to the other side of the ring. It was over for Kell Brook. Kell Brook was done, bruv. I'm telling you. And Kell Brook disgraced me. Disgraced the whole of England. He made us believe it. I was disgraced, mate.
I'm telling you, I was not happy with that performance. Kell Brook looked like a shot of himself, bruv. That Kell Brook, which went in with Terence Crawford, I think Amir Khan beats Kell Brook in where he is today. Kell Brook's chocolate brownings were cupcakes. They weren't even chocolate brownings. They were cupcakes. Fucking little, you know those little cupcakes you get from Tesco's? Fucking tiny cupcakes we get for the kids. He fucking didn't have no chocolate brownie, bro. They were cupcakes. What the fuck was Kell Brook thinking, making the boxing world believe that he was going to stop Terence Crawford? Now, we already knew the best we saw of Kell Brook was 5 years ago when he went in 2014, I think it was, at the end of that year, nearly 6 years ago, when he went over to the pond, the other side of the pond, and he went and beat Sean Porter. That was the last we saw the best of Kell Brook. But 5 years later, the man fought like a journeyman. Yeah, he did good in the first round. Yeah, he did good. He got a couple of jabs and all that in. But Terence Crawford was working him out. And Kell Brook was worried about his eyes. He was scared in that fight. Kell Brook was fighting scared because he was worried about both of his orbital eyes. Both of the orbital bones broke. So both of his eye sockets were broke from before. He had to get them fixed. So in his back of his mind, he was fighting with these injuries, but making everyone believe that they were good. Because all he's done in the first round and the second round, he had his gloves up and he was worried about those eyes. You know what I mean? Kell Brook fucking disgraced himself. He went in for a paycheck. The man went over there for a retirement paycheck because Kell Brook ain't got much to offer. He's damaged goods now, bruv. But I can't believe he had the boxing world thinking that he was going to win that fight. Do you know what I mean? I spoke to a lot of American channels and they had Kell Brook probably edging that fight. So, I mean, you know, we have to respect that Kell Brook had a name. But the last time he did anything was in 2014. So this man went in for the paycheck. And he's the shot of the fighter he is now. He's damaged goods, bruv. Kell Brook needs to retire. I don't even think Kell Brook should fight Amir Khan. He's damaged, bruv. Kell Brook's gone, mate. He's done. The Kell Brook that we had 5-6 years ago, yeah, he fought well. You know, he flied the flag really well for us. But this Kell Brook we got now, bruv, he ain't got it no more, man. He's done. He's damaged goods, mate. So he should retire. And he didn't even talk about retiring. And if Kell Brook thinks he's going to use his name to be in domestic fights or anything like that, I ain't watching it. I'm fucking done with this geezer, bruv. He's had his best days, and I'm done with it. I'm not going to watch the same fucking fighters using their name to make fights. Kell Brook don't belong, especially Kell Brook now. He don't belong even in the top 15. He's gone, mate. Kell Brook's done, bruv. Let me just check who's here right now. Give us a sec, please. What's up, then, bruv?
What's up, Ralph Star?
Hey, man, I'm just letting my guys know in England, bro. I mean, I got a lot of messages to let them know that we fell for the Kell Brook hype because a lot of people started to believe that Kell Brook had this chance in this fight because of what he's done before in his life. And we always put our heart behind the fighter and not realize that the business is way more logical, realizing that a lot of people put money on Kell Brook towards the end of this fight. This is the way that they sell this fight. And a lot of my friends from England, they wanted to, you know, just give him that last chance. I didn't put a dime. I didn't put $1 on that boy. But at
Can
the
I
end
say
of the
something?
day, go ahead.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you know that fight, yeah, Kell Brook's fight. They sold us like as if he's gonna beat Crawford. Yeah, like I kind of bought into it as well. Like, but I didn't bet on this one. Like Kell Brook, he was finished a long time ago after like Golovkin. Like, he's never been the same. Like, do you know what I mean? And all the other channels, they've been like making videos about that Kell Brook is gonna beat up Crawford, like, and all that sort of stuff. Like, are they having a laugh? Like, Kell Brook never had a chance to begin with, to be honest. Like, it's like all these fighters like Amir Khan, like, we all like I wanted him to win, but there's no chance. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I waited up to watch that fight, looking forward to it. That Kell Brook was gonna do something. I thought at least he was gonna be competitive. He was like shell of himself. Like, he needs to retire. We don't need fighters like this. We don't need fighters like Kell Brook. He's making us look bad, bro, man. Especially like the UK. He's making us look bad. Like him and Amir Khan, like those days are over. Like I don't even want to see them two fight against each other anymore.
And
I just want them to retire, like out of boxing completely, bro.
And I really appreciate you saying that. And I really appreciate the American audience being on the panel, because we're angry with the way they're using these British fighters and building up these narratives. And they're actually using these guys for the old names they are, because these other fighters can't get any fighters. So why is our British fighters using themselves and looking like fucking idiots, going over there and getting totally demolished? I mean, I got to tell you, they sold the package well again, P-Boxing. They sold it to people in America. I can mention you 5 platforms before D. Henderson comes on. Phil Boxing, they were going for Kell Brook. BFT, whatever his name is, he was going for Kell Brook. People were saying Kell Brook's going to win. What the fuck is these people selling to the fake media out there? D. Henderson, D. Jefferson. You can just introduce yourself to the panel, because you've never been there before, bro.
No, I haven't, because our hours are so different. But I caught you this time. What's up, everybody? It's D. Jefferson speaking, Mind Sports Talk. Look, check it out, man. This is why a lot of people got to get over to my channel, man. Because Rapstar, you over there all the time, and you know I break these things down before these fights even happen, right? And I was telling people, it's just ridiculous to think that Kell Brook could win this fight, man. It was absolutely ridiculous. And as far as BFTB and those idiots over there, let me tell you something. They do that shit because of Errol Spence. And I keep trying to break these things down to people, but they don't want to believe me. They think it's some fucking kind of hate for the LDBC. Nah, it's narratives, man. Narratives is what create these illusions that fights are competitive or fights are good. It's the same shit I was saying about Tank Davis. Floyd running around talking about how this fucking Leo Santa Cruz is competitive because he's a 4-weight champion. The LDBC push these narratives. Not just the LDBC, but LDBC channels and other channels push these narratives when we need to look at boxing realistically. Freaking Kell Brook had problems making weight 3 years ago versus Errol Spence. And here's the thing with cutting weight and draining yourself. You lose fluid around the brain. Your punch resistance is no good. You're slower. You're weaker. All of that happens when you lose weight. Kell Brook visibly looked drained in the face when he was back in that locker room. And I was saying this before the fight, man. He doesn't have a chance in this fight. Not because Kell Brook and who he was as a boxer. If this was Kell Brook that fought Sean Porter, I believe he takes Terrence Crawford to 12 and he could potentially beat him. But we have not seen that that Kell Brook for 6 fucking years. And fans need to understand something. If a man has problem making a weight 3 years ago, he's 34 years old now, and he's been fighting at 154. How the fuck do they expect him not to be drained going in there against a pound for pound guy like Terrence Crawford? See, but these guys, these certain LDBC channels sell this shit for Spence, right? Because Brook is supposed to be the big bad Brook that took Spence 11 rounds, so he'll be able to take it to Crawford, because Crawford ain't fought nobody at 147 and all of this shit. But they're ignoring the whole fact that this dude was severely drained. He was visibly drained.
Somebody just sent me a message.
And before the fight, I called. I said, Kell Brook is going to show some success first 2 or 3 rounds. Terrence Crawford going to turn it around and beat his ass. Well, I was off a round because in round 3, Terrence Crawford switched to that southpaw. He started finding the target easier, and Brook just couldn't weather the storm. That punch resistance was gone. No fucking way. We never seen Terrence Crawford hurt anybody like that with that type of punch. And we've never fucking seen Kell Brook get hurt by a little fucking punch like that. Kell Brook was one of the toughest fighters we ever seen, fam. GGG levied all kind of punishment on him, and he didn't even fucking go down. And you telling me a little jab like that from Crawford supposed to hurt him? Come on, man. That was weight drain. Weight drain.
Yeah, I got a question for you from while this channel's going on. My friend's sharing it on an audio live somewhere else. So we got a question for you. Somebody asked, do you think that Kell Brook, by him saying he's not retired, if he goes in the ring again, he can detrimentally, damage his health?
No, I think that at 154, Kell Brook can, fight, have some success. I'm not saying that he'll be a champion at 154 because I think that he may be a little bit past it to start talking about like the Jarrett Hurds and Jamel Charlo and these guys like that. But trying to fight at 147 was the whole problem. Look, man, you cannot drain yourself down in this sport. You can't drain yourself down in this sport, especially fighting a pound for pound guy. You can't do that. It's not that Brook Khan is still an interesting fight at 154.
But P's right, though. P's right. We're getting robbed by these washed up fighters. P Boxing's right. We in England also like to watch elite fighters, isn't it, P?
Well,
I agree. We don't want to watch washed up fighters, D. We don't want washed up fighters to go fly for our flags and just tell us that they got something going on when we know that they can't do it anymore.
But you got to stay away from listening to these narratives too. When you hear Floyd Mayweather and these promoters and certain channels around the YTBC build up these fucking narratives, that's why I say, bro, my mission is to debunk narratives. That's all I do. I'm not hating on nobody, but I ain't no fucking psychic. This is one of my models. I say this all the time. I'm not no fucking psychic. So how do I figure these fights out before? How do I figure these fights out before it happened? Rapstar, you hear me all the time. It's not like I say this shit after the fight. I'm saying this shit before the fight ever takes place. But nobody wants to listen. They come over there, oh, D, you tripping. Oh, you hating. Oh, you just hate the LDVC. Oh, you just hate this fighter. Oh, you just a fanboy of this fighter. And it's not even that. It's just these fucking narratives are fucking crazy to me. Like, how do people buy into this bullshit? I don't even get it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to appreciate, though, there is a media who likes to hype up narratives, and there's a media out there who likes to make fans believe narratives. And I think the boxers also use it to their advantage. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't blame him for getting the money. I don't blame Kell Brook at all. I know it's not good for the fans, but we gotta understand something. Kell Brook is past it, but he just got millions for that fight. So I can't blame Kell Brook, just like I couldn't blame Leo Santa Cruz. These are the guys that's actually stepping up to the challenge. These fucking guys over at the PBC didn't want to step up to the challenge and fight Terrence Crawford. So I'm not blaming Kell Brook. He's going out of his league. He's going down and wait when he know he shouldn't be. He's challenging himself. He's trying to make some paper before he leave the sport. I got no gripes against Kell Brook, but I got gripes against these channels and these promoters trying to pump this up like this was actually a valid fight. Trying to utilize a win between Errol Spence and BFTB and them. They just hope that Kell Brook would beat fucking Terrence Crawford so that they could shit on Crawford concerning Errol Spence. But it didn't go as planned for them because it was just ridiculous to think that Kell Brook was going to do anything to Terrence Crawford this late in his career, draining down to 147. That was the narrative nobody should have bought into. And I swear, if they come to speak in my sports talk, I'd have took that out of their head before this fucking fight. If you would have listened to me, I'd have took that out of their head before this fight because there was so many reasons to say that Brook just could not win this fight, fam.
So first of all, can I quickly say something here?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and let B slack off the LDBC because I'm cool with the LDBC. So let's stop that.
The LDBC channels, P. You always get in your feelings when I say the truth.
Second of all, let me talk because I let you
told a lie about
this.
I let
you talk when you were talking. I was silent. Okay, I'm not gonna let you slack off the LDBC. You do that on your channel, that's fine. That's your channel, but you can't influence other people like Rapstar. At the end of the day, we have to respect everybody on this YouTube platform. Okay, everyone has their opinion. All I was saying is basically I'm disappointed Kell Brook because he's my countryman. Okay, I wanted him to win, regardless of what everybody else was saying. I was supporting him because he's from the UK. But other than that, whether LDBC or other channels were saying they're hating on Crawford, that's something else. You know what I mean? Everyone got a choice to support who they want to support. Okay, I get a lot of people like Spence. I like Spence. I like Crawford. I like all of them. So let's not sit here and slack off other channels. Do you know what I mean? Because that's disrespectful. Let's be grown men. Let's talk boxing. We don't need to mention other people's names. Do you know what I mean? Because no one is mentioning, our names. You know what I mean? So let's be on point. You understand? And yeah, I did hear you saying like, yeah, the fight, wasn't gonna be all that. But look, it was hope. You know what I mean? There was a little tiny hope. But that's the last chance I'm giving to Kell Brook. I don't think I'm gonna watch his fights ever again. To be honest, I'm disgusted by him. The hype, man. It's just I'm totally devastated. Like I'm gutted for Kell Brook because he quit, man. It feels like he quit. He walked onto a punch, a counter, and that was it. That's disappointing, man. I'm really disgusted by it, man.
Yeah, I don't blame Pete Boxing because a lot of British fans, when they see their warriors go out like that, D Jefferson, they get angry. They don't want them in the ring anymore.
Well, see, rap star, I get that, and I can appreciate that sentiment. But here's one thing I need to correct right now.
Yeah.
And P, I really don't care about what you're saying concerning what I'm saying about certain LDBC channels and other channels. Now, Rap Star was just speaking on something, so it's relevant to what I said. Why do we get these fights that are so one-sided and shit like that? It's because of narratives. And if these are the guys that are pushing the narratives, if he wasn't pushing narratives, his name wouldn't be in my mouth. If Fanon wasn't pushing narratives, his name wouldn't be in my mouth. But Bruce Vane, he knows his sports. And a lot of these other channels are not even LDBC, and I take the same charge at them. It's the narratives that's ruining this sport. It's not hope, Pete. It's false hope. And channels like that build false hope because they give people this false sense of security that their guy can actually win. And it needs to be spoken about because those are the things that are the problem. Now, you can't get your panties in a bunch when I mention these channels and they're the ones doing it. It's irresponsible as journalists. We might just be YouTube channels, but we are the new media, fam, because mainstream media is dying out. So this is the new media. This is where people go to get the information. And if you're misleading people, then it needs to be talked about. Now, if you got a problem with me saying these certain channels' names, I keep telling you this, people, go to those channels and tell them to stop pushing false narratives. Because telling people that Brook could actually win when boxing tells us that he cannot win, that's giving people false hope for their champion, and that's pushing a narrative that's poison to this sport, fam. They did the same thing with the Leo Santa Cruz Tank Davis fight. They sitting there having Leo Santa Cruz fans believe that he actually has a chance to push Tank 12 rounds and take him to the limit. 6-round knockout, I was screaming. A month before that. This is the poison that gives people false hope, see? And you get mad at me when I bring up the channels that's doing it. Just because it's the channels that you like, that's not my fault, man. Tell them to stop pushing these false narratives. I'm no fucking psychic, see? How the fuck I keep figuring out they pushing false narratives, but I keep being right, but you keep arguing that I'm disrespecting them. That's not even true, fam. I'm just telling the truth, and they're not. That's just simply how it is.
Hey. Let's move on to this subject because I got messages coming out the live audio here. Somebody's asking,
What up, P Boxing, my brother? How you doing, sir?
Oh, D Hodges is in the house. What's up, D?
Salute, D Jefferson, my G. How you doing, pimping?
What's up, D Hodges? What's up, fam?
Yeah, I just want to explain that, I'm LDBC all day, but believe me, everybody is different. Because I don't believe in half of the stuff they believe in, you know what I mean? And it's all about what you want to believe, you know what I mean? Because nobody believed me when they first announced the fight. I'm the first one that said Bud was gonna knock him out. Nobody, Bud ain't got enough power. Bud Spence couldn't knock him out. What makes you think Bud's? And I'm like, yo, dog, Bud got power, dude. And everybody, nah, Bud's soft. That's why next day after the fight, I was on everybody's channel gloating. Ha ha, I told you. And BFT, he didn't want to give me my credit though. He's like, it don't mean nothing, D Hodges. He beat up on the old Kell Brook. I'm like, well, if he beat up on the old Kell Brook, why you say Kell Brook was gonna win? So
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
looked like
no,
a
but I just
skilled Kell
I
Brook.
just don't want people to get it twisted. LDBC has beef with LDBC. There's a bunch of them. They got beef with each other. So even though everybody says LDBC, we all are different.
That's why D Hodges, that's why I always say certain LDBC channels, and you can keep it 100. You
Of course,
understand where I'm coming from. But P
of
Boxing
course.
always look at it like it's fucking hate or something. I'm not hating, fam. And I be shouting out the LDBC on my fucking channel. So if I shout out the LDBC on my channel, how the fuck am I hating just because I'm telling the fucking truth? Like, come on with that shit, bro.
That is the truth. I told you I got blocked from Fanon and Eagle for telling the truth. I don't care though, because I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not like me and Raps I was talking about earlier. We're not no yes people. We're not gonna say yes just because the channel do. Know what I'm saying? I'm a person with my own
Exactly.
opinion. So it's all up to the person if you want to believe their narrative or not. It's all up to
Thank
you.
you, D Hodges. Respect to that P. You need to take fucking notes, fam, from a dude that is LDBC. I'm not fucking hating, so stop running around talking about I'm hating on the LDBC,
Okay,
fam.
can I say
You
something?
need to
Can I say
stop
something to
that
you?
shit. You can
D,
say
let me
what
say
you
something.
want, but stop calling me a hater, fam, because
Let me
that
All
say
right,
shit is
but
stupid.
after what you lot speak, right, we gotta go back to the subject. 'Cause I
okay.
got
Let me
16
quickly say something. Yeah,
messages.
the reason why I said it. I'm gonna be quick. The reason why I said it, like, all these channels, right? Like, how they move, the way they act. So there's no point saying the truth because you know what's gonna happen. So just move on and say in the other channels what you can say, because at the end of the day, you're just gonna be wasting your time. You know what I mean? So let's say like you don't agree with BFTV. You don't have to say to him, "Oh, I disagree with you." Just move on and go to another channel. You know you're gonna get blocked. So what's the point? I've seen things happen in the last 3 years. I've seen the way things go. So if you don't agree, just move on. I always say that to people. You don't agree, just move on. If you don't agree with Fanan, move on. Because at the end of
Yeah,
the
but
day,
what you
you're
gotta
gonna get blocked.
respect here, yeah, is that D Jefferson is a very outspoken man. So if he's gonna speak, and you gotta respect that, just that he's got his views, and he's not gonna sit there and not express himself. And if he's gonna go on his own show and different shows, he just wants to make shit right because he's got his own name and credibility to kind of like protect. So yeah, I get what D Jefferson's saying. He's gonna have to come in and speak what he's got to say. He's not gonna protect people because he's got people relying on what he's got to say. You get what I'm saying? P Boxing. He's got his own channel.
Exactly.
You see what I mean? So he's got to speak the same energy that he speaks on his channel. He has to come and speak on other platforms. He can't have a split personality because that's not how D Jefferson is.
Bro, and I don't get mad when those people call me coons and fence rider and all of this shit. P never seems to hear that shit because BFTB has said shit about me personally, and P never seems to hear that. All he hears is what I say, man. That shit is that ain't even keeping the same energy right there. When they say shit about me or the things that I say, I don't even get mad, fam. I don't even get mad. Fanon one time called me, "Oh, I'm just a little insignificant channel. Nobody's listening to me." Okay, that's fine. I don't get mad about that, but I got 1,000. My last 4 videos was 1,000 apiece. So somebody fucking listening. And the more people that listen, the more I grow, the more people that hear the truth. That's better for the boxing community, regardless if P likes that shit or not, fam. The truth is better for the boxing community. So I gotta speak on it. My channel is built on debunking bullshit narratives. That's it. It's not taking shots at nobody. I'm just built on debunking bullshit narratives in boxing. So if you got a problem with that, you have to talk to the channels that's creating this bullshit narrative. Don't tell me to move on because I don't go to their channels. But I hear the shit, so I'm going to speak on it. It's just that simple. Tell them to stop with it. Don't tell me, tell them to stop with it. Then I won't be talking about them. I'll be talking about the Bruce Vane, his idiotic ass. He's not even LDBC, and I always flame Bruce Vane. So just tell the people that's pushing the narratives to stop it. That's all you have to do. Don't come to me and tell me to move on or be quiet or don't mention their names. That's bullshit, fam.
But
That
listen,
shit is
listen, listen, listen.
bullshit.
But listen, if you keep talking about it, you know what's gonna happen. If you know you're gonna get blocked. So what's the point being salty about it?
I
Like
don't
you're
care.
the only
Look,
one that keep
Pete, I
mentioning
don't
it.
care about being blocked. I don't care about their channels
Yeah, but right
blocking me.
now you're
I
coming across
told
as
you
sport.
I'm blocked. Believe me, I'm blocked from
What's
Trill.
wrong
I'm
with you,
blocked from
dude?
Fanon. I'm blocked from Ego. Shit, I'm blocked from a bunch of people.
Yeah, but D
I
Hodges,
don't
D Hodges,
care,
D
dog.
Hodges,
This is
D
nothing.
Hodges. You're not. Yeah, but you're not talking about them. D Jefferson keeps mentioning them like daily, like day in day
Oh,
out.
I
Like
do. I talk
He,
about Ego and Fanon. Yes, I do. They block
please
me.
just stop with your bias, fam. You need to
I,
but
stop
I,
what
with
I'm
I
your
talk shit
bias,
about
bro.
them. I talk shit about Ego and Fanon all the time.
yeah, but ego in LDBC. But listen, all I'm
Fanon
saying,
is though. He
I
said
could have
Fanon.
swore he
Fanon
was.
is LDBC. I
Ego
know.
nah,
is LDBC. What are you
he's
talking
new,
about?
he's new media. But
That's
listen,
LDBC. That's
no.
78. All of them.
Hold on, D Hodges. He said Fanon. He
Yeah,
said Fanon also.
Fanan is yeah. Listen,
Okay, and
but
he
all I'm
said Fanon.
yeah, but
They
all I'm
both are
saying is
LDBC. I was subscribed to their channel. They're
uh,
LDBC.
I'm also subscribed to them for years, bro. I'm telling you, Dante Boxing here in LDBC. That's their new
No,
media,
he's
bro.
not. I know Dante Boxing Nation's not. I know that.
Nah,
But
Eagle's
Fanon and
not either. Eagle's not either. Actually, D Hodges. He his
he was
own
saying
shit.
He was saying LDBC when I
Nah,
first
I
went to
mean
his channel.
he shouts them out and shit, but he's not LDBC. He his own entity, just like Monty Brown. Monty Brown real tight with the LDBC, but he not LDBC. He his own person.
Oh, okay then. I began confused.
But what I'm trying to say is there's what D Jefferson's trying to say is they run the same narrative, and that's true. It's the same narrative, but they're not the same group. But yeah, they do talk about the same thing. They are along the same line, just like me. At the same time, I like to be like I talk the way they talk. But sometimes when it comes to the UK fighters, I'm basically AJ fan rather than a Wilder fan. But I do stick up for Wilder though. I do
But
stick up for Wilder a
you
lot
trying
because
to change.
AJ.
You trying to change my narrative though, and you trying to change my niche. You got to
No,
understand
I'm
this
not.
real quick. Hold on. This is the last thing I'm gonna say to you because I don't think you're getting it. LDBC channels are not the only channels I talk about, and I keep reiterating this to you. What you trying to do is say, don't talk and say this about the LDBC, just move on. So basically, you're trying to say to me, I can debunk narratives just as long as I'm not talking about the LDBC. When I talk about he knows his sports, Monty Brown, Ego, Dante, Bruce Vane, and all Key TV and all of these other guys, it's cool. But don't say nothing about BFTB and for no, I'm not going to exclude them for you or nobody else, P. If they're doing it, I'm going to talk about them just like I talk about other channels. All of the channels that's doing it. So don't keep getting your panties in a bunch when you hear me talk about LDBC because you're pushing the narrative as if my channel only talks about them, and that is 100% false, fam. I talk about all channels that doing it. You only get mad when you hear LDBC channels come out of my mouth. That's your problem, not
Yeah, but
mine.
they're constantly in
No,
your
no, no,
mouth.
no, no. Please, I'm
They don't talk
constantly
about
talking
you.
about all of them.
Yeah,
You
but they're
only
not talking
bitch
about you
when
though.
I
Okay,
talk
what about
about
Bruce? Yeah, but Bruce
I
Wayne
can
don't
do
talk
what
about
I
you. So
want,
why do you have
P.
to
I'm
talk
a
about them?
grown fucking man, fam. You can't tell me what to do or say.
So you
That's
keep
your
talking about
fucking
all this.
problem. I can do what the
Can I
fuck
pause
I
y'all
want
for a
to do,
second?
fam.
Can I pause
Fuck
y'all for a
wrong with you?
second? D
Go ahead.
Jefferson,
Go ahead,
what
D.
is the
Hodges.
name of your thing?
Speak your mind, sports talk. Speak
Hold
your
on,
mind, sports talk.
go slow. I gotta write it down so I can go sub when I get off. What it says,
Speak your mind, sports talk. If you
Hey,
just
speak
put
wait,
your
wait,
mind.
wait.
That is
Can
spelled
you
how it
say that
sounds.
properly?
yes,
Wait.
SPEAKUR mine. What's the end? Speak your mind.
look, D Hodges, just do this. Put SYMST and my channel will pop up. SYMST.
Hold on. SYMST.
MST.
All right, because I'll sub
By
to
the
you,
way,
bro.
I just want to say something quickly. That guy in the chat, that's not Mr. Shelton, by the way. That's a troll trying to be Mr.
Yeah,
Shelton.
I don't even care, man. I don't
No,
care
I
about
think it
none of
is
that.
because he got that same African flag
No,
thing.
it's not.
Nah,
Mr.
it's a
Shelton doesn't
troll, bro.
care.
It's a
Oh,
troll. It's a dude running around trying to be Mr. Shelton.
Yeah.
that's
I call
sad.
him out before.
Sad. Somebody
Who is?
tried to get on here being me or some show. I forgot what show's on. Somebody was trying to be me, and I'm like,
Somebody was trying to be you on my panel. They put D Hodges up there, and then he came in, and it wasn't even him. It was some dude, MMA champ.
but hey, I feel famous. I got people wanting to be me. I feel famous.
Okay, listen, guys. I got another 62 people on an audio chat here. So look.
Okay, yeah, go get back to the. Let's
cooking.
forget
No,
this
no,
stuff.
let's keep cooking this situation here. So Brooke I'm getting a lot of messages. Brook should retire. A lot of people from England think Brook should retire, bro. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't think he should retire, bro. You know,
Really? Are
no,
you
it's
sure,
the
D?
fact.
I mean,
I
Yeah,
do.
look,
D Jefferson.
look. Let me tell you why I say that. You get a lot of people saying that uh Deontay Wilder should retire, right? Okay, these people that's saying that don't understand that these guys make good money. They make good money for competing. They got families to feed and all of that. I don't think that Kell Brook is putting himself in danger fighting guys at 154. He won every fight at 154. You see what I mean? But you put yourself in danger when you cut too much weight. You lose fluid around your brain. That's the danger. Brook is still good at 154. You know what I mean? So he can make some money. He can support his family. You know what I mean? Nobody expects him to be a undisputed champion at 154, but he's still athletic enough and he has enough in him to compete at 154. He can win fights. He's proven that. He's not lost at 154, but training down to 147 at this age when you're not equipped, that's the danger in it. So I don't necessarily think he needs to retire, but he needs to choose his opponents wisely if he's going to sit here and make money. And if he's going to retire, then cash out with an Amir Khan fight because both of them are over the hill, right? Cash out with that, but don't put yourself in these dangerous fights like that, going down in weight or going up massively in weight. That was a mistake when he went massively up in weight to fight GGG years ago. So if you're going to compete in this sport, you can't be doing dangerous, silly things like that. You got to compete with where's the safe for you and try to make some money, you know, support your family. And people will still enjoy him fighting, right? We don't expect him to be the best, so it's not like we're expecting him to get in there with the best. People will still enjoy him fighting, and he can make some money. But you shouldn't put yourself in dangerous situations. Just like Wilder, like, come on, let's be honest. If you don't get the Fury fight, Wilder can still make money. You think Andy Ruiz versus Deontay Wilder won't make money? I think he knocked Ruiz out. You think Dillian White versus Wilder won't make money? I think he knocked Dillian White out. So I'm not saying these guys have to retire, but let's be honest about it. You're not gonna beat Anthony Joshua, fam. You're not gonna beat Tyson Fury. That's just my opinion on it. And if you go to fight these guys and then you lose, and then your fans start making these ridiculous excuses, it only makes you look bad as the fighter. It only makes you look bad.
So I'm just asking you this: as a man, we're all men, and if we got two orbital bones which we've broke before, and we know that any boxer which has broken an orbital bone, and now the guy with two, when they've had broken one orbital bone, we know Antonio Margarito was never the same. We know that referees used to stop the fight when he was going in, and then because his eye was puffing up. So what I'm saying is he damaging his health in some way if he fights? Because if he fights good fights, he's gonna be exposure to his orbital bones again.
Well, see, you got muscles. You got muscles in your face. You got muscles all through your body, right? When you build up muscle, you know how you see these guys doing the facial exercise where they got a weight and they're biting down and they just pulling their neck back and the weight is hanging over. That builds up their neck, that builds up their jawline, that builds up all of that, right? So when you build these muscles up in this sport and then you cut too much weight, when all of the fat is gone, then your amino acids start eating at those muscles, right? So when you pull those muscles away around the down there around the midsection, around your jawline and shit, when you pull those muscles away, when those amino acids eat into those muscles, it takes away your punch resistance. And this is what happened with Kell Brook, right? He cut too much weight. So after all the fat was gone, there was nothing to cut weight from. It was nothing for the amino acids to eat but the muscles. So he pulled muscles from around his jawline. That's protection. He caused less fluid to be in his brain. That's protection. You get knocked out because your brain gets rattled around, right? So this is why you can't put yourself in these dangerous situations. Cutting weight can be done, but you have to cut weight efficiently. So what I'm saying is, when Brook was at 154, he had those muscles. He looked healthy. He had those muscles in his midsection. He had more fluid around his brain, and he was beating these guys. Nobody's gonna sit here and tell me that Terrence fucking Crawford hits harder than these guys at 154 or a fucking GGG. GGG did not even put Brook down. So this tells you that he can weather the storm, but when you cut the weight and those amino acids eat at those muscles and that fluid that's supposed to be protecting you, that is the problem. That's the problem.
So let him be a gatekeeper. So you think Kell Brook can still be a gatekeeper?
Why not? Derek Chisora is. He makes plenty of money. Look how much money he just made in the Usyk fight. Why not? It can
That's
still
your
compete
but
now.
that's your discretion on that. A lot of English English fans, P-boxing knows this. They hate when fighters keep doing this kind of shit. They stop supporting them, D. England fans are like, if you're not what you used to be, well then fucking stop it and put your gloves up. And this is what England fans are like. I think you got to realize they want to see the best of you. They don't want to see the worst of you. So I think in some respect, yeah, even if he retires, I think people would be happy he's done now. You know,
To be honest,
let's remember Kell Brook for when he was the best of him. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's what I think. I think, to be honest, yeah, like for his integrity, for his reputation, I think the guy should retire. He had a really good career. You know, now it's over. Sometimes you have to say goodbye. Like, I don't even want to see Derek Chisora anymore, to be honest. Because, look, at the end of the day, yeah, they're getting beaten up for the fun of it. And I'm not liking it anymore. It's embarrassing. That's why, like, I don't want him to be gatekeeper. This guy was a great boxer. Now his time is up. Sometimes you have to let it go. Like, I don't want to watch it no more. We don't want to watch it no more as a UK fans. You know what I mean? Maybe the American fans want to see Kell Brook getting beaten up. You know what I mean? What's the point? You know what I mean? I mean, that wasn't even... That's not even a good win for me from Crawford. I think Crawford is the best at 147. But to me, that's not a good win. You fought against a guy that's like completely done. One counter and he's done. He's done. He's finished. I don't want to see him as a gatekeeper. You know what I mean? Because I know he can beat like the lesser fighters, like C-level fighters. But look, if you can't do it at the top, just retire. You got enough money. You made enough money. That's why Eddie Hearn didn't want to get involved. That's why
you know why not? P-boxing. Let me just say this, P-boxing. If that was Keith Thurman, he would have took Terence Crawford all the way to the trenches. Even a Keith Thurman, you would have known he would have never fucking folded in that one punch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Keith Thurman wouldn't have folded like that on that punch. That's Kell Brook, who's a shock of himself. He's a shot of himself. And I just want to ask you this. A broken orbital bone, I've heard, if it breaks again, like people like, did you guys ever heard of a fighter called Antonio Agogo? Do you remember a fighter called Agogo? Antonio Agogo? Anthony Agogo?
I've heard of that name. It rings a bell, but I can't remember. I can't put a face to
He
that
was
name.
in the Olympics and Richard Schaefer signed him. Okay, so he was like 12-0 and he had a broken eye socket. And what happened is the next fight, it happened again. And they said, you're nearly going blind. He went blind for a week. I'm reading it now. So there's life-threatening injuries. If Kell Brook goes in with killers, he's under life-threatening injuries then.
Listen, Terence Crawford wanted to kill Brook. Even when the ref stopped there, like he was saying stuff, like he really wanted to kill him, and I don't want to see that, man. I like Kell Brook as a man. You know what I mean? He's got family, he's got a wife. You know what I mean? What's the point? What's the point of all this? For what? For money?
Yeah, imagine seeing Keith Thurman like that, D. Jefferson. If Keith Thurman, your own American warrior, he ended up in a few fights and kept getting beat like that with broken injuries, wouldn't people ask Keith Thurman to retire, D. Jefferson?
They don't think like that. They don't care, man. They're not like us, bro, man. Like us lot, we got more of a sympathy, like.
Everything boxing. Are you there? D. Jefferson, are you there? Where's D. Jefferson?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So if that was Keith Thurman, people are asking, if that's Keith Thurman and he had those eye injuries and he was losing fights like that and he was a warrior, would you guys in America still be happy for him to fight?
Listen, I know you already know me, bro, and how I look at this. All of these guys fighting, lacing those gloves up are my warriors. I don't care what country they're from. I don't care. I love the sport of boxing. So I really don't play the American, the Hispanic, the black, the white. I don't play that. I just play boxing. So all of these guys are my warriors. I don't want to see any of these guys put themselves in danger. But there's a reality in sports that fans don't tend to realize, right? It's almost 80% of all athletes in all sports, fam, end their careers broke. So we can sit here and say, oh, they got enough money, they made enough money, they did all of this. But I want all of you fans to contemplate this. It takes these guys like 4 months total. That's with the fight, the actual fight included, fight camp. It takes them 4 months to make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Who out of us fans are doing that? So you cannot tell a man or a woman or an athlete that's competing in a sport not to make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars within months of a span. This is money they can go to their families, man. And what I'm saying about Kell Brook or Keith Thurman or any of them, if they're putting themselves in fights that's not dangerous, let them compete. Let them earn the money. Because after their career is totally over and they can't do nothing but hang those fucking gloves up, they have to have another way to earn money or they're going to end up broke like 80% of all of these athletes. So as long as their body and what they have with them can allow them to make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars within a 4-month span, let them compete. Just compete safely. I don't have problems with journeymen and gatekeepers because those guys are also needed in box. Hold on, Pete. Shit. Journeymen and fucking gatekeepers are needed in boxing because when you have prospects that's coming up and you want to see them take a good test, who do you want to see them take a test against? Journeymen and gatekeepers. And if these journeymen and gatekeepers are doing it safely, then they can earn money. The new boxers can get their relevancy. So these guys are needed. They're needed in the sport. If they can do it safely, allow them to compete. Don't just condemn them and tell them, hey, yeah, I don't want to see them like that. But you're not the one that has to take care of their fucking family, bro. And there's a reason that a lot of these athletes in their career broke because of missed money management. So as long as they can continue to make it, if they do it safely, it's no problem. Kell Brook should not have went down to fight Terrence Crawford. But as I stated before, at 154, he hadn't lost the fight. So let him compete there. Just don't be putting yourself in dangerous situations. Michael Zarafa hits pretty hard. He didn't have problems with his orbital socket fighting Michael Zarafa because he wasn't drained. The muscles was around his face. It was built up. Look at his face. Just go back and look at his face in the fucking locker room before that Crawford fight. It's sunken in, fam. His face was sunken in. His jawline wasn't chiseled. He was there to be knocked out.
Okay, let me ask you a question, D. Jefferson. You're saying, oh yeah, like let him fight and all that, but are you gonna watch it? Because the last time I remember, you didn't even want to watch the Tank fight against Leo Santa Cruz. So you're telling me now you want to watch journeymen fight each other? Like, come off of it. Let's be honest.
I didn't say journeyman, fam. I watched Derek Chisora versus Usyk. Chisora's a journeyman, but Usyk had a purpose to prove himself. But Tank Davis versus Leo Santa Cruz ain't no fucking journeyman. If he would stayed at 126, he could have still won fights and couldn't have been beaten by most of these people. He's no journeyman. That was a stupid fight because Tank Davis should not have been pulling up little Leo Santa Cruz to fight him. He should have fucking competed with a Miguel Berchelt or somebody at 135. That was foolishness. That's totally different from a guy trying to prove himself fighting a fucking journeyman, because guys trying to prove themselves fighting a journeyman sometimes goes wrong. And I'll give you an example. Adam Kalnaki and Robert Helenius. Now, Robert Helenius, nobody expects him to be no fucking heavyweight champion, but Adam Kalnaki had to prove himself. What happened? It was an upset. So did Robert Helenius put himself in danger? No, he beat this young guy coming up. He beat him. So this is nothing wrong with journeymen still competing and journeymen still fighting. Before the Chisora fight, before the Usyk fight, Derek Chisora knocked his opponent out. So it's no problem. Kell Brook at 154 knocked guys out. So it's no problem. But when you drain yourself, let those amino acids eat into your muscle, remove the fluid from around your brain, then you're putting yourself in danger.
That's the difference. But let these guys earn hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in 4 months span. Let them compete. Why would we take that away from them? You go try. You go try to make $1 million in 4 months, P. You go try to do it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that the guy's health is in like he's risking his own health, bro, man. You can't just let the guy fight. The guy, like, he hasn't got nothing to show for, man. Let's be honest with each other. Let's stop watching him.
The danger was only cutting weight. He's not putting himself in danger at 154. Why the fuck do you keep saying that? I'm saying let him fight at 154, not go put himself in danger. Crawford was the danger, not boxing. If he boxes at 154, that's not the danger there, fam. What are you missing about this?
Yeah, but what if he meets this new guy, a new guy that comes to like 154, and he's supposed to be good, but we don't know about, and he gets killed? Listen, at the end of the day, all I'm saying is that Brook, you know, he had his legacy. He can get a job in boxing, but no, he doesn't have to box anymore, man. I don't want to see the guy. Like, look, the guy had a great. Listen, I've been watching the guy for a long, long time. And I hated what happened to him on Saturday. And I don't want to see that again. I really don't, man. I don't want to see him in undercards. I'm sure he's not going to do a main event anymore because, look, after that, like, Eddie Hearn ain't going to give him the chance. Frank Warren ain't going to do that. Who's going to give him the main event ever again? Unless he fights, what's his name, Khan. Even that fight, even Khan, that's another guy that's just in boxing just for the sake of money. Let's be honest with each other.
Facts.
If we're real boxing fans, we need to really call it how it is because Amir Khan, another great boxer, but at the same time, his time is up. Kell Brook, his time is up. Sometimes you got to say that. Deontay Wilder, like you mentioned Deontay Wilder earlier, but guess what? He only lost one fight, okay? Whether we want to call it a cheat or not, that's another question, but that's only one fight. So let's see him, you know, if he loses more fights and he gets a lot of injuries, then I can say, yeah, he needs to retire. But that one is a little bit early for people to say he needs to retire. You know what I mean? So, yeah, to me, I think Kell Brook is completely done. You know, he should pack it up. He wasn't even disappointed when he lost. It felt like it was a fix. Like he was like, oh, he's really good. No one has never done that before to me. That's what he said after the fight. That shows me that the guy,
can we get to D Hodges because he hasn't spoke yet? Then we get back round, yeah? D Hodges.
Oh no, I'm just let them go. I'm fine.
No. D Hodges, everybody got to go in the panel. So what do you think? Kell Brook got 2 broken eye sockets from before, the orbital bones. His some of the fighters before when it's happened.
Well, they said it's like they said he got
explain
spilled.
myself, D Hodges, please.
Yeah.
So some of the fighters this happened to before, they've nearly been blinded. They've had to stop boxing if it keeps happening. Let me answer you this: the warrior Kell Brook was. People remember him for that in England. And people never have seen him as a gatekeeper. Should Kell Brook risk his injuries and risk more for money to become a name for other fighters to come along?
Me, it all like my man D Jefferson said, it's all about his finances, man. If I'm rich enough, then
you got about $7 to $10 million already.
Oh, I quit. 7 to 10 mil. I quit. I don't need no more. I don't need no more money. I'll go back and I'll do commentary in Britain. He could do a bunch of stuff besides box. He could be a commentator. He could do one of the sports shows. I'm pretty sure he's popular over there in your country. So he could do some other things. But it all depends. I'm just saying it goes by his pockets. If his pockets is broke, then I understand. But if he has enough money, then he should quit. But just don't go against Charlo, because if he fight Charlo, Charlo's breaking both of them out.
So let me ask you this, D Jefferson.
He fight Charlo, he's getting blinded.
But D Jefferson, let me ask you this. Do you remember when Kell Brook was a warrior? That's how you remember him, right?
He's still a warrior to me, but go ahead. Yeah,
but hear this out. With Keith Thurman, you know how Keith Thurman is. If you saw Keith Thurman with 2 broken eye sockets and gone into the wrong fights, and then had those operations, and then gone in with a pound for pound and got slapped up in a few rounds, would you expect Keith Thurman to ever fight again, D Hodges?
D Jefferson, listen, let me say this, man.
Yeah.
Let me say this. When I started watching boxing, my first fight I ever watched was Sugar Ray Leonard and Durant 2, right?
Yeah.
Now, people talk about Kell Brook's injury right now, which the doctor said the metal plates and everything in his eye, they're going to be good, which we know that could still go bad. But I can't sit up here and have anybody tell me that Kell Brook's situation was worse than Sugar Ray Leonard's eye, right? Now with Sugar Ray Leonard's eye, remember, he kept competing after that eye injury. He actually went back to being a champion after that eye injury, right? But he decided to take the chance, but he did it safely. And my thing is with this, if Kell Brook decides that he wants to continue fighting, then he needs to do it safely. Going up to 160, what happened the last time he went up to 160? He got his fucking orbital socket broken by GGG. So 160 ain't a good idea. Going down to 147, you know what I mean? That's too much weight to cut. 154 is good. But I just wanted to break this down real quick about these fight purses, because I think that fans get the misconception out of that. So he gets a $7 million fight purse. Don't think for one fucking second he sees even half of that $7 million, because he doesn't. First and foremost, over 50% of these purses, and this is what these fucking fans have to understand, because they hear millions of dollars, but they get it all twisted. Right off the bat, more than 50% of these purses is already paid out. So we're going to start with 7 million. Right off the bat, 3.5 million, Kell Brook will not touch one penny of that. Because when you look at the managers, when you look at the sanctioning bodies, when you look at the networks, when you look at the venues, all of that comes out of the boxer's purse. Here's number two. Out of the 3.5 million, they have to pay what's called taxes. Okay? They have to pay taxes on that. So that will knock it down by like another 47 to 63%, depending on which country you live in. Right? So already we're talking about 7 million being drained down to $2.1 million. Now, whatever other expenses that he has, and there are more that will come out of it, he could literally see like 1.6, $1.7 million in his account out of a $7 million purse. This is the reality of boxing. But only thing fancy in here, oh, he got paid $7 million. Did he get to put $7 million in his account? No, not anywhere fucking close. And if you don't believe me, just go look at the business side of it, because these guys want their money and they get their 10% and 15%
I thought you only pay sanctions fee if you got a belt. I thought you only pay that if you're a champion.
No. But I'm saying that's true. You do only pay sanctioning fees, but that's just one expense, man. These managers, these promoters, they get like 10 to 15%. Trainers get like 10 to 15%. That 10 to 15% start adding up, and they don't get the 10 to 15% off your net. They get it off your gross. You understand what I'm saying? Off the gross.
I got you now, bro. I got you now, bro. Yep.
So the fans get it twisted when they think, oh, 10 million, 7 million. These fighters ain't seeing nowhere close to that shit, fam. Nowhere close to that. And like I said, when you got a fucking $1 million home, you got a $3 million home, do you people know how much it costs to maintain that? It's going to cost you like $320,000 or more every year just to maintain that type of home. Right? So where's this money going to come from? Like, people got to stop being so critical of these guys and the money that they're making. It's not easy after your athletic career is over with to attract this kind of money. What happens if they don't? They lose everything. Their house goes into foreclosure. Their family's fucking poor. But people sitting here crying, oh, just quit, just quit, just quit. Well, give them another opportunity to make money to fucking maintain their lifestyle. Nobody thinks about that.
But he ain't gonna get much support. He ain't gonna get much support anymore.
Listen quickly, Rabsa, quickly. What about us? What about the other people that are not boxing? So what? So you're in there for the money? Even the guy in the chat is agreeing with us. You shouldn't be in boxing for the money. It's a dangerous sport. You could lose your fight. So what if they need the money? Who gives a shit? At the end of the day, it's about the fighting. If you can't do no more, you shouldn't be in there for the money. That's not entertaining for us. So that means they're there just to box, just to gain some money. So we can all do that then. No, we're watching, to see like great fighters fight against each other or prospects, but not a guy that's completely finished and his health is on the line. All this money stuff, we're fans, man, at the end of the day. Since when did we become accountants? Why are we all happy for a guy that's finished to fight? It's over. Listen, he needs to retire completely. I don't want to see Kell Brook ever again inside that ring. He's finished. Come on, man. Let's talk.
P, I don't give a shit about nobody's pockets. What I'm saying, as a man or a woman, that has families and have their own finances, I can guarantee you this, P. They don't give a shit what you think about them making their money because you wouldn't give a shit what nobody else thinks about you making your money. And that's a fact, fam. This is a fact of reality of survival out here. Athletics is a good way for people to make a lot of money. No, I'm not making it about the money. I hate the whole aspect of money over glory. But once these guys get to a certain point in their career where the glory is probably not reachable, then why not earn a good penny safely? Like I said, I don't see it being so much of a danger of Brook fighting B-level fighters at fucking 154, fam. And
You
yeah,
don't
he
think
will
it
lose
can?
some
You don't
support.
think it can?
Hold on, right quick. He will lose some support from fans. I get that, but he will still make money. He will still make money, bro. And I know it's not good for you to see a guy that used to be, the champion and chasing down greatness. I know it's not good, or it feels good as a fan to see this guy not achieve the way he achieved before. But when life kicks in, when the reality kicks in, fans will do this for sure to all of these athletes. They will turn on them in a heartbeat. So people say, what about the respect? What about the glory? Soon as certain athletes start fucking up, fans turn on them. This is ridiculous. Get him out of here. Blah, 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 blah. Now you hate him all of a sudden. Now you think he's ridiculous. So why the fuck should they care about what you think? When it comes to making more money for their family, why the fuck should they care? Fans turn
Kel
on
Brook,
athletes at the drop of a hat, fam.
listen to me, man. Listen to me. You're just talking for the sake of it. So you want to hear your voice. Listen to me, man. All I'm saying is that Kell Brook, he had 42 fights, man. He should have had the money by now. 42 fucking fights.
He's 36 years old. He's gonna be now. How old? How old?
Yeah,
He's getting old now. He's getting
yeah.
old.
Hey,
He should
world
have had the
star,
money by now.
rap star in P-boxing. Did Kell Brook make $181 million? Tell me this. Do you guys think he made $181 million?
No, no.
Okay, so let me walk you down a story, P-boxing. Because you're talking about I'm just saying shit to make myself want to hear myself talk. Antoine Walker of the NBA made $181 million in his career, and he's fucking broke. You can sit up here and tell me to stop counting these guys' pockets, but I'm just telling you about a fucking reality of all athletes. Do the fucking research, fam. They end their careers broke. These guys in the NBA dwarf the money that these guys in boxing make. They dwarf it. This dude made 181 million and he's fucking broke. So don't fucking sit up here and with your fucking emotions and your feelings talking about he's made enough fucking money. You don't know what this guy's responsibilities are, Pete.
But listen. You're comparing a guy from the NBA.
No. I'm comparing an athlete, fam. An athlete.
Listen,
You're missing the point.
If you see anyone that made 180 million and then broke, that person, I wouldn't even care about that person because you know why? He's broke because of his own fault. 180 million. Are you having a laugh?
You don't
Are you
get it.
fucking having a laugh?
You don't
That's a lot of
fucking get it.
money. And to be honest, Brook, he doesn't need to make that type of money. And listen, he's fought 42 fights, bro. By now, he should have been top millionaire. You know what I mean? He shouldn't be boxing no more. He hasn't got it anymore. Even if he's broke, he needs to get like a normal job. I'm sure that Sky will employ him, to do commentating. He can get like training job. He can do a lot of jobs inside boxing. He doesn't need the sport anymore. Look, the guy, he's gonna get brain damage if he carries on the way he's carrying on. Because Crawford looks angry, man. I was worried for Brook, man. Imagine that if it was a different ref and would have let it carry on the fight. Because he wasn't on the floor. He was still standing up.
Did the Rafa give Brook brain damage or did Brook knock the Rafa out, Pete? At 154.
I know, but listen,
at 154, was he in danger of getting brain damage or was he winning? Just tell me that.
He was winning, but listen, all I'm saying.
So no. Here's where I was going with that. If he was winning at 154, winning fights now, maybe not P-boxing, but there are still a lot of fans that will watch Kell Brook win fights, okay? And he will make money safely. This is all I'm saying. I don't want to see Brook put himself in danger. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to see him go up and fight a fucking Jamal Crawford at 160 that's putting himself in danger. I don't want to see him cutting terrible weight to get down to 147 fighting a Spence or Crawford or something like that, that's putting himself in danger. But beating up fucking Michael Zarafas, that ain't putting Brook in no danger. And he can make way more money than working at fucking Costco.
Your narrative is not going nowhere. Listen,
it doesn't matter. He can make way more money than working at Costco doing that safely.
But why? We don't want to see that though. As fans, this is about
matter what you want to see, P. It's about this man and his finances. You keep going back to what you want to see. I'm not living for what P wants to see, fam. You gotta get your emotions out of boxing, fam. Get your emotions out of this sport.
Okay, so what? So basically, you want him to die, basically. The guy,
I don't want him to do anything. You keep saying what I want.
This is getting interesting, but before you guys carry on,
it's stupid what you're saying.
I've got some messages. I need to go through. So let's just go through some messages. Ball Out Mixtape Fire says boxing's not a safe sport. Every man goes in there to win, not to lose. Wait. SSB 28 says salute to SSB. The next one. SSB says add Broner to a fight with Brook or Khan. Let the losers retire after that, or something like that. So he reckons Khan, Adrian Broner, and Brook should get it on, and then the losers should retire. So let all these people who are not serious in boxing fight each other.
Or let them fight a prospect coming up that don't bring the danger to them that fucking Terrence Crawford does. That's why I said, listen, if we take all the fucking journeymen out of boxing, all the fucking gatekeepers out of boxing, then who the fuck does the prospects coming up have to test themselves again? This is the thing that I'm talking about, bro. We get so emotional with this sport that we dismiss everything. You can't just eliminate. It's the same thing I say about fucking boxing promoters, right? They're necessary evil in this sport. Yeah, we would love to see Bob Arum not getting away of shit, because Bob Arum gets in the way of a lot of shit, but he's a necessary evil of this sport. This is combat sports, man. Every time you look at X Games, these fucking guys with these fucking motorbikes going up doing triple backflips and shit, those guys could come down on one fucking ride and break their fucking neck and end their lives. But this is the sport that they decided to compete in. So I understand that boxing is dangerous. I get that sentiment. Yeah. But there are other sports that are dangerous, but guys still decide to compete. MMA is dangerous. Cowboy Cerrone been over the hill. He shouldn't even have fought Conor McGregor. But these guys love what they do. They love to compete. Cowboy Cerrone's been knocked out viciously plenty of times. But we cannot determine, because our fucking emotions and what we don't like to see, how these people lead their lives, fam. You can compete in the sport, even combat sport, as a gatekeeper or journeyman, where it will be safe. Fucking Duhaupas was 39 years old and just got knocked out by Tony Yoka in the first round. Is he fucking dead? No, he's not dead. But he's 39 years old. He's way older than Brook.
But how many warriors like Brook do you know? How many warriors like Brook do you know that carry on in the sport? That after 36, that are washed up?
Joe Louis.
Yeah, but Brook's not Joe Louis.
Joe Louis.
He's a modern era time boxer.
I'm just saying, Joe Louis. So the reason I went back to Joe Louis, rap star, is because this has been something historically that has happened in boxing, fam. Historically. We cannot determine when guys hang the gloves up. We might not like to see it. We may be getting emotional and saying this, that, and the third, but we cannot determine when these athletes in their career. It's up to them to do it now. It's not our choice. If you don't want to watch the fight, don't fucking watch the fight. But don't tell these people not to go out there and earn this money for their survival.
We don't want to see it as fans.
Because in Britain, let me just explain this. All the British media and the British newspapers and even the British fans, they don't want to see Brook go out like that. Why they're angry is that Brook should have been a gentleman, shook Terence Crawford's hand and said, I'm going to retire now. But by him not saying he's retiring, he's going to do and fight someone else just for money now. This is what the feeling is. And people are saying, if he is going to fight someone, he's going to damage his fucking eyes. Then if his eyes fucked up, then he can't blame nobody else but himself, because he's got enough money. He's got enough money. But let's go to the messages, because there's too many messages coming on. ABOBC says, Brook wanted one more payday. He got his payday. Now it's time to go now. That's ABOZ. Let's go to another message. Jerome Benjamin says, P boxing, talk that boxing. on everybody's chat. Talk that boxing. Hey,
Actually,
so,
he's talking that shit on everyone's platforms. It wasn't a compliment.
hey, I didn't even read it properly. I'm on my phone, but you
Yeah,
know,
it
I'm
wasn't
trying
a
to be.
compliment.
Hey, I'm trying to keep it cool here. You know. Hey, listen. What does this guy say? What's this guy saying? Brook has some decent paydays out there. What does he say?
He has decent paydays if he chooses to continue, and that's what I'm saying, bro. We can't stop these guys from getting
Yeah,
decent
but that's the American fans, though. That's the American fans that wants
It
Brook to
doesn't
fight.
matter, P. You just emotional about what you want to see.
No, he's no fighter. He's all UK fighter. We don't want him to go on like that no more, man.
No
You guys
one
don't have
cares what you want, P.
you get
This
emotion
dude
with him.
doesn't care what you want. That's what I keep telling you. We don't
No.
want.
You guys
You
want him to
can't
die.
determine
That's
that,
it.
man.
That's not what you want. You want him to have the brain damage.
I
Is it?
don't want
You
him to do
be in a
anything.
wheelchair.
I don't want him to do anything.
Nah, bro,
Okay,
man.
read this. I want everybody to read this. The doctor told Brook one more bad punch from Spence, he could have gone blind. So why the fuck is he going in the ring then?
Didn't the doctors tell Sugar Ray Leonard the same thing? Is he blind? Is he fucking blind? Because Sugar Ray Leonard, I was way more in worse shape than Brook. Sugar Ray Leonard was told the same thing. Is he fucking blind right now?
Yeah,
No.
but he was a different breed, though. He was a different
I don't
breed.
know. No, look, Pete, stop making excuses. We're
Yeah,
going to
no,
stick
that's
to the
not
point.
excuses.
Okay,
That's
Pete,
not
hold on for a second. We're going to stick to the point here. Sugar Ray Leonard's eye was much worse than Brooks, and the doctors told him the same thing. Do not fight, and he is not blind. What I'm saying is every man's right to take a chance with themselves. Nobody tells these. Monster Annoy got his eye socket, his orbital socket broken against Nonito Donaire. Ain't nobody telling him to fucking retire. And like I said about these X Gang guys, they come down, they break bones, break backs, and they're right back on that body. It's every man's responsibility and their fucking choice, every woman's responsibility and their choice to do what they want. P-Boxing cannot determine what they gonna fucking do with their lives, fam. You can't determine that. Period.
Hey, one more question. King Ebony said that I'm a Brook fan. I don't want to see him go out like that. And so did ABOZ. He says, I'm a Brook fan. I don't want to see him go on. So some people are feeling like they're Brook fans. They want to remember him for what he was. Not for for becoming a person who's desperate for any money. He should have made money at least by now. He's 36, he's going to be.
Exactly, 42 fights. He's fought 42 fucking fights. Come on, man. Enough is enough. He's made his money by now. And if he didn't, that's his own fault.
So
it's
what?
over.
And if he didn't, that's his own fault. But he can still go back and try to make some more.
Listen, I care about his health.
What's Andre Ward doing? Andre Ward is commentating, isn't he?
Yes, he works for ESPN.
Andre Ward.
Timothy Bradley.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, both of them.
Listen, even Sean Porter, and he's still fighting. Sean Porter's doing commentary, and he's still fighting.
All right, guys. We get.
But Sean Porter, he's still in good shape. He's not damaged. Like listen, Timothy Bradley, he said, like when he left boxing, that was the right time for him. Like we as fans, sometimes we need to look at realistically. Kell Brook hasn't got it no more. He hasn't, unfortunately. And something bad's gonna happen to him if he carries on fighting. You guys want to see him like fight for what? For what? Just like Patrick Day, like you want to see him dead or something? Is that what you want? Because he's completely done, bro, man. It's over. He had a great legacy, and that's it. Let's wrap it up. Close the book. That's it. Game over.
Let's carry on. Read the messages. King Ebony says it's obvious Brook can't take a punch anymore.
That's not obvious to me.
And
that's not true.
And Benjamin says,
if that punch that Crawford hit him with did that, he can't take a punch unless he.
That's not true because y'all are negating the fact. What the fuck did I just say? What did I just say earlier? Punch resistance was diminished because of how much he drained. Punch resistance, I'm gonna say it again. The punch resistance, the fluid around his brain, the muscle around his jawline, all of that was diminished because of how much he drained. Just because he couldn't take a punch while being severely drained doesn't mean he can't take a punch anymore.
And he was severely drained for Errol Spence, and he was still getting hit. And he was severely drained.
D Hodges.
He dropped from 160 to 147.
Oh my God, bro!
To
Y'all guys are tripping right now.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm keeping it real. He dropped from 160. He dropped from 160 to 147. So that's the same thing.
Answer this question real quick. Was he fucking severely drained at 154 in the 3 fights he just won? Was he drained there?
No, but I'm saying.
Okay, hold on. Let's stop there. Stop telling me about fights when he drains down to 147 or when he jumps up to a weight class where he's not. Because these are the fights that y'all mentioned.
I'm just saying, can you just let me finish real quick? I let you talk the whole time. All I'm just saying, if that thing about that face thing, Errol was hitting him with everything in the kitchen sink, and he came from 160 to 147 to fight Errol. So if that thing, what you're saying about whatever in your face, Errol was hitting him with everything, and Errol didn't even drop him.
Are you finished now? Because I don't want to cut you off.
That's all I had to say. I just had to put that. He went from 160 to 147, and Errol couldn't stop him. How did Bud with that little baby punch hurt him? Just from your theory of draining weight.
Okay, now, are you finished? Because I want to explain this, and I'm only going to explain this shit once, and I'm not even going to say it again. When 3 fucking years ago, because we got to account for this, 3 fucking years ago, when he had 9 months between the fucking GGG fight when he went down to Errol Spence. If you look at Kell Brook's jaw, if you look at his body, if you look at his conditioning in that ring versus Errol Spence, it is not even remotely close to the Kell Brook that fought Crawford. Okay, he was drained in the Errol Spence fight, right? Just like Errol Spence was drained in the Mikey Garcia fight, but he wasn't severely drained. It's different from being drained and severely drained. You can drink as much fluid as you want and try to rehydrate. But when you eat away those muscles and you eat away the fluid on your brain, you drinking those fluids to rehydrate does not put that fluid back around your brain. That shit takes weeks to happen. It doesn't happen by you rehydrating overnight. You guys got to understand the science of this. When he was draining down to
these different are you scientists? Are you scientists? Are you scientists? Just answer to us.
No, P.
Come on, man.
Stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off because you don't understand these things. Look, stop cutting me off because you don't understand these things. It's not about me being a scientist. It comes from me reading about these things, fam. I'm not speaking out the side of my ass. I pick up fucking articles, books, and I read from what scientists has already established, you idiot. Just because I'm not a scientist don't mean that I can't read and figure this information out. So stop being an asshole right now. I'm just trying to educate the fans so that they don't have these false beliefs like you had, P, the false belief that Brook could actually win. But if you know these things, then you won't go into these fights with the false beliefs. So stop trying to discredit me and listen.
Okay, I need to still get to the messages, bro. They're coming in too many, right? Jamon Benjamin saying he's still a decent fighter. Why not let him fight Amir Khan or Liam Smith to make the last bit of money? That's what Jamon Benjamin says. ABOC says it's up to Brook.
Thank you, AI. It's up to Brook, not fucking P boxing, bro. It's up to Brook.
Yeah, but a lot of fans are saying, I'm going to just say about P boxing. A lot of English fans, you should know what they're like. They're very straightforward, like New Yorkers. They don't like it anymore. They are saying similar things to him. And I'm going to send you all the stuff on your email, what's happening now.
No, I don't need that shit, rap star, because I see it all the time. But what I'm saying is fans are going to be fans, man. My thing is this. I don't really feel like these athletes should get so wrapped up into what fans think. And here's why. Fans will fucking turn a dime on you at the drop of a hat. 1 month you're fucking everybody's praise. The next month you're fucking severely hated. You're being called stupid and all of that.
Like Lomachenko.
Exactly, like Lomachenko. Fans will turn their backs on you at the drop of a hat. So if these fucking athletes start making their choices based on what fans want to see or getting emotional, they're fucking themselves in the first place because fans are going to turn on you at the drop of a hat anyway. So I'm not really concerned with hearing, well, the fans don't want this. The fans, man, fuck the fans. If I'm an athlete, I'm going to say, look, I love my fans, I respect my fans, but I'm going to do what I need to do for me. Just like Ayop said, it's Brooks' choice, not P. Boxing, not D. Jefferson's. And I don't want to see any of these guys getting hurt. P keeps saying that stupid shit. Like just because I'm offering a different perspective that I want to see this. I don't want to see any of these guys get hurt. None of them. But it's their choice, fam. It's their choice to take on the next fight. If you're taking on a dangerous fight, like draining the fuck down way too much or going up too far, no, I don't want to see that. But if you're at 154 taking on safe fights, and I see Brook being safe at 154, and you're taking on safe fighting B-level fighters. I don't see a problem with him earning money doing that. Just because P don't want to see the fight because he feels like he's over the hill. So the fuck what, bro? He can still make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars being over the hill or not, fam. Derek Chisor's over the hill. Is he on the verge of dying? No. He's not, man. These guys can still compete and make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's their fucking choice, not ours.
But if he doesn't become a British fan-friendly fighter anymore, and he can't be a prize fighter for Eddie Hearn or Frank Warren, what does he do? Does he come to America and become a fucking prostitute and start just getting fights from America or what?
Listen, Rapstar, when the money's not there, then they should quit. Now, if Kell Brook is coming in here to fight for $10,000, okay, then I would agree. But I don't care how many British fans or whatever you say is mad. These guys will make sure that he gets paid. Now, if it gets to the point where he's not getting paid, okay, I agree. But these guys will still get paid. You could be mad, P could be mad, but there's still going to be hundreds of thousands of fans that still loves him, that's diehard loyal to him, and they will still support him. And that's the fact. That's how these boxers keep going and keep making money, because there are people that will still support him. And then we got to look at the guy standing across from the ring. What if it's a promising prospect? It's something that's interesting to people. They're going to buy the fight. They're going to be like, yeah, we know that Brook ain't going to be no champion, but this is still a good test for this young fighter. And it's not a dangerous fight. It's still a good test, and it's a way for him to accumulate hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It still piques an interest to the fans because it's this new guy coming up. That's the point that I'm making, fam.
If greed takes over his health, and something happens to the man, nobody will have no mercy for this guy.
They don't have mercy for him now. So what the fuck does it matter? They already talked about retire, get out of boxing. They don't have mercy for him now.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Because I do, and most of our British fans, we care about Kell Brook. Don't lie about us.
You be a double
want him to go, man. I want him to enjoy his life, his money with his family, bro.
But what about what he wants, P? You keep saying what you want. What about what he wants? Is it not about what he wants?
Okay, look at Tony Bellew. Why don't he take a leaf out of his book? Tony Bellew.
What about what Brook wants, P? You haven't answered that. You keep saying what P want, what I don't want to see.
No. I'm not saying what he wants. I'm saying I'm happy for him to go. You know what I mean? Because listen,
but what about what Brook wants? You're not answering that question. What about what Kell Brook wants, P? Is that not important? What Kell Brook wants?
Yeah, but if enough of us say, look, you need to retire, mate, he's gonna listen. Kell Brook will listen, because at the end of the day, there's no point. Like, we're not gonna enjoy his fights no more. Though I was looking forward to it on Saturday. I knew he was gonna lose, but I thought he was gonna give at least a little bit more challenge than what he did. He got basically the first magnificent punch. That's it. That was just like counter. It wasn't even a proper punch.
Because he was too drained, P.
No. Even at 154, if he done that with if even like what's his name, Terrence, like if he went up 154 and he fought Kell Brook, the same thing would have happened. Same thing would have happened, man.
No, what?
I'm telling you, this guy.
P, you always say you're telling me, but you always getting it wrong, and I'm always getting it right.
Finished,
so you can just kill that down.
Hey, I got a question for D. Jefferson, SSB, or even anyone. Are Brook's main event days over? Do you ever see him can have a main event again? No, I can't.
Amir Khan.
Main event. I don't think.
Be a main event.
I mean, yeah, mind you, D's right. If they both still fucking stupid enough to fight each other now, because when their best days of 5 years ago to fight each other, they never did. And now, if they're gonna step in being over the hill, they're not gonna get nowhere near the money they were gonna get. A lot of fans won't watch that now. I'm telling you, a lot of fans won't watch that now.
But a lot will, though.
Yeah, D. Jefferson's right.
I have to agree.
Jefferson's
wait.
right. A lot will too.
Wait,
Because
Rapstar,
the
I have to
Muslim
listen.
community, P-boxing, the Muslim community will turn up for
Yeah,
Amir Khan.
exactly. Yeah, I have to agree with D. Jefferson. Yeah, I have on this one because I think even though we don't really want to see that fight,
Yeah.
he will get a lot of cash shots coming in. They want to see like who's better because they're both from north of England. So yeah, they want to see that fight. They are gonna make a lot of money.
So
But
that's
what's
the
the
only
point?
main event that can happen
That's
for
the
Kell Brook,
only,
isn't it? That's the only one, really.
the
Last
only
one.
one. Yeah, that's the only one. Yeah, that's the last hooray.
The
Last
last
hooray.
main event. Oh shit, man! I hope Kell Brook, you're not watching this. D. Jefferson wants you to fight, bro.
Look, I'm gonna tell y'all guys something,
I'm
and
only
this, and
joking, D.
I'm not even capping. No, I wasn't talking about that. I think that at 154, I honestly think this. Now, it's not a recognized belt, but Iris Landy Lara holds the 154 title, the IBO 154 title. I honestly think that Kell Brook, because he will not be drained, this will not be the Kell Brook that we seen fighting Terrence Crawford. I honestly believe that Kell Brook has enough in him to give a go at Iris Landy Lara. I honestly believe that.
Wow.
I honestly believe that because he's not drained. I've seen him at 154. He's not drained. And the thing with Iris Landy Lara is he's lost a couple of steps. It's almost time for him to go out. But he's holding that 154 IBO championship. That is an opportunity, really, that even though it's the IBO belt, Brook he has a chance in that fight. He didn't have a chance in Crawford fight because he was going to drain too much. But Iris Landy Lara is a fucking champion now, and he's over the hill. Right?
Hey, I got a message from Australia.
Tremendous decline.
I got a message from Australia in my other audio. They're saying let Tim Tszyu, let us eat Tim Tszyu and finish him in Australia. Oh, fuck off, man! Why am I reading this, bro?
That's a dangerous fight, but
I mean, now look, see what's happening. P-boxing, other people are sending messages and they're taking the piss out of Brook. They want us to send him to Australia for Tim Tszyu.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about fans. They don't fucking care. So why should these athletes worry about what fans?
I'm going to quickly say something. I'm going to be quiet. From now on, anybody that beats Kell Brook, I ain't giving them no credit if he carries on fighting. Obviously, yeah, it's up to him to fight on. It's up to him to carry on. Even Crawford, I'm not giving him no credit for beating Brook. Brook is finished. His days was over a long, long time ago. And I don't care what anyone says. He came for payday on Saturday. And I don't care. Let him carry on fighting. Let him make his money. But guess what? I'm not even going to look forward to his fights ever again. I'm still going to watch because I'm a boxing fan. But at the same time, I ain't giving no one credit. Let Tim Tszyu fight him. Let the Australians feast on him. You know what I mean? But I ain't giving Tim Tszyu no credit. Kell Brook is done, bro, man. His days are over.
I don't think Kell Brook is going to be a top 5 fighter at 154. I will say that. I think that Kell Brook's days are over and finished at 147 because they were over and finished at 147 3 years ago. So he should have never been in that ring with Crawford at 147. But I don't think that Kell Brook is finished at 154. I can't agree with that.
Yeah, but some Australians are laughing, thinking that Kell Brook got no chance against Tim Tszyu anyway.
But that's because they don't understand what is Tim Tszyu. Now let's take this in perspective. What is Tim Tszyu? He's a prospect. He's a prospect. So he beat up. Didn't he beat up Jeff Horn? He beat up Jeff Horn, right? At 154. Jeff Horn is not the boxer that Kell Brook is. We cannot fucking sit here and say that Jeff Horn is a C-level boxer at best. And the fight that he fought with Tim Tszyu shows me that Kell Brook could go 12 rounds with Tim Tszyu, not be fucking killed in the ring, and he can make plenty of money. So the Australian fans can laugh at him because they're just sure that Tim Tszyu would win that fight. And I'm pretty sure I would pick Tim Tszyu to win that fight, but I don't think that fight is nowhere near as dangerous as him jumping in a ring with fucking a pound-for-pound guy cutting that type of weight. A fight with Tim Tszyu is reasonable, but that also validates Tim Tszyu. because he will be fighting a Kell Brook, a named opponent at 154. Here's the thing, man. You look at a Yuriokis Gamboa, and all of these fucking PBC lovers and Ted Davis lovers sat there and watched an old chinny Yuriokis Gamboa get stopped by Tank, and they didn't have anything to say about it. It was all cool. But Yuriokis Gamboa is finished. Is he not finished? He's finished. But not the P-Boxing and none of these other fans had anything to say about that. But now that it's Kell Brook, it's all of these other fucking ideas about it. Like, come on with this double.
But listen.
You didn't care about Gamboa's health. You didn't care about Gamboa's health, P-Boxing.
But listen,
you were supporting the Tank fight. No, I'm talking about I'm talking about consistency. Stop telling me what to talk about, man. Stop telling me what to talk about.
Listen. I'm just being honest in it. Listen, Kell Brook, yeah, he's got the quit in him now. He's a quitter. Let's be honest with each other now. He quit against GGG. Okay, that was okay. And then the second one, like against Errol Spence, that was embarrassing. He was saying no mas. And on Saturday, that was a quit for me as well. That he definitely quit, man. He couldn't even take a counter. Like it's over, man. Like listen,
come on, Pete. Come on, you're not being honest now, and I'm gonna tell you.
I'm being honest,
listen to what you're saying. Though. Hold on, Pete. Hold on. Listen to what you just said. You said he quit against Kell Brook. You said he quit. Hold on. You said he quit against GGG and he quit against Errol Spence. But in the same breath, Pete, you just said if his eye is that messed up, he shouldn't continue fighting. Well, his eye fucking sockets were broken, and now you're calling him a quitter. He quit because his eyes, bro, not because he stopped fighting because of his eye fucking socket was broken, not because he quit. You're saying he should quit boxing because of his eye, but he can't quit in a goddamn fight because his eye's fucked up? You being crazy right now.
All I'm saying is it's over for him, and the next fight he's gonna quit as well. And you know what? If he fights against Amir Khan's gonna beat him.
Okay, look, I've got to go to 2 more messages, and I think Unravel Boxing, is that the real you or is that a troll? Is that Mark?
That's the real me.
All right, mate. We go to you after a couple of messages, yeah? So
what's up, Mark?
I don't believe he was severely drained. Brook was blinking a lot after he got hit. It has more to do with his eyes than his weight now. That's what somebody thinks. ABOZ.
AR is fucking delusional.
That's what he thinks. It's his eyes, not his weight now. His probably weight. So it's not about his weight, they reckon. Anyway, let's go to Mark. Mark, what do you think? Kell Brook should retire now, or should he carry on fighting some domestic fights?
Oh, it depends on the weight division.
Thank you.
At 147, no. If he wants to do some domestic fights like at 154, I'd be down to see him fight Beefy. I think that'd be an interesting fight. They're both towards the end of their tether. I know him and Amir will never happen, so I'd be down for him to fight Beefy. To be honest, Liam Smith. That'd be an alright fight at 154. Maybe he could fight one of the guys coming through. Maybe pass a bit of a British torch to a Fitzgerald or a Fowler or a Cheeseman, or see if they're ready to make that step up.
Exactly.
But as far as the highest level goes, I don't think he's got it anymore.
You don't think with these fighters like Anthony Ogogo and these other fighters who had these orbital injuries, when they carried on going in, they nearly got told that you're going to be blind. You don't think that he's at a point that he's at 36 coming up, that he's had enough now? I mean, how many fighters you want to see which were warriors just keep fighting? You know what I'm saying? Like what we remember him for.
I only said 1 or 2 fights, mate. I only said 1 or 2 fights. I mean, the eye injuries were bad, right? And we can all agree on that. Having your orbital bone fractured is bad. Having 2 orbital bones fractured is very bad. But at 154, he was able to fight at like a fringe level. I mean, Michael Zarapa is a fringe guy at 154.
Thank you.
So he was able to do that and win. He was able to win against Mark DeLuca, who's okay. He's like a top 50 guy. He's capable of that Rabchenko, another top 50 guy. So if he's able to fight the top 50s, there's no reason why he can't have domestic level fights. Like just 1 or 2. You get what I mean? Nothing like maybe 1 or 2 more little paydays if that's what he wants to do specifically.
Is that a lot of money though? Is that a lot of money though?
A lot of money. Him and Beefy, that would headline a Sky Sports card, and he'd probably get a 1 million payday. Kell Brook hasn't made less than $1 million in a fight in over 5 years, man. So it's good
He
money.
don't understand that type of shit, bro. He don't understand that type of shit.
So like a million quid. So imagine he's got like 5 million in the bank. An extra 2 million in the bank ain't gonna really be too bad. And if I don't think he'll go blind against those guys, to be honest. I don't think they hit
Yeah, but
hard
can I
enough to
be
do
really
it.
honest with you? If I had 5 million and I got 3 daughters, I think he's got 3 daughters. I personally wouldn't go in for anything anymore. If I knew I was a shot of myself, I've quit 2 times already. Wait there, I've quit 3 times. I quit against GGG, I quit against Errol Spence, and then I quit against Terence Crawford. How much more do I want to tarnish my legacy, bro? I want to be remembered for I tried my best and I lost against the best. And don't you believe that some fans said, look, we don't want to see him go out like that, where people are using him. And now they're calling, like Australia, I got a message to say, bring him to Australia so we can wash him over there. That's not a nice way to see Brook go out anymore.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be funny on it. I think he can beat Tim Zhu. I think he can actually knock Tim Zhu the fuck out. Like, and the reason why I think that is people are rating Tim Zhu off of how he's fought against Jeff Horn, right? Jeff Horn was shot going into that fight. Shot. He was beaten by Zarafa. He nearly got stopped again, and the referee fixed the fight. If you haven't seen it, watch the second fight. Watch the referee towards the end. Zarafa has him out on his damn feet. The referee comes in, does a little referee stoppage over to the doctor, gives him 3.5 minutes to recover, and he's able to make it to the final bell. And he gets a very, very, very controversial decision win.
Okay. Right. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I think Brook's going to be used now, Mark. I mean, the only thing he can ever achieve now is give somebody else a route to make a name and put them on his resume now. And I mean, he's going to be 36. If he was 30, yeah, he could have some more fights. But at 36, a lot of people retire anyway without injuries, don't they?
That's true. But also at the same point, right? And this is just where I come from, right? If you look around the boxing landscape, right, there isn't very many stars. And the main reason there isn't is because there isn't like an influx of talent or to really build off of one another because they're not fighting each other. But a lot of other stars get made by torches being passed, right? If you take a look at Floyd when he beat Oscar, Floyd became a star that night. There's lots of fighters that happens with, and you need somebody to pass them over if there isn't anything out there. So let's say he got in there with Anthony Fowler. That would help build Fowler's name. If he got in there with Zhu, it would help build Zhu's name. And whilst it might not be the best of interest of Kell Brook, we have to look at boxing as a sport overall, and we need more eyes on the sport.
I don't know. Some people are saying Some people are saying we don't want to see Kell Brook try and think like be the gateway, and I think Kell Brook's got a lot of dignity as well, because at one point Kell Brook was the #1 welterweight when Mayweather retired. So I think Kell Brook also has dignity in a way that he might think, I don't want to be used anymore for a few $100,000. Fuck it, I made my money. It all depends on the fighter, though. D. Jefferson's right. It depends on the fighter. Some fighters carry on till 50. You can't stop them. You know what I mean? But it just depends on Kell Brook, what he thinks about his injuries. Does he think he's risking his injuries for the millions he's already got in the bank? Or does he want some more money? But P-Boxing is right. A lot of fans won't tune in anymore. A lot of Kell Brook fans have already come on here today and said that they're not interested in fighting anymore. So he's going to lose a lot of those fans now who will support him.
Look, man, we got to understand something. Boxing in general is a sadistic sport, okay? It is. At some levels, as fans, we're savages for watching guys beat the living shit out of each other, okay? That's just the reality of this sport. But we have to understand something. It's just like Mark just basically came and confirmed. I was saying this earlier. We need guys like this in this sport. People get so fucking emotional and personally involved because that's the fighting that they love. But we need guys like this in the sport. You need gatekeepers and journeymen. You need to see guys test themselves Brook is still a good fighter. So he's good for some young fighter coming up to test himself against a Brook. He's a good fighter. We can't just write him off like he's not a good fighter. He was in an unsafe position going down to 147. He
Yep.
put himself in an unsafe position. But if he's fighting in a safe position, it's no problem with him fighting. It's not that I want to see him go out like that. It's not that I want to see him put himself in danger. This is just the reality of sport. Every time they step in the ring, whether they're fucking 23 or whether they're 33, they're putting themselves in danger. That's the reality of this sport.
Okay,
I mean-
wait. So how many fights do you want him to fight then? Because
I don't want him to fight anything, Pete. Are you fucking retarded? You keep saying what I want. It's not about what I want. Fuck. Nigga,
You just want him to fight for the sake of it.
Call Brook and ask him how many fights do he want, you idiot. It's not about what I want. I'm just offering a perspective here. It's not about what I want, Pete. You don't want him to fight. I don't care either way or the other.
Somebody saying, why should he fight Beefy or Cheeseman and risk his health for garbage fights? Why should he fight those kind of fights?
Well, he was risking his health when he fought garbage fights like Max DeLuca, Rabchenka, and Zarafa.
And Zarafa, right.
Wasn't it? Is this a new thing? I thought a lot of people felt the exact same way after he quit after Spence and he got the second eye fracture. They said the same thing. And then he went back to 154. He went to 154, and they said he could actually be a new fighter in this weight division. He goes back down to 147. He loses. They're like, he has to retire. What happened to he could do something at 154?
Right. Right. Exactly, Mark. Thank you.
So somebody said he already made 12 million. Why the fuck does he need to do anything messing around with himself?
Yeah, but listen though. Wait. Why is he fighting at 154 and then he's going down to 147? Then that's his own fault though. Like, why did he not just stay at 154? Why does he need to go down to fight Crawford at 147? See, that's the thing. He ruined himself. He done this to himself. He should have just stayed where he was. Yeah. You know what I mean? He was going for clearly.
You know why he did that, Pete? Because it's his fucking choice, not
payday.
yours.
It was payday, and now
it doesn't matter. It was his choice.
And now we're not going to be interested no more. The majority of the boxing fans are not going to be interested. Only you, D. Jefferson, are going to be interested in.
No, I'm not. Pete, you're an idiot. Because I keep telling you I'm not, and I don't have any horse in this race. And you keep trying to tell me I want, and I'm going to be interested.
We keep talking about his horse, but you want him to carry on fighting. You want him to
say I want him to carry on fighting, you fucking idiot. I'm saying it's his choice. Are you some kind of moron for real?
If enough of us,
can we move on to the subject, please?
Well, let me ask you a question, D. Let me ask you a question, right? If it were up to you, would you have Kell Brook retire tomorrow?
No.
Oh, shit.
Not at all. I wouldn't have him retire or continue boxing because I don't give a shit. I think it's up to Kell Brook to decide what's best for him. I don't make these kind of decisions or even talk about it. But I'm not going to disrespect him or tell him what he needs to do if he feels like he wants to go to 154 and still compete in the sport that he loves. See, it's easy for us as fans to say, well, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do this. Y'all not fucking boxers, fam. These guys love this sport. They have a passion for this sport.
And D, I think D's just like that. Let me explain to my viewers. D's not being disrespectful. He just doesn't feel emotional connections to fighters. He doesn't, and he doesn't feel sorry for fighters. He's always, since I've known him, he doesn't give a fuck if what they want to do. He doesn't have that connection with them.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact, World Star. I don't get emotionally involved in this sport, fam. Like,
but a lot of people feel connected to Kell Brook in England. How do you feel about that? Some people in England are connected to Kell Brook. They feel like it's a bad decision because they're his fans.
Let me tell you something. A lot of people in America was highly connected to Mike Tyson. No matter how much he fucked up with the ladies in courts, they were still connected to Mike Tyson. And when Buster Douglas upset Mike Tyson, I knew people that were actually crying. I did not give two shits because that's boxing. I didn't care, fam. And Mike Tyson was a super mega star. I was like, oh, damn, he got upset. Me and my buddies was laughing about it, like, bro, he knocked Tyson the fuck out. I didn't care, fam. I didn't care. It's boxing. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. When Joe Frazier knocked Muhammad Ali out, everybody loved Ali. I was like, damn, come on, fam. Like, let's be honest about it. I'm not gonna lose sleep at night or get emotionally invested just because I root for a guy.
I got a phone call, y'all. I'll be back.
All right, Hodges. Like, come on with that. I'm not being rude or disrespectful to anyone. I don't get emotionally invested in these athletes.
We get it, man. We get it.
Do you appreciate the Kell Brook fans? Like, a lot of them which come on today, they said that they don't want to remember him like that anyway and be a gateway fighter. They're just annoyed that he should have just announced retirement. England fans are like that. Some England fans are harsh.
Hey,
They're
like
very
I
harsh
said,
in their reality.
I appreciate it. I appreciate their point of view and perspective. And I can understand, like, they love their fighters, but you just can't dump on my perspective that I don't get emotionally tied and just understand that it's just boxing. It's just boxing, fam.
Yeah, because some British people, they ride with their fighters. Like P-Boxing says, some British people, they don't want to see their fighters go to other countries and be smacked around and come back and be like fucking pussies. That's not how we are used to our fighters, are we? We're not used to seeing our warriors go out.
That's what the Americans think of, though. You know, all the Americans, they think like, yeah, the British fighters are pussies.
Okay,
Honestly,
Pete, that was another idiotic statement. That was, look, let me tell you something.
Hey,
that's
Lennox
another
Lewis was one of the best of all time, bro.
Hold on for a second. He doesn't like anybody to say anything about the LDBC, but he just won a couple of All-American fighters. So you must be saying that the entire LDBC. Hold up, Pete. Let me finish. You must be saying that the entire LDBC thinks that way because they're American fans. So you must be throwing that claim at all your brothers in the LDBC because they're American fans.
No one is talking about the LDBC here. Listen,
they're American fans. You just said American
fans. LDBC was going for Kell Brook. LDBC was telling everyone that Kell Brook's going to win.
Right. See, he just threw the LDBC in that stupid fucking statement he just said because they're American fans.
Actually, wait. Actually,
yeah, wait.
No, they were saying Kell Brook got a chance. They were saying they didn't say Kell Brook was going to win. And by the way, they were supporting Crawford because that's the American fighter.
No, so some of the LDBC was
okay. That's a lie. That's a lie. And I have hold on for a second. That is a lie, and I have the specific channels that I have called out on this about saying that Kell Brook was going to beat the shit out of Crawford. So you're telling a lie, and it was LDBC channels that said that, Pete. So stop being dishonest up here. Stop it.
This is getting too much anyway. Can we change the subject now? Because we're not going nowhere.
No, yeah, but we have to get to the end of this subject, bro. We've had about 150 messages, bro. We've had 150 messages just for Kell Brook to retire or not to retire. So basically, it looks like a lot of people want him to retire. D. Jeff is he's got his own views. That if the boxer wants to make more money, it's his fucking rights. So he doesn't give a fuck what the fans think. At the end, he's going to cut the check for his family. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So everybody looks at it a different way, P. But I know as British fans, they don't want to see Kell Brook anymore. I think they're done with him.
Well, the only way we'll know if they're definitely done with him is they're saying they won't watch him. And I know this about British fans, and you know this about British fans, and British fans know this about themselves, right? If it's in front of them, they'll watch it.
Yeah, if it's free TV, they'll watch it.
They'll support them. Let me go. They'll support them. Whether you'd like to admit it or not, just because he's British, they'll get behind him. If he does one more fight, you bet your ass he's going to do views.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to him, but I think.
Yeah, but listen, we're gonna obviously support him because we're on Max and we're gonna watch it. But if we want him to retire, but what can we do? It's gonna be up to him, really. But really and truly, we're not gonna be expecting nothing from him from now on. If he fights, we're just gonna watch it. But it's not gonna be like fighting or belly. Like, yeah, this guy can do a lot. Like, because we know what he can do now. So we're just gonna watch and support him because he's British. But really and truly, that's it. That's about it because we're just Max. You know what I mean? There's nothing else to do. That's why we're gonna watch him. You know what I mean?
Look, let me tell you something, World Star. I never like to intrude on what somebody feels about their culture or, you know, where they live. Like, I'm not British and I don't live in the UK, but I have a massive amount of UK fans. that do not agree with P Boxing's ideas. So you can't speak for all of the UK P. You can't, because I have a massive amount of UK fans on my channel, a massive amount, and they don't agree with most of the shit you say, man. So you
Okay, did I
cannot
say
speak
that?
for
Did
the
I say
UK
that?
fans.
Did I say that? You fucking idiot.
You
Did I say
can't
that?
we.
Hey,
You
let's
can't
be
we.
No, but
respectful
did
on
I
my
say that though?
show.
No, he can call me
On
an
my
idiot,
show, we
rap
gotta
star.
be
I don't
No,
care.
but did I
we
say that
can't be
though? Did I
disrespectful,
fucking
bro.
say that though? I don't
Rap
understand why
star,
you
rap
just.
star, rap star.
No,
He's
but
not disrespecting me, fam. I can only
listen.
be disrespected if I feel disrespected. He can call
Okay,
me
but listen.
whatever
Did
he
I say
wants
that?
to.
Did I say everyone's like me? Like I never ever said that. I have my own
No,
head.
but
I have
you
my own
said
opinion.
British fans. Look, this is what you said, Pete.
I
British
never
fans,
said that,
we
though,
don't
man.
want to see that. So you can't determine what other British fans. You can only say I don't want to see that. That's
No,
all
I
you can
listen.
say.
Most people don't want to see that. He's not
There you go.
competitive
So
no
you
more.
can't determine that because most of the fans that listen to my channel don't agree with the shit you say. That's what I'm telling you. You can't say most of them because you don't know. Most of the British fans that I come encounter with don't agree with half the shit you say,
Have
fam.
you seen Twitter? Have you seen Twitter like lately? What's going on? Like, because you're
Whatever,
just
man.
looking at YouTube. Like,
Whatever,
look, when
fam.
you look at when you look at other platforms, when you go outside, when you like the people, like there's more people out there like outside the internet. Yeah, like they don't want to see Brook anymore. Like fights. Like he's not.
P-boxing.
Listen, he's done.
Stop it,
He's
bro.
finished.
I got a bigger Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook following than you, and I'm on
He's
all
fi-
of them actively. So
he's
don't
finished,
fucking
man.
tell me do I see
Brook
Twitter or Instagram or Facebook
Brook is
because I
done, man.
do. So shut
How
up
you
with
gonna
that
tell
shit,
us? Like,
man.
listen, you're American. How you gonna tell us what's going on in Britain? He's never like
I just said
you
I
don't even
wouldn't.
live
I'm
there.
going by my British fans,
You
not
don't live in
my.
Britain, bro, man.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
my
live in
British
Britain.
fans don't agree with you, fam. So
The
shut the
vibe that
fuck up with that.
listen, the vibe. Listen, Kell Brook, he's done. If he wants to fight, it's up to him. I'm still gonna watch him because it's boxing at the end of the day. But I'm not gonna think nothing of him no more. He ain't like if he beats people, he beats them. If not, then no. You know what I mean? I'm not. There's no expectation no more. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like
And I
that's
don't
why. Like,
even have any British fans. I got British community. It's a community. I don't have any fans, but I
listen,
got
the
people
guy
in my
for
community.
me, as his health, he should retire. But if not, if he wants to carry on, if he wants to make money, that's up to him. But the expectation's not there no more. Like it's over. It's over. Crawford, like he could have killed that guy, man. Like you know what I mean? Like you just there's always one. He was always
Fury
one
could have
fight
killed
away.
Wilder. It doesn't matter. They take a
Yeah, but
chance when they
Wilder he
step in
lost
the
one
ring.
fight though. That's one fight that he
It
lost.
doesn't
One fight.
matter. He still could have gotten killed.
One
Patrick Day,
fight.
listen, Patrick Day, Maxim Dadashov, and Hugo Santoline were all younger than fucking Kell Brook, and they lost their lives. So stop this with they could have got killed.
That's one
Every time
fight.
they step in the ring, they could get killed. So stop it. Just stop it.
Yeah, but listen, at least with Wilder, yeah, he's got that punch, that one knockout punch. That you know, he can knock someone out with that
That's
one
not
punch.
the point, Pete.
That's the
His life is
expectation.
still in danger. That's not the point what Wilder can do. All of
But
their
Kell
lives
Brook,
are in danger when they step in that ring. That's the point. That's the point.
okay,
Even
listen,
Wilder says that. We risk our lives every time we step in that ring. Not when your eye socket broken. Every fucking time, fam.
listen, so now you're comparing Kell Brook and
No,
Deontay
no,
Wilder.
no, no.
That's
I
nice,
just made
man.
a point. No comparison. Wilder says every fucking time they step in that ring, they risk their lives. It's not no comparison there. That goes for every boxer, everybody that boxes. They risk their lives when they step in the ring, whether they got eye socket injuries or not. Did Maxim Dadashov have eye socket injuries? Did Patrick Day have it? Did Hugo Santoline have it? No, they didn't. But they still died. So stop this shit with risking the life, man. Stop it.
A lot of that
Oh,
stuff happens. A lot of it happens. I mean, like for example, all of us drive here, right? We all drove a car, right?
yeah.
Right.
Right.
We should all stop driving because we're risking our lives when we're on the road.
Right. Stupid shit, man. Like I said with the X Game guys flipping 50, 60 feet in the air, they should all stop competing because they could come down on their bike and end it off. Like, stop it, Pete. Just stop the
Okay,
shit.
but listen. You guys get the point what I'm trying to make here. Listen, the expectation though, like, this is a competitive sport. The expectation not there no more. Like, Kell Brook, he ain't gonna win a title at 147, and at 154, if Jamal Charlo and the top guys stay there, he ain't gonna beat them. So, he's just gonna be there just to make money. You know what
I
I mean?
think I think Jamal Charlo would destroy Kell Brook's eye and put him in nearly in blinding, bro.
How would Kell Brook do against Patrick Teixeira?
Maybe he could fight him, but he still could get his eye damaged.
He probably
I
could.
don't know.
Could he win the
Kell
fight?
Brook,
Hey,
But
let me
I
ask
don't.
you this,
Listen, you got to
Rockstar.
understand. The guy's got a wife and kids. That's why he won't be able to carry on like that.
Look,
You
Rapstar,
know,
let me ask
he
you this.
must have
Let me ask
somebody
you
who
this,
loves him.
Rapstar. Quick question, Rapstar.
Mm.
Do you think that Marvin Hagler hits harder than Charlo?
Yeah. No, I think
Okay,
yeah. I think yeah.
okay. Now look, Sugar Ray Leonard had an eye issue. Is he fucking blind? He
Yeah, but
fought Hagler, fam, and he's not blind. So of course this is a risk that they take. But you guys are acting like it's set in stone that if he fights these guys, he's gonna be blind. It's
no.
not that. It's a risk, fam. It's an associated risk.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
That's
listen,
it.
hey, let me just explain
listen. Though,
myself. Wait. Yo, you're on my show. I ain't got emotional connection to nobody. But I'm just saying this: that at the end of the day, if I can't see the best of Brook, and I've seen how he's folded, and now he's been at 154, folks, C minus fighters. If other guys are going to use him as a resume, I'm not interested in it. Personally, I don't want to see it. But if others got their own view, a fighter's got more money to make, he can go and make it. But if you got 3 kids and a lovely wife, I think why should he even risk his injuries? He's done something good. Let him go retire like the rest of them. Why should he need to be a journeyman? You know what I mean? Or why should he be this gatekeeper? Kell Brook was somebody who's got still a all right legacy. I mean, not legacy, but he's got all right career. You know, he won't destroy his tarnish his career anymore for another youngster for a little bit more money. I just think Amir Khan is in the fight game still. He don't want to retire. Amir Khan hasn't done fuck all in the fight game, but he's still not retiring. But at least Amir Khan doesn't have 2 orbital fucking eye injuries. At least that guy's been knocked out a few times, but he hasn't got life. He hasn't got those injuries. So Amir Khan probably still gonna fight. But I think Kell Brook, his best days are done, bro. I can't see it. I can't see him doing anything anymore. So I'm kind of myself. That's my own personal view. I've had loads of messages too. They don't want to see him anymore. But everybody's got a right to fight, and everybody's got a right to make a check P-boxing. So you can't even deny what D. Jefferson's saying. That every man has got a right to do what the fuck they want. So they're not going to be in it for the fans. And if he does fight P-boxing, you can't really hate him for it, but you're not going to feel sorry for him if he goes fucking even gets his eye fucked up. You know what I mean?
And Rapstar, I'm not trying to call you out, fam, but when you was on Punch Drunk Boxing, you told us all something significant. You said because you're in the gym around these boxers, because you're around these boxers, you know their lifestyle, that you hold an emotional connection. Now you just say you're not emotionally connected. Now which
No,
one
no,
is
no.
it?
You're talking like I got emotional connection to Kell Brook. You're talking
Well, he's
about
a boxer.
journeymen. You're
He's a
talking about
boxer,
journey.
man.
No, you're talking about fighters, which were my friends. That even Mark, I was surprised. Mark mentioned one of my friends' names where no boxing fan would have been able to mention it. But Mark recognized the guy because he was a journeyman, and at the end of the day, he was late in the professional game because after amateurs, they were only giving him £1,000 a fight. And in the professional, they start offering him 3,000-4,000 a fight. But he was too late in the game. He came at 32. And they start using him as a journeyman. So I've had connections with my friends who've been in the boxing game. That's a different ball game altogether, D. Jefferson. I got
Okay,
nothing to do with Kell Brook.
okay, Rapstar. Example number 2, Exhibit B, like as if we was in court. You was on BDA, and they were calling just different fighters bums.
Yeah. If you
Hold
call
on, hold
fighters
on, hold
bums
on.
and
Let me
tomato
finish,
cans,
Rapstar. Let me
I'm not
finish. Let me
interested, bro.
finish. Let me finish now.
Yeah.
Now, you was on BDA, and they was just calling different associated fighters bums. They weren't your friends, and you made the same statement. I'm getting ready to that
Of
you have
course. Of
a
course.
connect. Okay, so I'm not trying to call you out or nothing, but you have
No,
a
for
certain
sure I'm gonna
connection
stand
to
like that on my
boxing.
show. And if you
Okay,
call
so
fighters tomato cans and bums on my show, I'm not interested, bro, with
okay,
that conversation.
I feel you, Rapstar, but that is an emotional connection to these
No,
boxers.
that's
That's all I'm
respect for the
saying, bro.
game, bro. That's because I've had
All right,
people,
bro.
my friends who've been in the game, bro.
Okay,
I've
all
got
right,
other
man.
friends who are 2-time ABA champions, bro. And I used to go down there to watch them all the time. So I've got respect for the game, bro. It's different. Maybe you look at it like emotional connection. I just look at it as respect for the game differently, bro.
Okay, well, your respect for the game, I'll put it that way. Take emotional out of it. Then
Yeah, it's just respect for the game, bro.
your respect for
Listen,
the game.
everybody's different, bro.
I
Everybody has
got
a
you.
different way
I
of
got you,
thinking,
bro.
bro.
So your respect for the game will not allow you to see Brook continue? Your respect for the game, not emotion.
Hey, I'm not saying respect for the game. I'm saying Brook, from what he was and what he is today, he don't need to go in the ring anymore. Because a lot of fans are saying, like they say it, they don't want to see him go out like that, bro. He got a wife and kids. Let him chill. But look, you got your opinions. We got our opinions. Now, Brook's going to do what he's going to do. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If Brook thinks he's going to have cheeky fights and he gets blind, no fans are going to fucking help him. And his only wife is the only one who loves him. So he should just call it a day, bro. Why should he be fighting?
That's a man's decision.
Yeah.
But if you got kids, you wouldn't want to risk yourself if you got millions and millions in the bank.
That's
And
a
no
man's
fighter
decision.
normally does that. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something else. If you know most fighters who had two eye socket injuries like that, not many continue anyway. So why are we asking Brook to continue?
Okay, well, I'll put it to you like this. Anthony Joshua has millions and millions in the bank, no?
Yeah.
Right? Every time he steps in that ring, he risks his life. Correct?
Yeah, but he's got something
Hold
to
on.
offer in the game.
Look. Now it's the yeah, but. Now it's the yeah, buts. Now it's the yell buts. It cannot be a butt, man. Y'all have to be consistent. The facts are, every time these boxers step in the ring, they risk their fucking lives. And it's their choice to continue to risk their life in the next fight or to quit. But you cannot say Anthony Joshua, who's one of the highest paid boxers, that was still willing to step in the ring with fucking heavyweights, fam. He has plenty enough money. So by your ideology, he should just fucking quit right now.
No, because Anthony Joshua's got a lot to offer. Anthony Joshua's got a world title. Anthony Joshua's in his peak. And Anthony Joshua doesn't have injuries like Kell Brook. Anthony Joshua doesn't have two eye injuries. And Anthony Joshua hasn't been told by the doctor that he might get blinded.
Hold on, D, let me go.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Can I pick
you know
a different...
Anthony Joshua hasn't been told that he's going to get blinded.
Rapstar, can I pick a different example?
Yeah, bro, of course you can.
Right. Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah, he was a fool to himself at the end.
Again, see?
At the end, Roy Jones tarnished his legacy. Roy Jones fucked his whole legacy up by trying to go carry on fighting when he was going up and down in weights. And when he knew when his time had gone, when he got knocked out by Anthony Tarver twice, Glenn Johnson, and that was the time when Roy Jones was getting put to sleep. And then he even got beat by a C or D class fighter, Enzo Macareni. That was sad. What Roy Jones done there, I hope Kell Brook never does that to himself.
Can I say something?
Sad.
Yeah. Go ahead, because I want to say something after you.
When it comes to how a fighter's legacy normally gets rated, it's normally down, like, it's normally, a legacy is normally decided not 2, 3, 10 years after they've retired. It's normally where they are 40, 50 years after they're gone, right? So it's normally the historians that mention the legacy. We can say that Roy Jones tarnished his legacy. If Roy Jones had retired after the Tarver fight, all his best wins still would have been there. All his best stuff still would have been there. It didn't matter. It really didn't. Like, if he had went on and done a bit more, he would have added to it, right? And he didn't. But the legacy is still there. Because when you go around and you ask people, what's their first thoughts on Roy Jones Jr., it's not getting knocked out by Enzo Macareni. The very first thing most people say is Prime Roy. Prime Roy.
Yeah, but
and when you talk about, watch this. If I give you a fantasy fight, right? If I give you a fantasy fight, and I've got Roy Jones Jr. in that fantasy fight in his prime against someone else in their prime, 9,900,000 times out of any amount you want, Roy wins. Everyone picks Roy.
Exactly.
Everybody. If I ask anybody here, like, who'd you have? Adonis Stevenson at light heavyweight versus Roy Jones. Yeah, damn sure I'm picking Adonis Stevenson against Prime Roy.
Yeah, that's where I love to remember him. I don't like to remember
But that's
him.
where people remember him. And even though we can say some of our last memories of him are of a faded guy, he made that choice, right? He made that choice.
Yeah, he
but
made the bad choices.
But his main... When I look at Roy Jones Jr., when I look at any fighter's resume and I go through it, because I go through shit like that, I don't start saying, Well, he lost to Enzo Macronelli when he was way past it, so he was a bum. I go and say, look what he did here. Look at his win over James Toney, his win over B-Hop. You get what I mean? When I'm going through that resume like that, man, I'm like, whoa, how good were you, mate? You whitewashed James Toney? Holy shit. You made James Toney look like a domestic fighter. And James Toney's one of the best fighters any of us have seen. So how good was he?
Right. And then
Well,
so
we
I
got to
want
remember
to
Roy Jones in his prime, but we can't remember the Roy Jones which got faded out like that. It's very bad for his tarnish his legacy, you know? Like there's fighters like Bernard Hopkins, but Bernard Hopkins overall had a much better and safer career than Roy Jones. A lot of people
And
say
wait, hold
Bernard
on. That's a good example of Bernard Hopkins. Do you remember when he got? I'm sure we all saw when he got beaten black and fucking blue and beaten up and down that ring
that
against
last
Sergey.
fight.
No, against Sergey Kovalev. And people were saying, "Retire, Bernard. Please don't do it again." And he announces a fight with this big fucking hard hitting 175-pounder, and people were like, "What are you doing? Are people gonna?" Like, and he gets knocked out of the fucking ring, right? You think I don't recognize that he's also got to win over Roy Jones? But do you think I don't recognize that he's beaten the likes of Tito?
Yeah, I mean, Bernard Hopkins was one of the extraordinary species in this world. Bernard Hopkins is one of the only athletes who could have fought for the age that he fought. You know what I mean? Not many super middleweights or, you know what I mean, could have achieved what Bernard Hopkins achieved, bro. Put respect on his name, bro.
Well, I have respect on his name.
Yeah, got to put respect on Bernard Hopkins' name.
I have more respect on his name than most people. But
at the end of the day, I agree, yeah? Everybody's got their own views. But I do think majority of people in England, Mark, they're fucking not going to want to see Kell Brook fight anymore after the way that he quits, the way he's quit twice before. And, you know, it just seems like that, like you said, he's got a few good domestic fights maybe left in him. But let's be honest. What does he gain for fighting Liam Smith or somebody like that? You know what I mean? He doesn't really gain much anymore either.
You know, what if he wins? What if he wins, Rockstar? What if he wins?
He's risking himself again and again just to be in a part of a domestic level.
What if he wins, Rockstar?
Let me say something. A lot of fighters have said this throughout history. They don't want to go out on a loss.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to Ricky Hatton? Did he lose his last fight? He kept trying.
Yes, he did.
And he didn't want to go out with a loss either, did he?
No, but do people remember Ricky Hatton only off of what his losses? I remember Ricky Hatton as the dude who ended the reign of Costa Zoo.
But you ask all the Americans, they remember Ricky Hatton from getting knocked out by Mayweather.
No, they don't, fam. Because I'm an American, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Less people give credit to Ricky Hatton for what he did with Castillo and Costa Zoo. They're more interested in telling me when he got knocked out with Manny Pacquiao and when he got put to sleep.
Yeah, but do these people remember 3 years later when he came back and he got knocked out by Senchenko? No, they have no recollection. They don't even know who that is. Yeah, they'll know the Pacquiao and the Mayweather fights.
That's
Why?
The same
because
Isn't that the same Senchenko which Kell Brook knocked out after a few fights?
I'm not sure.
That's the same guy. Kell Brook knocked him out after a couple fights.
Oh yeah, that was Senchenko 154.
Yeah.
Or 147.
Yeah.
But people don't remember Hatton got knocked out by him. Will they remember Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather? Absolutely. Do you know why? How high profile are those two names? Ricky Hatton is part of the legacy of them two building their fight with each other. Right? It's not Ricky wasn't shot when he fought Floyd. He wasn't shot. He lost to one of the best fighters of the last 50, 60 years. When he lost to Manny Pacquiao, did he just lose to somebody because he was past him, or did he lose to one of the best fighters of the last 50, 60 years? When he came back and lost to Senchenko, that was bad. The other two losses, fine. But people don't remember the Sanchenko. They remember those losses. But they also remember Zhu and Castillo.
Yeah.
You know, Rapstar, the very first fight I ever attended was Ricky Hatton versus Kostya Zhu. Very first fight I ever went to live. It holds a special place in my heart, right? I'll never forget there's only one Ricky Hatton. I'll never forget the noise. I can still hear it in my ears now. I'll never forget that.
Yeah,
Never.
the fan base that Ricky Hatton had, there was very limited fighters. I remember a fighter, Nigel Benn had fans like Ricky Hatton.
Yes.
Nigel Benn had fans like Ricky Hatton. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Ricky's fan base was, when you consider Ricky was in a lower weight division, though, that's crazy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Even Joe Kawasaki didn't have no fans compared to Ricky Hatton. Joe Kawasaki never had no fans when it came to Ricky Hatton. There was like, how many fans used to travel to fucking Vegas for Ricky Hatton?
In the thousands.
In the thousands, man. That kid had so many fans all over the world. I mean, not world, but mainly in England.
Didn't Floyd once say that England sold out the fight between him and Ricky Hatton? England sold it out.
Yeah, did he not come over to England for a talk? That's where I met Floyd when he came to Peacock's gym.
Yeah, he did. He did. But like he said, Ricky Hatton's fans sold out Vegas.
Yeah, Ricky Hatton's fans did sell out Vegas.
And see, that's my thing. That's my thing with the whole Kell Brook situation. Yeah. Look at how those fans revere Ricky Hatton. He didn't leave out on the greatest note, but they still revere him. They still revere Ricky Hatton.
Yeah.
Everybody want to shit on Kell Brook because this man want to decide to continue. Man, like Mark just said, when it comes down to it, when you go down into the history book, man, these points that you guys are bringing up, those fans are not going to hold that against them. They're not going to hold. Look at Joe Louis, and although it's long ago, look at Joe Louis who came back to fight because of tax situations and everything. When people talk about Joe Louis now, they just talk about how great he was. That's what they talk about, how great he was.
Hey, look, D, I reckon you're right. I've seen a mixture of fans. I've had nearly 200 messages. Some of them are like what you said. It's up to Kell Brook. A lot of them are saying Kell Brook should retire. I'm just going with those fans. And a lot of the fans are saying, well, it's up to him if he wants to make money. So it's divided, D. You know what I mean? It's divided. It's like a lot of people are not interested in him. And some people are like, well, let him just do one or two fights if he wants. So if you think about it, they're not really bothered about him if he wants to have one or two, you know?
And neither am I. And neither am I. We can say that this is a danger for his eye. I get that. But like I said with Sugar Ray, those fights he took after the doctor told him not to fight anymore, that was a danger to his eye. But is he fucking blind? No. Did it tarnish his career? No. People think about Sugar Ray Leonard and they like, shit, he was one of the greatest ever.
Two wins over the round. He beat Tommy Hearns, beat Hagler. Like, they're not all like, oh no, look what happened at the end of his career with Camacho. No.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'll be honest. Right?
I mean, Mark, I'm going to ask you this, Mark. How true is it that somebody said that Kell Brook been told straight after the GGG fight when he went into the Errol Spence fight that he could have got blinded if he carried on taking more punishment by Errol Spence?
That's true. He could have been.
True?
Yes, he could have been. If you've got a fractured orbital bone
over here and told me that already.
If you've got a fractured orbital bone and you continue taking damage while it's fractured, right? Whilst it's fractured, you could go blind in that eye. 100%. 100%. I know a fighter who I can't remember the round, but he finished the fight and he won the fight with a fractured orbital bone, right? And he was in there with a very big puncher, pound for pound, right? And that's a new way. And he finished that fight against Nito Donaire with a fractured orbital bone.
Earlier, Mark.
And he just fought against Maloney, and he's won that, and he's fine, right? Sometimes orbital bones, it depends how much damage you take in the fight. When Kell Brook had his orbital bone fractured, he had one more round in that fight, and then he was gone, right? Against Errol Spence, it was in the 9th round. He fought 2 more rounds, and he was gone, right? He took knees. He didn't take huge damage in the 10th or 11th. He took knees off of whatever punches came in. And that was the end of the fight, really, right? From once it got fractured, it was game over. Even with Golovkin, he didn't take massive damage. The towel came in, and they got him out of there at the right time. It didn't turn into something like Emil Griffith versus Benny Kid Paret. You know, when Benny Kid Paret, like, there's a lot of rumors on what happened with him, and apparently he wasn't able to see out of his left eye, and that's why he kept taking punches, right? And then he ended up being killed. But Kell got out of there, and he was able to have 3 more fights after that. And not only was he able to have 3 more fights after that, 4 more fights, but 3 more fights, he was able to win those fights.
Win them.
Okay, so let's go with this prediction now, because we've been cooking this for a while. What do you think, D, is going to happen? Let's forget about what the subscribers have been saying, the viewers all day. Do you think Kell Brook's going to take 1 more fight? Yes or no?
I do.
Mark, do you think he's going to take 1 more fight?
I personally do. It depends on which fight is offered to him, and it depends if his relationship with Sky Sports isn't damaged.
So
I think that's a factor.
So whether people like it or not, Kell Brook probably might take 1 more fight.
From what I've been hearing, anyway, his retirement fight is going to be Liam Smith. Up at the Echo Arena in Liverpool.
I mean, so at the end of the day, really, it's just going to be something to say goodbye with, and hopefully he doesn't get injured in that fight or regrets it. He probably, and if he does, he'll just quit again. You know what I mean?
Do you remember Anthony Crawler getting laid out on the ground by Lomachenko?
Yeah, of course.
And then he retired a few months later, didn't he, by having 1 more fight on a win?
Yeah.
Like against the whatever. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if Kell Brook fights against someone we've never heard of, wins the fight, gets a few $100,000, and goes out waving goodbye. I wouldn't be surprised. Prince Nassim did it. Remember, he got beat up by Barrera, had 1 more fight.
He had a fight in Manuel Calvo, somebody like that. Manuel Calvo.
Yep. He had 1 more fight, and he retired. Most people, I know a lot of people who don't even remember that win, mate. They don't remember it. It wasn't that big of a deal. Do you know what I remember the most about Nassim? All the entrances, the craziness, the cockiness, the brashness, the power. Yeah, he lost to Barrera. I can't forget that because Barrera is one of my personal favorite fighters of all time, right? But and that's a good win for Barrera. Let's be real. And people try to downplay it, but it's a good win. The Kelly fight, you know, out in New York. All those drops, that was like that era is Baranchik versus a payday. You get what I mean? That shit was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, dude, it all gets divided right now. He's still lost a lot of he'll lose a lot of fans going into the next fight. They won't be vouching for him, thinking that he's going to lose anyway. But, you know, it's up to him. If he goes for 1 more fight domestically, I mean, people are going to say, you know what, it's up to him. But I've never seen many fighters who've carried on after having 2 eye injuries like that and losing like that again and again, like when he's tried to step up lately. So I don't know, bro. Do you think Kell Brook's the kind of guy who would want the money now?
He may do. He may do. I'm not going to sit here and make an assessment on Kell Brook's like mentality in terms of money, because he hasn't really shown us what he is about when it comes to money. He's never really displayed if he's a brash guy, if he's overspent, or if he's been saving. We don't know. Kell Brook could have all of his money still in the bank. He could have made smart investments. Kell Brook could be piss broke for all we don't
know.
We do know that he did live a bit of a lavish lifestyle to some extent, going out clubbing in Marbella and everything like that. And Rapstar, you know the club scene through the years. I know we all know the club scene. When you've got money, you don't just go in there and get like 8-9 points or whatever and hang out or whatever. You go in there and you sit down and you're at a table and you're renting tables out.
Hey, let me tell you something. Let's change. If he was desperate for money and he had the VAT people, the tax people after him, or he hasn't paid taxes for a few million, whatever. We don't know what could be the inside. I believe he can have 2 more main events. One with Amir Khan, and I believe he can still have it with Tim Tszyu. I think Tim Tszyu and him would be Australians' main event. I do believe that. I believe these are the last 2 main events Kell Brook could ever achieve.
He could make big money against Tim Shue, but I'll tell you this: him and Amir Khan, even though 4 years ago that fight could have done massive, it would still do numbers now. Nowhere near as much, but it would still do numbers. You're talking a
They'll
few
do some
hundred.
numbers.
It would do. I would say it could do 450, man, in the UK, 450, and that's good.
Hey,
And I think
the Muslims will turn out for that.
possibly, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, because they're behind Amir Khan. The Muslims are right behind him in Saudi Arabia, in Pakistan. He's got a lot of Muslim followers now, and he goes to Pakistan regular. So they want him to fight one more fight. And maybe Amir Khan fancies his chances, thinking, look, Kell Brook looked like a piece of shit in there.
Amir Khan could be thinking, I looked better against Crawford.
Because he did. He fucking did.
I don't think so. I don't think Amir Khan did look better against Crawford.
Well,
He made
in the
it
fourth
forward.
and fifth round, he got a few punches into Brook, and Brook started getting his tongue out.
How
And he
many?
started seeing
How
that
many
he was still
rounds?
in the fight.
How many rounds did Amir Khan win in that fight, Rap Star?
I think one, right?
No, he didn't win one round in that fucking fight.
If you're
I'm gonna
being,
check it.
this is
I'm
my
gonna
point
check
of
it.
view. This is my
And
point.
Kell
Of
Brook won too.
If-
So
This
how
is
did he
this
look
is my
better?
point of view. If you're being generous, Amir Khan won one round.
Right.
Right. If you're being generous, you won one round. You won the fifth. Right. If you're being very generous. If you're being like just honest, Kell Brook won the very first 2 rounds against Crawford.
Exactly.
Right at the back.
So how does
Kell
the man
Brook's a
that
good
won
boxer.
2 rounds look worse than a man that did just maybe one round? Like that's the and then talk about quitting on itself. Come on, man. Amir Khan, he used the ball punch excuse as a reason to get out of that fight. But
Yeah,
we're
he
gonna
did too.
come on,
Yeah, he
man.
did too. Yeah, he did.
And
Right.
here's one thing, right? That fight, to me, right? I know who I'd pick. Is a
Hey,
little
you
bit
know
more.
what I would call the fight before you carry on?
Go ahead.
Nah, that's disrespecting the quitter. No, I can't call him the quitter. I mean, they're both quitters. They're both coming from quitting. And it feels bad, man. They're British fighters. They're both quitting and they're both going to fight each other. Do you really think it's going to be that big?
I think it'd do well, and I would call it
The quitter.
I would call it the jaws of life versus an eye for an eye. That's what I would call it.
That's a good one, Mark. That's a good one. The jaws of life versus an eye for an eye.
And here's my thing.
Priceless.
I think both guys in different ways are quite past it, right? And if they were to fight, it would have very big intrigue because one thing Kell always had over Amir was his punch resistance, right? That's gone down now. That's gone down quite a bit. And if they were to fight, there's more intrigue now with the Amir fans that he can win this more likely now. It's more likely he can win it than it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, a lot of American fans that get behind him, but they didn't think he was going to beat Brook. They thought he was going to get knocked out, and that's why it's like, yeah, Brook's looking. That's why Amir's looking for 95%. But let's just call it for what it is. It's a fight that is past its sell-by date, but you know as well as I do, Rapstar. Rapstar, do you still live in the UK?
Yeah.
Right, so you know when you go into Poundland, yeah?
Yeah.
And you see all of those like Jaffa cakes and stuff like that, and they're gone down in price and all this shit, and you've got like offers of like you can get 8 of these together for like £1, and you get them anyway, even though they're a year gone, and you eat them. They're not the best, right? They're not the best, but they're okay. You don't feel too bad afterwards. It's just a little bit stale, right? And that's what this is. It's a bit stale, but they'll do it. Now, I'm not even trying to sell it. But imagine Eddie Hearn trying to sell this to the British fans. This is the last chance you'll ever get to see 2 great British fighters, former 140-pound champion, former 147-pound champion, both men. They've been in there with the best in the world, and then think of the names that start following once he says that. Errol Spence, Gennady Golovkin, Canelo, Marcos Maidana, all these names just falling down one after another. Terence Crawford, right? And people will be like, they have actually fought unreal fighters, and they've lost to great fighters. Great fighters. He'll be able to sell that. He's able to sell people just because they're Olympians. Never mind because they've been in there with the best of the best. They've been there, they've done it, and they're on the final stand. He'd be able to sell that easy in the UK. Easy.
Fact.
I mean, we're not saying that he couldn't probably sell it, but I'm just saying it'll be a point where we don't know how Kell Brooks even burnt his bridges with Eddie Hearn. We don't know what the fuck he's done. But what we do know, he don't even have Dominic Ingle anymore. And personally speaking, I think he's heartbroken now, knowing that he can't make it in the game where he wants to be. So we just got to see what happens, really.
We do.
But there's a couple of fights out there for him for sure. You know, Tim Tszyu wants to use his name. That would be a good one for Australia. Amir Khan still could be a fan friendly, and like you said, the Liam Smith fight could still be there. So there is a few fights. We can't say that Kell Brook can't get no fights. Of course he can. You know what I mean? But it all depends up to him because not many fighters have got two eye injuries like him and carry on continuing either for money. So it just depends on him.
D, did you see Kell Brook's timing in those first 2 rounds? How good it was, his timing.
Yeah.
He still has his timing, right? And he still got that jab and everything, right? And when we last saw Amir Khan, right, we seen the hand speed, didn't we?
That's right.
You can sell that, and I'll be honest. I'm a degenerate. I'll watch it.
I will watch it too. I said that earlier. I will watch those 2 fights because that takes the element. Like, let's be honest. A lot of the fans that don't want to see him fight again is because of the element of danger, right? Well, fighting an Amir Khan takes away that element of danger. Let's be real.
Yeah, I don't. Look, I agree with D Jefferson. I agree with you on that. If Amir Khan fights him, there's a less risk of Kell Brook's eyes being in a very bad position because he don't hit that hard.
He hits hard enough, but it's not about the hardness. I'll tell you where he could get damaged, right? He could get damaged is the hand speed and how many shots he can land on that eye. So let's say he won, like 8 of his punches could be like that, like one really tough punch from Crawford, and he can throw 8 punches as fast as Crawford can throw like 1. His hand speed's ridiculous, man.
And he's not pillow fisted. He doesn't have great power, but he's damn sure not pillow fisted, Con. So
Marcos Maidana actually said he was surprised by how hard he hits.
Right. So he's no pillow fisted guy, man. Again, like dog, I don't wish disdain or bad situation for any of these boxers. I always say I want to see all of them go back to their family safely, but I just don't get tied up in what could happen because the reality of it is Kell Brook could fight 4 more fights and nothing happens to his eyes. We don't know this. That's just a speculation. Oh, his eye could be knocked out. But again, Sugar Ray Leonard's eye was worse off, fam. It was worse off. Was it
worse off? I don't know about Sugar. I'm going to read into it.
Oh, yeah, it was worse off.
It was pretty bad.
What was the injury of Sugar Ray Leonard's? What was the bone?
It wasn't a bone.
It was the eye itself.
It was a vessel.
Okay.
It was a vessel on the retina.
What, they told him that he could go blind if he went into the haggis?
Yeah.
They told him specifically not to fight anymore, fam. Rap star. They told him don't fight anymore. But the dude's not blind. So I'm saying we could keep putting all of this ill will in the situation. He could go blind, he could lose his eyesight and all of this, but it's a good chance that he doesn't. None of that happens to him.
Hey, listen, do you know what's funny? D. Hodges is laughing. He's saying, now you guys are cooking up Khan and Brook. He's laughing his head off. He just sent a message.
Now look at that guy's comment, man. That's actually what I said. When I hear myself sometimes, I don't think, but that's literally what I said. Oh, fucking hell, that sounds so bad, man. Khan and Brook from the Pound Saver menu. That's so bad. Shit. But that is what it is. And let's be real, Rapstar, you know when you're going through the city, yeah? And you fancy a bite, but you've only got a couple of quid on you when you're on your way home or whatever, and you don't want to like run, like you fancy something to eat, you're starving.
Chip roll.
Maybe, but like sometimes I just go into McDonald's and I get myself a bacon double cheese and 6 nuggets for £2, mate.
Yeah.
Well, don't do that too often, Mark. That shit is poison.
No, I know it's poison, but sometimes, mate, when you've only got £2 on you, you can't really get at else. You get what I mean?
Yeah. For sure.
Hey, anyway, let's get to these messages, man. I've got to get to some of them, you know what I mean? Give me a sec. Hey, Bruce goes, salute to Rapstar. Salute, Bruce. How's it going, Bruce? Salute to D. Hodges. What's going on, D? You went out the fucking chat, didn't you? Mark basically saying that Khan versus Brook is like the pound saver menu.
And sometimes we love that dollar saver, that pound saver, that euro saver, man. You don't we? Let's be real. Sometimes, like, you know, when you go to the cinema, right, and they're charging you $15 for popcorn and a Coke, or £15 for a Coke, and you're in there with your Tesco bag or your Walmart bag, and you've got your M&Ms in there, you've got your little Jaffa cakes in there, you've got your crisps, you got your popcorn, you've got 4 bottles of Coke, right? And you sneak that in either inside your missus' handbag or underneath your hoodie or whatever, and you start nipping at that instead, don't you? And that's only cost you £6.
Okay, so somebody's
Oh,
replying
y'all
to
do
one
that
of
over
your...
there too, Mark?
100%,
so
we do that over there.
Somebody said that Sugar Ray Leonard had a detached retina.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the vessel.
And you see what happened with Abner Morris? He quit, right? With a detached retina. Sugar Ray kept fighting. But is he blind?
Hey, Smoke's in the building. Smoke. Our homeboy Smoke's in the building.
What's up, Smoke?
Julian Jackson. Look what he says about Julian Jackson. Went into the fight with a one eye.
Here's one for you.
With produced one of
Even
the most of the best. Oh, okay. Julian Jackson went into a fight with one eye and produced one of the most brutal knockouts. And I know what he's talking about. That was Harold Graham.
Yes.
He
And
knocked
here's
Harold
another
Graham out. And Harold Graham was never the same fighter ever again after that. Smoke.
No. And here's another one. We want to talk about eyes, right? And this is actually this is reported. There is no footage of this fighter, right? Unfortunately, because he's an olden day fighter. But Harry Greb fought over 90 fights with one eye. He was blind in one eye, bro. And he beat 6 Hall of Famers in that round.
Hey, didn't Michael Bisping had one eye for in his MMA fights?
Yeah.
In some of his fights, yeah. From what I heard.
I don't watch MMA much, but I watched a little documentary and it showed me he had one eye in many of those fights.
Hey, Rapstar, is he blind?
In one eye, he is.
No, Michael Bisping is not blind in one eye. He can see all of it.
He said he had to have some operation at the time he went blind. He said he went blind for a long time.
Yeah, but is he blind now?
I don't know, Mark. Is he?
No, he's not. Is what I'm telling you. He's not.
Actually, on this one, refer to D. When it comes to MMA, refer to D. He really watches a lot of MMA.
Okay, D. I got to check on Google to check if he's still blind in that one eye.
All right. Well, I'm just telling. And then Abner Morris is another one. Is he blind?
No.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. The only thing I keep bringing this up, Sugar Ray, Abner Morris, Michael Bisping, is because we can sit up here and say he could be blinded, but we can also say he could fight and nothing will happen. We can say that too.
Hey, I mean, at the end of the day, I just don't know many fighters who keep fighting with that kind of injuries. I was surprised that the injury didn't bother him into the Terence Crawford fight. I was surprised that he wasn't even bothered about it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, he didn't even make a complaint about the injuries after the fight, did he? Did Kell Brook make any complaints about his injuries? About his eye injuries?
No, only the fans did.
Yeah, so it's really Kell Brook's not saying nothing, is he? So can I be honest with you? I mean, I don't know if people are feeling sorry for him because a lot of messages are saying to me, you know, they would rather not see him fight. But maybe boxing's a boxing sport. If a man don't feel sorry for himself, I don't think the fans should.
I mean,
which is why I said it's the fighter's choice. How many times did I yell at this out? It's his choice, not ours.
Like, there's fighters that I've seen, right, who probably shouldn't even be boxing because they're just not even good enough, right? And that's not even me being bad. I'm talking really, really poor fighters, and they shouldn't be fighting in the pro game, but they do, and they help bring people through. And like, I don't want to disrespect anybody specifically, but like, Rapstar, you've seen guys who you would say probably shouldn't be in there. They've never won a fight or whatever, but they're part of the journey. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your friend's a good example. He was an okay boxer, but like his record proves he probably shouldn't have been, you know, Monteith. But
He's still there. He helped bring good talent through, like Buglioni, and he helped bring through guys like John Ryder, and he gave them some vicious moments in there, especially the Ryder fight.
I'm
That was
glad. I'm glad. I'm really glad you remember that, because I'm gonna put the Ryder and his fight to show the viewers one day that he was actually winning that fight.
he was up. Yep, I remember. I remember it, man.
And then there was a headbutt, and then they
Yes.
disqualified it.
Yeah. It was a
Because
bad headbutt, though. It was a bad headbutt. We got to be honest.
you went and watched it recently, didn't you?
No, man, no. I watch all these guys coming through.
Yeah.
I watch them all
Hey,
coming
D
through.
Jefferson, one of my homeboys fought John Ryder.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
He was
And,
one of Ryder's first opponents. His name, I can never. What's his first name against?
Sabi.
Sabi, yeah. Monteith.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm open to say it. He's my homeboy. He wouldn't mind.
Journeyman. He's a journeyman. I think he finished his career like with 0 wins, 8 losses, 9 losses, something like that.
Yeah. But he was
he
about.
did-
If you ever checked his amateur record out, he was very well known in the amateur ranks. Trust me.
He was, and not the BoxRec amateur record, by the way, that people just don't understand. Like BoxRec doesn't really show like people's real amateur resumes. They'll only have a few or whatever. He had quite a good few wins. He did he go to the ABAs?
Listen, bro. You know what? He's my subscriber too. So yeah, he did. He went to the ABAs.
Yeah, he was at the ABAs. That's a solid level up British, man. He was a good fighter. You don't just get into the ABAs. You don't just get in there. But in the pros, it didn't quite pan out for him.
Hey, let me just tell you a quick story now that you've said it, and this is a true story.
Mhm.
And when we were there, and the whole stadium went against us when Sabi did that to John Ryder. They wanted to. They were going mad in the place. They wanted to kill us. I'm not gonna lie. I'll be honest today. Their whole place in there were going mad because Sabi really took his eye out nearly, didn't he?
Yeah, that was all.
I mean, he nearly injured D. Jefferson. My homeboy nearly injured a prospect who was coming up, who got to have a good fight with Callum. But my homeboy, you're talking how many years ago, Mark? 7, 8? 8,
Yeah.
9
What, when he
years ago?
fought against John Ryder?
Yeah.
That would have been in 2010, mate. That's a decade ago.
10 years ago. So 10 years ago, D. Jefferson, my homeboy, which was just going in for fights for a little bit, a few thousand at a time, nearly took out his eye, bro.
Yeah. Let me run some names down. Mark probably knows everyone. He probably knows the box that I do know. But just off the top of the head, man, I want to tell you guys something. Tony Thompson, I'm pretty sure y'all know who Tony
Of course we know who he is.
I know, but just hear me out. Tony Thompson, Bert Cooper, let me think, Ernie Shavers, right?
Yeah.
Monte Barrett, right? Look, these guys were gatekeepers. And the reason I brought their names up because of the significant fight that they were in. Like, these guys were gatekeepers, but somewhat celebrated gatekeepers because people remember them. You know what I mean? They remember these guys. And so you cannot remove gatekeepers or journeymens out of boxing because you say,
no,
hold on, just hear me out. We can't just remove these guys. Oh, they over there, get them out of there. Because like Mark said earlier, it could be a passing of the torch thing, or it could be a thing where this is a prospect. So he's not in the greatest danger. This kid still has more to learn, but let's see if this kid can get by him. You know what I mean? So again, man, that's why I say it's up to these boxers if they want to continue to fight. Let them fight. We can't, at the level of danger, whatever injury they could be an eye injury or a shoulder injury, or they'll never be able to use their arm again. Whatever, is their element of risk that they're taking. But the facts are that they risk themselves every time they step in the ring anyway. But we gotta have gatekeepers. We gotta have journeymen. That's a process builder. These guys are they're in boxing, they're process builders for these up and coming fighters. We got to take our emotions out of it and what we feel about the boxers, the level, what we feel is the level of danger. It's danger just competing in this sport.
I mean, I class Adrian Broner as a gatekeeper now.
Yo,
Yeah.
he's on that list too. I can give you more names.
No,
There's
but if you
loads.
want to talk about gatekeepers, then we can talk about gatekeepers. But they're also the big fighters out there with the limelight. Some of them are the fighters who are, ex-world champions. But
Y'all remember Jamil McCline?
no,
I
I know
do.
y'all remember
I
him.
don't.
I remember Jamil McCline 100%.
Yeah, I know you do, Mark. Gatekeeper. Boy, what the fuck?
There's a
He
lot
was-
of look, man. Do you know who right? Do you know who's a gatekeeper? And people will hate me saying this. Honest to God, he's a bit of a gatekeeper because if you put him in with the right talent, he'll become a gatekeeper. Pulev.
Indeed.
But they call him a contender. A lot of gatekeepers used to be contenders, right? A lot of guys who go on to be gatekeepers used to be contenders or
What
world
about
champions.
Povetkin?
I wouldn't say he's a gatekeeper, bro. He's coming off of a knockout win over a top 3 rated heavyweight, top 4 rated heavyweight.
Before his knockout win.
Well, he had maybe I don't know, man. He had
Not to me, bro.
I
He
don't
was
know.
one of the top guys. So if you one of the top guys in the division, I ain't looking at you as no fucking gatekeeper because I said he was one of the top guys before he fought Dillian
What
White.
about Manuel Char? Has he got one of these interim belts? Manuel Char.
Well, he's actually the WBA regular champion, right? And I wouldn't even call him a gatekeeper. I think, like, if you put him in with a real gatekeeper, he'll lose. Like, if you put Manuel Char in there with Chisora, Derek Chisora is going to knock his ass out, bro.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Like, a gatekeeper is like a Johan Duapa, right? A Robert Hellenius, a Derek. These are gatekeepers.
Hey, what about
Travis
Yeah, so
Hoffman and
are you
shit.
saying gatekeepers also have like a recognition of what level gatekeepers they are? Like Nanito Donaire, is he becoming a gatekeeper now? Nanito Donaire.
No.
No. Let me say this right now. Nanito Donaire is still a contender. Nanito Donaire is the #1 contender for the WBC right now. He was meant to be fighting in a world title fight, right? He has a loss, right? He lost at bantamweight for the first time in his career. He'd never lost at bantamweight. Up at featherweight, it was a step too far from him as he got old. But don't forget, he did get the wins against Pacheco. But being in there with the Framptons and everything, he was just a bit too old, man. Like to be at that weight, because that's not a weight that's better for him. Like a prime weight for him is bantam. And even now, he's able to make it quite comfortably. And people were saying, "Oh, look, Nanito won't be able to." He's coming off of a fight he's coming off of Ring Magazine's Fight of the Year, where he fractured a pound-for-pound caliber fucking talent's fucking face.
Yeah, he ain't no gatekeeper.
That ain't a gatekeeper. That's
So you got to
trouble.
explain to the fans, because a lot of casual fans are coming on right now. I've just had some of my subscribers, explain to them what you suggest is a gatekeeper, because we've got a lot of gatekeepers that I've mentioned to you. But there's gatekeepers and there's contenders. A contender is a guy who still has a chance to be in #1 position to win a world title, correct?
Yes.
So he still has every opportunity to win that world title. But a gatekeeper is somebody who's tried 2-3 times, but failed, but he's still there in the rankings.
I'll give you an example. Of
but is that fair assessment?
That's very fair, but I'll give you
Because
a great example.
I want to simplify it for some of my subscribers.
Yeah,
You know?
I'll ask everybody to just go look up Bert Cooper versus Ray Mercer. That fight was between a gatekeeper and a contender.
Yep. And a hell of a fucking fight.
Beautiful. Just a slugfest. I think even on YouTube, if you type in Ray Mercer versus Bert Cooper, what comes up is it actually says Ray Mercer versus Bert Cooper. Slugfest is the name of the fucking video. They actually call it Slugfest.
And it was a hell of a fight. One of the most exciting fights I've seen at the heavyweight division. I mean, those guys were throwing fucking blows, big blows.
Like Bert Cooper was a gatekeeper, a full-on. He was the epitome of what a gatekeeper is, right?
Yeah.
If you go and you look at Bert Cooper, you'll see him giving even the best fighters trouble. Like, for example, we saw Derek Chisora hurt Usyk at times, but Usyk won the fight, right? But we saw Chisora do that, and Usyk's an undisputed champion. We saw Bert Cooper nearly have Evander Holyfield out of there. He wasn't no contender. He had him out on his feet at one stage in that fight. That's as close to being knocked out on your feet as you can possibly get. I think Evander was asleep for half a second.
Hey, we got some messages. Smoke says That Japanese one guy, he lost his eye in pride fighting. I don't know who that is, Smoke.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe D. Jefferson knows who it is.
Fuck no. If Mark don't know, I damn sure don't know.
No, that's MMA though. He said pride fight tournament.
Oh, he said pride? Oh no,
Yeah.
no, I don't know.
The Japanese guy who lost his eye. Smoke, tell us what his name is, bro. We don't know who he is. You're going on like we know who he
Don't
is.
know his name. That's why he said the Japanese guy.
Hey, what does this one say about Amir Khan? Can someone read it? Because I got too many messages coming through.
Amir Khan realized he was in too deep and called for his rubber ring. They could fight for the Cowards Cup. Oh, Jesus. That's harsh.
Okay. They could fight for the Cowards Cup. The Cowards Cup.
Oh, I know who Smoke talking about. I do know who Smoke talking about. He's talking about Yuki Nakai.
Well, he lost his eye.
Yeah. Ask Smoke if that's what he's talking about. I actually do remember that.
Hey, what is Smoke saying right here, D. Jefferson? McLean versus Peter was a good what?
Oh,
Jermaine McCline versus Sam Peters was a good scrap. Great fight.
Yeah.
Great fight.
Yeah, he's talking about. I know what fight he's talking about. I do remember that fight. I wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, that was gruesome too. I actually watched that fight.
Hey, can somebody? I never saw the Tommy Fury fight. Did you watch it, Mark?
I did actually. If you want, I could send you footage. I recorded it and uploaded it for people with some music on it. So
yeah,
people...
but look, this guy's saying, what's he saying about the Tommy Fury fight?
Should that guy Tommy Fury KO'd him Friday be in the ring? The guy was 0-12 and got absolutely flattened. In my personal opinion, yes, he should be in the ring. I'll tell you what. I think journeymen are very important because if we don't have journeymen, we'll never have. We'll have some contenders, but half of it. Could you imagine on debut? Luke Campbell is debuting against a debuting like Daniel Yeliusinov or some shit. That doesn't happen. That's just weird.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying, man. We gotta have these gatekeepers and journeymen. I mean, just because it's your favorite fighter or a fighter you revere and love, that doesn't mean, man, because you don't see fit to continue fighting. Like
they have a purpose.
I mean, not everybody is like Lomachenko, who's gonna fight elite fighters or great contenders and great mandatories, or as soon as they start professional boxing. That's not, you know what I mean? That's not how it always goes. That's just Lomachenko.
There's not many people who do that or even get the opportunity to do that. But what I will say, right, is quite simple. A lot of these fighters need rounds to get themselves ready for the elites, right? Could you imagine like Daniel Dubois only going 2-3 rounds every fight? Then he's in a 12-rounder with someone like Oscar Rivas who can take his power and he's never gone the distance, so his stamina starts to wane and he gets taken out.
Yeah.
He needed that fight with Kevin Johnson. He needed it.
Right.
He needed Kevin Johnson to bring him round.
People just, a lot of UK fans just don't want Brook to be that guy. They don't want Brook to be that gatekeeper, that journeyman. And I get it. I understand it because they love him. But these guys are needed in this sport, bro. Because Brook is, like I said, too, Brook is a good fighter. The success that he was having with Terrence Crawford in the first 2 rounds, he can have that kind of success at 154 against other fighters. He can have that same type of success. And those fighters at 154 ain't going to be no fucking pound-for-pound guy like Terrence Crawford. But he'll be healthier. He won't be drained down. So I don't see what the big fucking problem is with Brook taking a fight or 2 more at 154. Why is it fucking a crime?
Hey, if somebody wants any 80s history of Gatekeeper, Bruce Goes has just got a message there for. I'm sure one of you might want to note it down. Mark likes talking about any kind of fighter. There was a gatekeeper in the 80s named Scott Ledoux. Yeah, who fought every contender in 77 to 85. Page, Bowe, Cortez, Bruno, Weaver, Northern. Never won a title, but fought dozens of future champions.
Yes, Scott Ledoux was very pivotal in a lot of careers. Very, 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 very pivotal. Very important. Gave guys some issues. Essentially helped them become better fighters.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying earlier when I gave off that list of gatekeepers' names. Like these guys were in pivotal fights that made the guys they fought. It gave them a name. It gave them recognition, right? So we remove all the gatekeepers because we love them. Then what does that put us in boxing?
Yeah, I mean, would you put fighters like Robert Easter Jr. in gatekeeper now?
Well, he's too young to me to be a gatekeeper, but the motherfucker damn sure ain't improving sitting around not fighting nobody.
Oh shit! Because so many fighters are not doing anything anymore, D.
Yeah.
So do they become a gatekeeper because they stay dormant? Like Jesse Vargas after Mikey Garcia's loss, he's definitely a gatekeeper now.
He could be considered a gatekeeper for sure. Do you know who do you know who's on that fine line between being a legit contender and being a gatekeeper? Victor Postal. Victor Postal. I could see Victor Postal beating you if you're not a world champion, he'll beat you, right? If you're not like a legit world champion caliber fighter, he'll beat you. He'll find you out. But you need to be good to beat that dude. Yeah. He'll find you out. He will find you out. Like, for example, at 140, we have a good prospect coming through, Shakram Giyasov, right? Victor Postal would tell me everything about Giyasov. Everything.
I'll give you another one, Mark. And this is my guy. And I'm not even capping here. Teofimo Lopez goes up to 140. Victor Postal can tell us if he should be there or not.
He could.
Really. He could tell us if he should be there or not.
That's a good name. Because Victor Postal, he's a guy who, if you don't belong there, you definitely need to go through him. And if you dominate him, we definitely know where you stand, right?
Yes.
Right.
Because look what Victor Postal is. He the one who destroyed Lucas Matisse's career?
Yes.
Is he the one who ended him?
He essentially ended him. But like, if you look at Postal, his last fight, he gave unified world champion Jose Ramirez hell. He gave him hell. He gave him hell. I mean, if you put him in there, let's say Jack Catterall, he's the #1 contender. Could Catterall beat him? Could he beat that dude? Because if you can't beat him, you sure as hell ain't beating Ramirez or Taylor.
Right. And it's a good chance that he can't beat Victor Postal.
But Victor Postal is on that fine line. He's on that fine line between still being a contender, good enough to possibly win a world title, and he'll find you out. Imagine a fight between him and Zepeda. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it, Dave? That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Zepeda, a legit contender.
Yeah. That I'm interested in that fight myself.
I would pick Zepeda, but Postal could beat him because I think he's a better boxer than Zepeda.
Hey, somebody said that if Brook continues to fight, he'll end up like Margarita and forced to quit.
Well, if Brook continues to fight and he gets forced to quit, that's Brook's prerogative.
I mean, Margarita never listened until he got forced, didn't it?
A lot of fighters didn't quit until they were forced. Oh, just Margarita, shit. There's a lot of fighters. Riddick Bowe was forced to quit. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This is just the element of boxing, man. We can't tell fighters when to quit or when not to quit. It's up to them.
Hey, Bruce says something really good over here, D. Jefferson. Sorry to stop you. A win can turn a gatekeeper into a contender overnight.
That's true. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a very good example.
Yes, Bruce.
I'll give you a very good example of this. If Derek Chisora had beat Alexander Usyk, he would have been the mandatory.
Facts, Mark. Facts.
Yeah. But give us a gatekeeper. Give us a gatekeeper who has done it. Give us a gatekeeper who has changed it, who did win.
Ray Mercer.
Okay.
Ray Mercer wasn't a gatekeeper.
I say he was.
No, he was a contender.
Hey, what's the first guy who beat Tyson? Was he a gatekeeper?
Buster Douglas?
Was he a gatekeeper?
He was in that. Yeah, you could say Douglas.
So I could say he turned it all around overnight.
He did.
He was a gatekeeper.
Yes and no, yes and no, because
Hey,
let me say this real quick, Rapstar. I can say yes and no. He turned it around because me and my uncles and a lot of other people, after he beat Tyson, we pretty much said that Douglas ain't gonna be shit. Tyson was just out of it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, it did turn him around because he beat Mike Tyson, but I don't know if too many people that were boxing fans like us really thought that Buster was going to be the next big thing. We thought he was an accident waiting to happen. It was a fucking fluke. He beat Mike Tyson, and then with that first count, when Mike Tyson knocked him down, a lot of us felt like Buster Douglas shouldn't even have still been in there. So
That's
I mean, it
true.
did turn him around because he beat Tyson, but nobody really had expectations
Like
for Buster Douglas.
to be fair, you could say Douglas was a gatekeeper at the time, but you could say he was a legit contender because don't forget, going into that Tyson fight, yeah, he had the loss to Tony Tucker, but he had beaten Greg Page, Trevor Berbick, and Oliver McCall.
Right, yeah, true that. I'm just saying it wasn't really high expectations for him after he beat Tyson. I think people look more at that fight as the lack of what Tyson was doing and his conditioning and stuff more than the fact
He
that
got knocked the fuck out in his next fight against Holyfield, man.
right. So I mean, it is what it is. Mike Tyson that was disciplined would have murdered fucking Buster Douglas. He would have beat the living hell out of him in that ring.
Do you know who was a good gatekeeper?
Yeah, give us a couple of examples.
Lou Savarese was a good gatekeeper. Very good.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, you said about 3 names I actually knew. I'm feeling on fire today.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to go too obscure with it, man. I'm not going into like really obscure stuff, But like,
hey, was Mickey Ward a gatekeeper when he beat? Did he beat Gay?
No, bro.
Mickey Ward a contender or gatekeeper?
I don't think Mickey Ward was a fucking gatekeeper all the way out of his fucking career. That dude was one of the most fucking tenacious savages I've ever seen in this sport. I could not even bring it to my tongue to call Mickey Ward a gatekeeper. I just couldn't, fam.
I know D can't do it. For me, Mickey Ward was a very good fighter, right? Solid guy. He would give you issues, but at the end of the day, yes, he was a gatekeeper.
That's like poison. That's like chalk nails on the chalkboard. I mean, Mark makes a point. Mark always make good points, but that's just like scratching the.
I know you don't like. I know you don't like hearing it. But this is a man who never fought for a world title, and he was a gatekeeper. It was like if you could beat Mickey Ward, you could go on to world level. If you couldn't beat Mickey Ward, like you're not cut out, mate.
Is he in the hall?
Ward, I think so.
Right. And
I know Gary is. Actually, I don't think.
So basically, I think all my subscribers understand now. Fighters, even like Luis Collazo, maybe Josito Lopez, maybe these are all gatekeepers.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of a gatekeeper.
You know, if we want to really go for, because they're our current gatekeepers, you know what I mean? So yeah, man, gatekeeper is someone that we don't think can win a world title anymore. But if you beat them convincingly, then you got a chance to win a world title. You know what I mean? So again, we've mentioned many fighters for you guys to go check it out, and you can see what's a gatekeeper. Don't expect knockouts. You might expect to see them actually getting knocked out or stuff.
What if I come out with a video like that, Mark? How much hate do you think I'll get?
You gotta put that video.
Look, look, check it out. Keith Thurman, 2021's gatekeeper.
Oh shit. No,
well, I'll be honest with you, D. You'll immediately get hate from me. Do you know why?
I know.
No, I'll tell you the reason. The man's got a fucking fight to be a damn gatekeeper, bro.
Right.
Hey, D,
you gotta be fighting.
Adrian Broner in there too. Adrian Broner should be in there too.
Yeah, well Adrian Broner, you can actually give a legit example that he's definitely a gatekeeper because his next fight was supposed to be Regis Prograis, and everyone's looking at Regis beating the crap out of him. And you get what I mean?
Yeah,
he's just money. He's just a money day for him.
Yeah, so Adrian Broner's a gatekeeper as well. You might see him flashing his Ferraris and whatever he's got with his, bling bling, but he's definitely a gatekeeper.
Yeah. I
I
don't think
mean,
Adrian Broner gets a lot of respect anyway for the way he led his career. So, but
yeah, man.
Keith Thurman, there's a lot of people that actually still stick up for him, and I'm just trolling, really saying Keith Thurman 2021 gatekeeper. I wouldn't do that, but
Okay,
you know,
so let's go to this. Amir Khan, is he a gatekeeper?
he's less than a gatekeeper,
Okay,
man.
he's less than a gatekeeper.
No,
Kell Brook, Kell Brook
look,
now is a gatekeeper,
look. They
right?
can beat guys. They can
No,
beat
but I'm trying
guys,
to
right?
get to somewhere, Mark. I'm just trying to get to something here because I'm getting messages about Bud Crawford every day since I started my channel. Okay, I'm just letting them know if this is what gatekeepers are, and we've explained it. Who has Bud Crawford fought at 147 then, apart from Jeff Horn?
Kavaliauskas was a contender.
Who's his best win? Benavides.
Kavaliauskas.
Is it
Kavaliauskas.
Benavides?
No, Egidius
Kavaliauskas.
Kavaliauskas.
But then, like Egas, right? Egas, I'm
Is
just
he a gatekeeper?
no. He's a contender, but like his resume ain't amazing either. Like he's got that draw with Ray Robinson, a win over Abreu. His best win for sure is the David Avanesian win, and David Avanesian would be a good example of a gatekeeper.
I just feel like while Crawford and depending on how Spence looks in this fight, I
Hey,
just
that's
feel
a
like
very good one, D.
while
Jefferson.
Crawford and Spence is while they're still in play at 147, there are a lot of guys that are good, but they're not going to get titles because they're not going to beat Crawford and Spence.
Hey, did Tevin Farmer, was he a gatekeeper before he changed his life around? Like he won a world title?
I think he was a gatekeeper with a title.
Yeah.
Who beat Farmer again? What's his name?
Jojo Diaz.
Is he a gatekeeper before he won that
No.
title?
No, he's an up and coming fighter.
Okay.
No, Jojo Diaz was a full-on contender. Like he'd only lost one fight, and it was to Gary Russell Jr. He's a world champion now after the Farmer fight, but like he beat a lot of gatekeepers: Freddie Fonseca, Charles Huerta, Jesus Rojas. He beat a lot of those guys. Victor Terrajes, Rafael Rivera. He'd beaten all those dudes. They're all gatekeepers, right? Jojo ain't a gatekeeper. He's a world champion. He's like a top 3-4 in that division, right? Whereas if you look at Tevin Farmer, there's a good few guys who can beat Tevin. Like if you look at Tevin's wins and stuff at world title level, like mate, it doesn't exactly go crazy. Billy Dibb, James Tennyson, who has power, but he's more of a world level gatekeeper. Fonseca, once again, a gatekeeper. John O'Carroll. You can't really call John, and he's Irish, mate. You can't really call him a legit contender. You can't call.
So do fighters get a lot of applause and credit by fans by beating gatekeepers? I know the answer for that, but let's go to you, Mark.
Depends on the gatekeeper. A lot of people built it. And it depends on the fighter too. For example, a lot of people are saying that Alexander Usyk is not cut out to be a heavyweight after beating Derek Chisora. But a lot of these same people were saying that Dillian Whyte is one of the best in the division because he got a close decision win over him.
Yeah, but also it's how you beat the gatekeeper sometimes.
Yeah, I know, but I think Usyk in his fight with Chisora, I think he did better against Chisora than Whyte did in his first fight with Chisora.
Yeah, but sometimes your performance can go against you. Like Devin Haney, he's fighting a Gamboa who's less than a gatekeeper, right? And he couldn't put a greater performance than just going the 12 rounds. And this is way less than a gatekeeper. We're going about Gamboa, who's not even a gatekeeper anymore, bro.
No, I know. I'm just using the example of Usyk.
So if you don't perform well against an opponent like that, sometimes a gatekeeper less than that, it can go against you sometimes, bro.
Well, that's why they're a gatekeeper. That's why they're a gatekeeper.
But that's why I'm using this as an example. When Usyk fought against Chisora, he won more rounds against Chisora than Whyte did in the first fight. Usyk definitely won, right? He definitely won. But Dillian Whyte arguably lost. But a lot of people gave Dillian way more credit for that than they give Usyk.
Yeah, but I'm getting ready to do a video about this, and I'm not even trolling. Not a live, a video.
What do you mean?
I'm getting ready to tell you. I don't believe he's suited to beat the big guys in the heavyweight division. And it's based on what I seen in that Chisora fight. Now, I get your sentiment, Mark, what you're saying, but I don't think he takes the top guys. I really don't.
No, I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying Dillian got more credit for a worse performance. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he did. He did.
But what you're saying then, a man who was a unified champion at cruiserweight can end up becoming a gatekeeper in the next weight heavyweight.
No, I'm not saying Usyk's a gatekeeper.
No,
I think he's a contender. He's a
Are
contender.
you sure? Okay.
Yeah, 100% he's a contender.
D, what do you think? Do you think he's a contender or a gatekeeper?
I don't think he's a gatekeeper, but I think he's a contender. See, it's sort of like this, bro. I think he's a contender, but I don't think it's like a few guys I don't think he beat, right? But he could. So like, let me use Anthony Joshua. I don't think Usyk beats Anthony Joshua, but he could, right? So that small chance that he could, I can't really call him a gatekeeper. I would have to call him a contender. I think there's a small chance that he could beat him, but I will put my money on Joshua all day, right? So I can't call him a gatekeeper. If I look at a guy who can compete and beat some guys up at heavyweight, but he's not, I don't give him no shot to beat a Fury or Joshua, then I would say he's a gatekeeper. And I really can't say that about Usyk.
Yeah. Hey, everyone needs to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel. We've been letting you know what gatekeepers are about, what contenders are about. We're giving you the sport how we see it. You know what I mean? We're joined here with our American brother, DJ Jefferson. You know what I mean? So we're cooking it up here. But look, I think D, right, to be really honest, I think personally speaking, Kell Brook was a gatekeeper anyway at the end of his welterweight. That's why Terence Crawford won him as the gatekeeper. But I think it proved nothing much.
Oh, I thought that was me. I thought my phone was acting janky.
Yeah, I thought that was me too, man. I'm like, I even put in the private chat as Rapstar breaking up. I didn't understand the damn word he was saying.
Yeah, I didn't say anything because I thought it was my phone starting to overheat because I've been on here with him for a minute. But no, that was Rapstar. But hey, guys, Rapstar will be back in a minute. Oh, there he is.
Hey, could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were turning into Mr. Roboto, you know?
Is that what happens sometimes on the
Yeah,
stream?
you were like, and then you were beatboxing, bro. You were dropping heavy beats up there.
So is that what happens sometimes on the stream? Yeah, it can go.
Yeah, man. Yep. Especially if you're on a phone. If you're on a phone, that happens often.
Yeah. So yeah, basically we cooked it up about the gatekeepers. We let them know what contenders are. We let them know what we feel about where the gatekeepers are today. But do you reckon who's the best gatekeeper? If I asked you for the top 3 gatekeepers today, give me the top 3 gatekeepers right now where people can
I have no idea. Let Mark handle this one.
You know that was a tough question all of a sudden, huh?
Yep.
Hey, I already got one. But Mark, give me top 3 gatekeepers who got chance of winning world titles, maybe. A chance,
Okay.
a little chance.
You want me to give you top 3 gatekeepers who have a chance?
Yeah, because our viewers can at least watch them, innit? And then start seeing what the gatekeepers are.
Okay. That's going to piss some people off. Jean Pascal. I know he's got the regular title, but he's a gatekeeper now. He can't beat Bivol or Beterbiev. He could beat a Joe Smith if Joe Smith got that WBO title, though. But that'd be close. Right, so Jean Pascal is one. I've got one at 160. 160. I think a very good gatekeeper. Very good gatekeeper. I don't want to say that. I'll leave that alone. That'll cause too much
Was you
trouble.
going to say GGG?
No, I was going to say Demetrius Andrade.
Oh, shit. He's got a world title, Mark. Fuck, you're gonna get a lot
I
of
know he's
haters.
got a
You're gonna
world
get a lot
title,
of
but
haters,
he's
bro.
got a world title, and pull him in there with a world champion and see what
I
happens.
know you might get haters for that, but okay.
But I'm not gonna use him. I'll give you a dude who will give people nightmares at 160, yeah. But he might not. He could win a world title, but might not be able to. Liam Williams.
Okay.
I know
Liam
people are
Williams
looking
is a
at.
gatekeeper, right? For sure.
A lot of people look at him as a contender, but I think like if you put him in there with Golovkin, you put him in there with Charlo, whatever. I don't think he has a chance at winning. The question on Andrade is his chin and stuff like that, and that makes him more beatable. But I don't look at Andrade as a special champion, right? But like if you put like Munguia, we'll find out if Munguia is good enough at 160 by fighting Liam Williams. Is that fair enough, Dave?
Yeah, that's totally fair. What about Sergey Derevyanchenko?
Well, you could put him as a gatekeeper too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he's a
he must be.
gatekeeper now.
But he got.
I'll set right. I'll use the Revianchenko, right? On my last one, and I think he is a gatekeeper now. This is my own opinion. I've got two.
Don't say Deontay Wilder.
No, I'm not gonna. What did you say, Deontay Wilder? Sergey Kovalev.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with that.
And another one. Come at me, Punch Drunk. Danny Swift Garcia is a gatekeeper now.
Yep.
Hey, Bruce reckons. Bruce said to me right now on the messages on our channel right now that he thinks Povetkin, Porter, and J. Rock Williams are gatekeepers now.
Porter's more than a gatekeeper.
That's what I was going to say.
And the reason I say Porter is if he rematches Spence, I think he can actually beat Spence. I do, and I think he can beat Crawford. I'd favor them, but I think he can actually beat them, right? Yeah. And I think he beats Keith Thurman. Think he beats Kavaliauskas, and I think if he fought Manny Pacquiao right now, as much as I love Manny, Porter would probably win. Right, I rate Sean Porter highly. I think he's without a belt, right? He's the best fighter at welterweight, without a belt.
He could be one of the best fighters
in the world.
One of the best fighters in boxing without a belt.
So I've just got a message from my other side, and it says to me here on my other phone. They're watching the show, by the way, and it says that. The gatekeepers that you guys are speaking, and Kell Brook's a gatekeeper. What respect does Terence Crawford get after all the wins that he's had at 147, even with Kell Brook? Do you give him a lot of?
No.
Does he get a lot of respect for that win?
Not for me.
D. Jefferson can speak for me.
Yeah, look, this is what I said. Not for me. He doesn't get a lot of respect. He gets respect for defending his title. That's where it stops, man. We can't overblow this win with Kell Brook. Like, we got to respect him for putting on the display and showing that he is the pound for pound guy that he is, but that's where it stops. We can't overblow this win.
D. Jefferson speaks my thoughts perfectly. Thank you.
Who's his best win so far now? Kell Brook?
At 147?
Yeah.
I think Eagles would beat Kell right now.
Yeah, but who's Terence Crawford's best win right now?
He is Kavaliauskas rap star.
Okay, so you think that guy's the best win now? Not even.
I do personally.
Here's my thing: when I look through his 147 resume and they all fight each other in the tournament, I'd have Igis Kavaliauskas winning that tournament. I think he'd beat Amir right now at 147 and Kell Brook. I think he'd stop them both. I think he'd beat Jose Benavidez, and I think he'd beat and broken up Jeff Horn.
I've only seen one of his fights with Crawford, so I can't comment right now on him.
Well, go watch his fight with Ray Robinson, who's a difficult opponent. Go watch that fight. Like, the dude can box. Jesus Kavaliauskas can box. It's just when you go in there with a Terence Crawford, it doesn't fucking matter if you can box. But know why? Because he can box better.
I know he's strong. I know he's strong for sure. You know what I mean? But I didn't know that he was, you kind of rank him like the best opponent for Terence Crawford now.
I think a GDS Kavaliauskas versus Yadina Jugas would be a good fight.
So what does
that's a nice fight, dude.
Yeah, right.
I mean, So at the end of the day now, where does Terence Crawford go from here?
Pacquiao. I hope he gets it.
You see, here's the thing, right? D, are you still there, D?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think they'll agree with me on this. It's sad to say, there is nothing Crawford can do to make his resume better whilst he's at ESPN. There's nothing. There's nothing there. Like the Kell Brooks and the Amir Khans, yeah, former glory fighters or whatever, and yeah, well done, good job, proud of you. But he needs like the guys that are a bit ahead of them. You know what I mean? At this stage, like even a Danny Garcia would be his best win at 147, and I called him a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
That'd be his best win. Sean Porter, if he fought him, I think he could lose. I picked Terrence, but he could lose that way. That's not easy. If he beat that, that's the best win on his resume, period. 147, 140 on 135. That's his best win. Keith Thurman, even where he is, I rate Keith Thurman where he is, and people are ripping Keith to shreds. Yes or no, D? Ripping him to shreds where he is right now. I rate him above Kell Brook and Amir Khan right now at 147.
He's definitely.
Sweet though. Keith Thurman definitely is way ahead of them, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Ugas would be Terence Crawford's best win on his resume at 147 if you fought your Dennis Ugas, and I'm not capping. No
and your Dennis Ugas would be a toy with Victor Postol overall on his resume.
Exactly.
Yeah, a big good win. And all of these fighters that I'm naming, where are they? Who are they with? B. See, I haven't even said the Spence and the Pacquiaos, which are more legacy defining. I'm just saying, improve your resume, legitimize it. These guys.
Hey, Mark, do you realize what you just did? Yeah, I don't even think you did it on purpose. You said P, B. See, I haven't even. You know what I mean?
I don't.
Okay, PBC. But you said P, B. See, I haven't even said the best on this. You know what I mean? So it was like a play of words there. But you ain't do it intentionally because you didn't even know what I was talking about.
Nah, I had no idea. But yeah. See, I haven't even, right? I haven't even said these are the dudes. But like, man, like I know a lot of people are like, why should he have to do that? Why should he have to do this? We as boxing fans, whilst you can only fight who's put in front of you, we can only rate who's put in front of you. We can't give you credit for who isn't in the ring with you. We can't. I can't turn around and start giving Terence Crawford because him and Spence hasn't happened. I can't turn around and say Terence Crawford has Errol Spence on his resume. He doesn't.
Yeah, but I'm getting a lot of problem from the fans since I opened my channel and had this conversations the last couple of days about Crawford. A lot of fans believe that if Crawford beat Brook like he did, he deserves 50% in the fight with Errol Spence, and he deserves to get the Manny Pacquiao fight. But I said that Errol Spence has 2 titles. He has the WBC and the IBF, right? Errol Spence has the WBC and the IBF title. Terence Crawford has the WBO. Manny Pacquiao is the WBA super title. So they said that Errol Spence, if he beats Danny Garcia, has more to offer Manny Pacquiao. So Terence Crawford might get put to the side again.
Well, look, this is what I say to people who say that all the time. And they argue this, and I think D's in the same boat as me. Are you an accountant, Rapstar?
Say that again, bro?
Are you an accountant?
No.
Are these people saying this to you? Are they Terence Crawford or Errol Spence's accountant?
No, but you got to look at the numbers point. Errol Spence is the bigger numbers with the 2 titles.
That's up to them 2 men to sort out. We as fans, if we defend why a fight doesn't happen because of money, we're voting against the fight happening, right? So I go mad at every side when A sides are going on. A side versus B side. Me personally, if I was in charge of everything and I looked at it, Errol Spence does more views, he does more pay-per-view sales, he brings in more fans, he is a larger name, whether Crawford likes to admit it or not in terms of sales and revenue. Fuck belts. He has more belts. Fuck them for a second. He is a bigger draw.
Yeah, he is. And that's what people are getting angry about. That he is the bigger draw. It's Errol Spence. I keep telling them. And Bud Crawford fans think that Bud Crawford, because he was two-way unified, he deserves more power in that fight and give the 50-50. So Terence Crawford doesn't want to give up his A side. So how are we going to make this fight?
Terence Crawford beating Manny Pacquiao. That's why I said I want that fight. He beats Manny Pacquiao and take that belt. And then Errol Spence and Allen them just fucking go to the table and make the fight. Because then they both unified champions and they both get declared up as the biggest fight that the PBC can make right now. Like everything plays perfect if Terence Crawford gets that fight. Errol Spence and the PBC just put their hands in on that bid too. Now, I should hope that Errol Spence doesn't get that fight before Crawford. Although I'm a Spence fan and I would love to see him have 3 belts unified. I should hope
Spence gets that fight.
It's not with not no. I don't think we ever get the Crawford Spence fight, and I'm just being honest. I think Spence will rematch Porter and do some other dumb shit. Wait for another mandatory to come around on one of those belts. If he wins that belt, I don't think that we ever get the 4 belt undisputed at 147.
But if Crawford were to beat Manny Pacquiao, that fight's bigger because it would really help legitimize Crawford to most people, right? It would help really legitimize him well that way. Whether I feel that way about a 42-year-old coming off of a 2-year layoff is whatever, right? I kind of summed up my feelings by saying that, right? But if he beats Manny Pacquiao, he becomes a unified champion. He has a Hall of Famer, all-time great on his resume.
I mean,
has it been 2 years since they fought, bro?
But give me a sec. Let me just cook this.
Summer 2018, 2019.
So I heard, let me read this. 2021, October, Terence Crawford's contract expires with Bob Arum. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So now, if I was Bob Arum, I would do anything to try and get the Pacquiao fight to try and make money from Crawford now. And Bob Arum and the Pacquiao fight.
Can I? Right, I'm not. Right, if you were Bob, right, and if I were Bob, I never put myself into people's shoes or whatever like that because I'm not Bob, right? Yeah. But I will tell you what Bob said, and this is from Bob's mouth. Terence Crawford needs to promote himself like Teofimo and Shakur does. I ain't gone bankrupt trying to promote him.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
he said that himself.
I heard him. I mean, I seen.
I heard him say that as well. Yes, I didn't want to say too much, but I heard him say that. Yeah. So that means, if that's what Bob's thinking, then Bob can't pay the check for Manny Pacquiao. Bob ain't gonna get him the Manny Pacquiao fight. So does he need to get out of Manny Pacquiao? I mean, Bob, does he need to get out of Bob Arum's contract?
Hold on, Rap Star. That's not necessarily true because Pacquiao will hoard numbers that will support. See, look, this is what Bob wants, for the fight to be supported financially. And remember, it's all about your dance partner. So it's not like he's just giving some fucking Joe Schmo in there. He's bringing Pacquiao in there in front of Crawford. So Pacquiao can bring the interest level to pay for that fight. So I wouldn't just count that fight out because of the lack of what Bud can do. Because of Bud and who he is, you get the right dance partner in there, stay up Pacquiao, who is the cash cow at 147. That changes the whole aspect of everything.
If you market that as Manny Pacquiao's last chance to unify, whoever he fights against, it's huge, bro.
Yeah,
that could be the end of Pacquiao's career. A lot of people could be looking at him versus Crawford or Spence as his retirement fight, right? The last fight of Manny Pacquiao. Tell me that shit ain't doing 500, 600, 700K, mate. Off the bat.
Easy.
Off the bat. Easy.
Yeah.
In the US.
And if I was Manny, I would take advantage of that big time because I would fucking market it just like Mark said, get that money, and right after that, I would fight fucking Khabib or Conor McGregor. And then
I would too, man.
You know what I mean?
Win, lose, or draw, don't matter. Go fight Conor McGregor.
Yeah, he deserves to do what the fuck he wants. But let me ask you this though, D, especially with this one, right? If you think that Bob Arum was already saying that Terence Crawford ain't a big draw, I can't promote him, I don't want to lose money on him. If he doesn't get the Pacquiao fight, where the fuck does he go? Because Pacquiao might fight somebody else for big money. Because Pacquiao can get big money wherever he goes. Where the fuck does Terence Crawford go?
He targets two people, in my opinion. Three people he targets: Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, and your Dennis Eubanks.
So doesn't he have to get out of the Bob Arum contract to join Al Heyman to get those fights?
No, because Sean Porter and Keith Thurman ain't holding no hardware, so the PBC don't give a fuck about them. They ain't holding nothing. And with your Dennis Eubanks, they don't care about him anyway. And I got to be honest. If they did give a fuck about you guys, then I think he might have won that Sean Porter fight.
Hey, if I was Al Heyman, I'd hope Terence Crawford can get out of Bob Arum after 10 months. I get Terence Crawford a free fight deal if Al Heyman can, and get him Manny Pacquiao. And then he's got 2 champions at welterweight with 4 belts. If Al Heyman can get to do something, it can be after 10 months.
If I was Terence Crawford, I wouldn't sign any more than a 2-fight deal with the PBC because I don't trust him. Remember, Manny Pacquiao signed with the PBC under the pretenses that he beat the Floyd Mayweather fight, which never fucking happened. So, if I was Terence Crawford, I wouldn't trust the fucking PBC no further than I can throw him. And I would get a 2-fight deal, but then that second fight would have to be a guaranteed written-in fight with Errol Spence Jr. or fuck them.
I mean, he got to get the fight somehow. And he's better off getting the fights through Al Heyman if he runs out in 10 months. If he doesn't get the fight in 10 months, he got to get the fuck away from Bob Arum. He got to get the fuck away from Bob Arum.
Yeah, the reality of it right now, anybody in the PBC, and I mean, in boxing, and Mark and I was talking about this before, I would be remiss to point anybody in the direction of the PBC. But if you're going to compete at the welterweight division, that's exactly where I would point you. Because they pretty much got that shit on lock. All the names, everything you need to grow in that division is at the PBC. So again, I would be remiss to send anyone there. But if you're going to compete at 147, that's exactly where you should be headed.
Like, even in terms of building a prospect, like, look at the options you have. Like right now, like Virgil fought Solomon and everything like that, and that's good. And Sammy Vargas, that's good. Jerron's making a step up now and helping build them. Do you know who he's fighting, bro? Thomas Delorme.
Right.
Hey, would you guys be disappointed if he fought Lipinus? If Terence Crawford fought Lipinus?
For who?
What's that guy's name? Lipinus.
Sergey Lipinus?
Yeah.
Oh,
man, that's a massacre, bro. Sergey Lipinus just went to a majority draw with Custio Clayton. And Custio Clayton is a boxer on the rise coming out of Canada. So Terence Crawford would absolutely destroy Sergey Lipinus.
Oh, he's fucked. Lipinus is under the PBC. I just checked.
Yes, he is. So everybody's on. Bro, listen, right? I'll tell you this. Igis Kavaliauskas, right, and Terence Crawford are the only top 10 welterweights right now not on PBC. They're all there. All.
Yeah, man. It's on lock, bro. Like, it's literally on. I'm not even exaggerating. The PBC got 147 on lock. So,
you got to go there.
Spence,
Pacquiao, Thurman, Porter, like,
Ugas.
Garcia.
Jamal James over there too. Like, even they got every fucking thing over there, man. It's on lock.
So in other words, they need to go all guns blazing for Manny Pacquiao. Terence Crawford got a push for Bob Arum to get him that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bob can't if Bob is stingy on the Pacquiao fight, they'll lose him to Spence, man. Because Al and Floyd gonna push the pencil for that shit. Because Spence offers something that Bud doesn't offer in this fight with Pacquiao. Stack.
He's fucked. Because right now he's getting outpriced in the Errol Spence fight. He's getting outpriced. And if he doesn't get that title and Errol Spence goes for it, then he's definitely going to be the fucking prostitute in that fight. They're not going to pay him more than 25%, 20%.
Yeah, that's why you got to get this Pacquiao fight because that's something else that Pacquiao adds to Bud's repertoire is or portfolio, I should say, is the stock. He put stock in, but Bob, that shit's gonna make money. And you know, Bob will put that shit on pay per view. They could just shut the fuck up about that shit then because that's gonna be a pay per view fight that's gonna make money. Now, it could be that it's more about Pacquiao, but so what? Crawford will still have those numbers under his
Then
name
and
going to
then
the
afterwards,
negotiation table.
the only way that fight would be made would be if he were to beat Pacquiao. So if he
Right.
beats Pacquiao, becomes a unified world champion, right? And he's retired, one of the greatest fighters of all time. You bet your ass he's a draw. Bet your ass, bro.
Right.
Bet your ass.
Right.
Because that, and then because a lot of Manny Pacquiao fans will tune in because they'll want him to lose.
Yeah. And Bob knows this shit. Bob Arum knows this shit. So they got that. Crawford better make more noise. He said he don't want to flip to the other side and all of that other shit. If he want to do something with his career, he better make more noise than anybody else and try to land this fucking Pacquiao fight. I'm telling you that, fam. Because again, I'm a Spence fan, but I want Crawford to get this Pacquiao fight. I want Crawford to get it because it means everything for boxing. It pushes that fight with Spence and Crawford to have. I don't give a shit if Spence loses. We just talked about this earlier, Rap Star. Like he's one of my top 5 fighters. I don't give 2 fucks if Terrence Crawford beats Spence. I want to see the fight for the sake of boxing.
Me too. But I got to be honest with you. A lot of fans are making thumbnails, and a lot of these YouTubes are making thumbnails. Errol Spence, Terence Crawford, but it's not going to happen 2021. So I don't know why they're making all these narratives and these fake fucking shows about it's going to happen now. It's not going to happen.
It could happen late 2021. It could happen late 2021.
You think so? You really think?
Yes.
Errol Spence, Terence Crawford could happen in 2021.
November, December, yes, I do.
It could, very late. And the reason why is if Terence gets the fight with Manny, let's say he fights Manny in May or June, right?
Break it down.
He'll have 6 months. Errol's fighting against Danny next, right? He's fighting Danny. And then he'll have a fight. He could fight Lipinets, he could fight Kakarov, he could rematch Porter. If he comes through those fights, any of them, he'll be free up November, December. So with Crawford. So if Crawford does get the Manny fight, that fight all of a sudden in November, December, no mandatories for either guy in the way, none. Because everything would be cleared up. There wouldn't be a mandatory needed to be called until the following summer. Right? Everything would be completely cleared up. They can fight. They can. So it's possible. But that's being speculative and that's being very, 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 very optimistic. But at the same point, it is a possibility.
I also think that Errol Spence has got a chance to get the Manny Pacquiao fight himself.
And if he gets the Manny Pacquiao fight, there'd be no mandatories either way, and it could still be done.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this too, man. It's sad, but it's so. But Errol Spence probably has the better chance.
Yeah, it does. And I think Terence Crawford can get boogied out again, like in a booby trap.
Nah, man. If Errol Spence, I think at some level this comes to Errol Spence too. If he really wants that fight with Terence Crawford, then he should focus elsewhere. Now, I'm not going to say that this will happen, of course, because, come on, Manny Pacquiao is a big money fight, right? But if he really wants that fight with Crawford, he should try to make the fight with Crawford first, Crawford Spence, and then the winner take Manny Pacquiao, also deserving, if you think about it. Or he should kind of lay off that fight and let Crawford get it. Because it's nothing bigger than Crawford Spence, 4-belt undisputed, and then they're in a situation like Ramirez and Josh Taylor. Both of these guys are unified, and they go and then they close it out. Like, that's fucking huge, man. That's huge.
Crawford and Spence is the biggest thing that everyone's looking forward to in 2021. But I think just like we haven't seen things happen already we can't guarantee the fans it is going to happen. It could lay into 2022.
It could lay into 2020 never.
Yeah,
Honest to
exactly.
God. Honest to God. But at the because let's say for example, Crawford or Spence get the Manny Pacquiao fight, right?
Mm.
What if they lose?
Yeah, nobody thinks they're going to lose to that.
No, it's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Manny Pacquiao ain't no bum, even in his old age, man. That dude's an all-time great. You can, the one thing in boxing you should never do, right? Never ever do, is disregard Manny Pacquiao.
Fact, man. Fact. Look, man. Look. Here's the thing. We have seen vulnerability in Crawford. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Yes, Crawford dominated the fight with Jeff Horn, but we saw vulnerabilities in Crawford with Jeff Horn. We saw vulnerabilities in Crawford with Jose Benavidez, right? We saw these vulnerabilities in Crawford with Egidio Velasquez. What I'm trying to explain to people is you can't tell me any of those guys are better boxers even now than Manny Pacquiao. No, they're not.
Or as
No, they're
awkward as
not.
he is. As awkward. Because one thing Pacquiao does, that up and down changing of those shifts, the
Right.
ability on and off of the line, the way he will engage you to disengage to engage you. Like people don't do that. That he's like an old school fighter, man. He really is. He's very fucking awkward. You need to be able to really utilize your reach and really be on it to beat that dude. You really do.
Which
Hey,
is
Rick,
why
I reckon the two fights with Manny Pacquiao, like Terence Crawford, Manny Pacquiao, is a whole different fucking fight to Errol Spence, Manny Pacquiao. Now that's a whole different another fight.
They are
Yeah, for
completely
sure.
different
Different
styles.
total different fight. He
Different
faces
style.
he faces different danger in both fights. But the thing with Manny is he's the problem, in my opinion. It's not Smith is not the problem, and Crawford's not the problem. It's Manny is the problem. He's the problem to both of them because he is the guy that can beat them, but he is the guy that is just awkward, like Mark said. Neither of those guys have seen anything like Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao has seen both of them. Both of them.
Wow. I mean, you're saying today, at 41 years old, you will give Manny Pacquiao a 50-50 chance in both of those
No,
fights?
T-Ram
That's
Star,
not
don't
what he
get
said. He
carried
gives
away.
him a chance. He
I ain't
gives him a
said nothing about
chance.
no damn 50-50.
Are you giving him a 40% chance?
He's not going
No.
to listen. I'll answer for him. He's not going to give you enumeration, but he does believe that he can cause them problems and possibly beat them. If they're not what we think, Manny Pacquiao will show you that.
Right. Yep. That's
I
exactly
mean, he
what
did it to
up.
Keith
He
Thurman.
Well said.
Keith Thurman, but Keith Thurman had a long layoff and came out of an injury.
Doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. Because listen,
He may have had those things. Terence Crawford has been fighting subpar opposition, so he ain't. You know what I mean?
right.
He's been fighting subpar opposition. Errol Spence is coming off of a car crash.
And here's the facts of the matter. Although I think that Spence and Crawford would beat Keith Thurman, Thurman is more proven at 147 than either of those guys to me. Even my guy Spence. Keith Thurman is more proven than Spence and Crawford at 147. I still have questions about both of them. And I'm being honest. At 147, I still have questions about both of them.
Yeah, but I do think Errol Spence deals with Keith Thurman for sure.
Yeah.
I do believe that Terence Crawford would be maybe a harder fight for each other there. I think so. I think Terence Crawford has got a style where Keith Thurman's just as Keith Thurman and Terence Crawford would be a bit of a tricky fight, I reckon.
You know what the thing is though, Rapstar, is had Keith Thurman not lost a step or two, and I would go as far as to say two because of the injuries and time off and such, I would agree with you 100%. Like one-time Thurman, yeah, I would agree with that. But as I like to call him, Keith once upon a time Thurman, I think Crawford's reach is too long, number one, and he's too fast.
Yeah. I mean, I never knew Crawford had such a long reach. Somebody told me that he's got a longer reach than Jamal Charlo.
The same reach as half an inch longer than Jamal. Yeah, Jamal.
His reach is freaky, bro. This dude's a 5'8" guy with a 74-inch reach.
Yep. Jamal Charlo's 73 and a half. So he's a half an inch longer.
What's Golovkin's reach?
I don't know.
I think it should be 72, 70.
I think it's like Jamal Charlo's like 73, 72, something like that. Let me find out right now.
I wonder what Errol Spence's reach is.
72. I know
72. What's Beterbiev's reach? Watch this. What's Beterbiev's reach, Dick?
Nah, dog, you fucking me up now, Marky. I don't know. Beterbiev. GGG is 70 inches.
How much?
GGG has a 70-inch reach.
Okay, I like to know these things because normally I never keep reaches in my vocabulary in my mind, but I'm going to start keeping reaches.
Arthur Beterbiev has a 73-inch reach.
73.
Crawford outreaches the unified light heavyweight champion Arthur Beterbiev.
Right.
Hey, somebody just sent me a message on my other phone who's listening to the show. They said, Terence Crawford, why doesn't he move to 154?
Same problem. All PBC.
Yeah, and not only that, man. Let's not forget, guys. Sometimes you go up and it's too much. Terence Crawford's 5'8". Guys like Jamel Charlo, Terence Crawford has this amazing reach, but these guys are over 6 foot tall, man. And
Let's
the
not
size
even
of these guys. Hold on, real quick, Mark. The sizes of these guys are ridiculously big to Terence Crawford. So I think we just got to be easy with Crawford. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
I'll give you an example, right? Do you want a contender? 6'1", 76.5-inch, former world champion Tony Harrison.
Right.
You get what I mean?
Right. And
he's
got
5 inches taller with a reach advantage. And he knows how to utilize that shit.
And he's a good boxer, guys. Let me tell you guys something. Tony Harrison has decent pop, right? And he's a good boxer. There's no guy that Terence Crawford is just going to run over the mill guy, right? Now we know that Tony Harrison has chin issues, but he has chin issues with guys at 154. We don't know what Crawford's power is looking like at 154. We don't know that. So we got to be careful with just scooting Crawford up to 154. This is probably why he wants to go ahead and accomplish at 147. And, he may take a couple of fights there, but we may see him retire, especially if he gets the 4-belt undisputed. I mean, what more could he do? He went 35, 40, 47. That's a beautiful career.
I'm trying to do something real quick here, right? I'll show you what. Right, so give me 1 second.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, D, we got to state facts. I don't think Terence Crawford's in a good position until he gets out of Bob Arum's cradle.
I don't know, Rapstar. I think, no. I agree with you there. I gotta say that. I agree with you there.
Because he could be a free agent and make a 1-by-1 fight deal with Al Heyman or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Rapstar, can you do me a favor? Can you full screen me for a sec?
Like, how do we do that, bro? I just tap
when you go down to the panel down below where you can remove us, you'll see a little rectangle up in the top right.
Who's that?
That's D on his laptop.
That was me. I had to switch to my
right. If you see the way you added him to the stream there, Rapstar, yeah. If you go down on me and you scroll over me, you'll see a little
switch to my
D Hodges, you got echo, bro.
You want me to full screen you, right?
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
So I'm tapping on you, and I can't see where the full screen is, bro.
You'll see like a little box. You'll see like a little mini box. Are you on your phone? Are you doing this through your phone?
Yeah.
Like, go down to like where it says like panel or whatever, and
That
you'll be
says
able to, like,
yes.
where it
Yeah,
says
yeah.
guess, and then click on me, and then say full screen or solo layout.
Solo, I can see solo layout.
Yeah, click
Yeah.
solo layout for me. Right, you see this? This is the reason why Terence Crawford shouldn't go to 154. Right, right here we have a 5'9", 75-inch reach, Erislandy Lara versus Jarrett fucking Horde, bro. Look at this size difference.
Right.
Mm.
And if Terence Crawford is getting knocked down by
And he's
Caviar
smaller than Lara.
right, and buzzed by fucking Benavidez, he died. We don't, we got to be careful sending him to 154.
These
But I reckon
154
Terence Crawford's
pounders.
best. I reckon he can beat someone like Tony Harrison, maybe, no?
I don't know, man.
It's interesting, but like at the same point, if you take a look at the size of Horde here, right? Horde is bigger than I think Horde is bigger than everybody at 160, bro. Like that dude could go to 168. Like straight up. Tony Harrison could go to 160 and he wouldn't be small. He's bigger than Golovkin. You get what I mean?
Hey, Mark,
Like
I got another message. Somebody said that Mayweather went up to 153 or 152 to fight Oscar De La Hoya. Mayweather went up for other fighters, and even in Canelo.
I mean, okay, so like
Terence Crawford ain't no fucking Mayweather, so that's first and foremost.
Just answer that straight, then, bro. Just answer that straight, because he ain't no fucking Mayweather.
He ain't no fucking Mayweather.
He ain't no Mayweather.
Simple.
And Oscar De La Hoya, whilst he was a very good fighter, he was a bit he's got a 73-inch reach, so he's got a reach disadvantage against Floyd. Do you get me?
Oh, D. Hodges, what do you think about that, D. Hodges? That if Terence Crawford can't get a fight at 147, do you think he stands a chance with anyone at 154? Where's he gone? D. Hodges, are you in this building?
Yeah, he need to just goddamn it.
What?
He can't run off around, so.
Hey, where's he at, man? Where's D. Hodges at?
No, I had to bounce because they're doing fire alarm testing and that noise is so loud. So when they do that, I just, for the courtesy of the chat, I go to mute. But yeah, he need to just retire 147. Beat Manny, beat Arrow, retire. And that's it.
Beat Manny and fight Arrow.
Well, whatever. Beat them both and retire. You have nothing else to prove. You're a 3-division champion, and you will be the first person to go undisputed in 2 whole divisions. Nobody done that. There ain't nobody that's been undisputed. Who's been undisputed in 2 divisions?
Henry Armstrong was undisputed in 3. You're talking 4-belt undisputed, man.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know who he is. I'm sorry. My fault, bro. But I'm just saying that's good because I got a feeling he go up to 54, dog. He's food, kind of.
Look,
unless he go up there and fight the bum. But if right now the man at 54 is Charlo, I don't think Bud could fight Charlo.
There is. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between.
But he can because he can get Testera. Testera sucks. If Bud gets undisputed, I'll go up and fight Testera if he still got the belt. I think.
All right, he's on mute. Now you can talk, Mark.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's a few differences between like being like undisputed and being like a 4-belt undisputed. I mean, yeah, we haven't had a 2-way 4-belt undisputed champion, but we've had plenty of undisputed 2-way champions. Tony Canzoneri, Emil Griffith,
yeah,
Henry Armstrong.
Well, how come ain't none of these people? Why nobody put these people on their pound for pound list? Half of them I never even heard of. How are they?
These are older fighters, fam. Just in the
I'm just saying how they undisputed. Like they should be. We should be. Well, then we should be putting them on the list.
D. Hodges, do you know Sugar Ray Robinson?
Of course, I know him.
Yeah, he's a 2-way undisputed world champion.
Yeah, I know him, but I can understand him. But the other people you named, I didn't know. They made it just the way
Henry Armstrong.
Okay, you got that. I'm just saying that's all Bud need to do. I just got a feeling he's too small for 57. He already came up from what, 35? Now he's going up to 54. I just think he's too small, and I'm Bud's biggest fan. I've been his biggest fan forever. I drive the Bud bus. Forget ride it, I drive it. I just feel he's too small. Just get undisputed, and then defend it against somebody good, and then retire. He has nothing else to prove once he's undisputed twice. Why go up there? Why go up there? But his career could go messed up. But now what if he go? What if he go up? What if he goes up to 154 lose?
But I think Errol Spence has a good chance.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if he gets undisputed, I'll retire. If I don't get undisputed, then I want a rematch. But once I clean up 147, I'm not cleaning up 154. Because 154 means eventually I'm going to have to face
But
Charlo.
it's not going to be easy to clean up because Manny Pacquiao's not offering himself.
I know, but I'm just saying, y'all talking about him moving to 54. By the time he do that shit, the only champion left is gonna be Charlo, because I got a feeling they're gonna make Charlo Sextera next, undisputed, and then he gotta fight Charlo if he move up.
Well, somebody in his chat asked about 154. We ain't talking about a goddamn thing because I don't think he should go up there either.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he can't because anything's possible.
Okay, I've got another question. I've got another question. Let's see where you are in boxing.
No, because Pacquiao came from 118 to 147, so it's not impossible. You know what I'm saying? It's just right now that 154 seems like and I mean I think in a way only one he might could beat Tony Harrison too. But Tony Harrison is a slick bastard, but he don't punch hard, so
No, I don't know about that, man. D-Hodges bugging. I think Tony Harrison will be a difficult challenge for Crawford at.
That's size, his ability to fight on the inside, the outside, his length, his body punching ability, his pull counters. Tony Harrison's a stylistic nightmare.
I know it is, but shoot, if you can't, you gotta keep Bud off you. And Tony Harrison seemed like he don't punch that hard. If you don't got no power, is Bud and Errol are the same. If you hit Errol and he feels you ain't got no power, he's gonna keep coming forward.
Let me do D-Hodges. Who does Tony Harrison not have power against? Name these guys.
I don't know. What's his knockout rate to win rate? How many people he knocked out? How many people?
How can you say he don't have power, but you don't know anything about it?
I'm just saying, shit. The way he was goddamn hitting fucking Charlo, he was catching Charlo with everything in the kitchen sink the first fight.
Do you know a good chin, D-Hodges? A great chin, both of the Charlos.
Did you see Jason Rosario? Did you see Jason Rosario knock down Charlo?
But believe me, a lot of people Bud punched harder than Tony Harrison, and even when Bud got rocked, he still came back and stopped him. Damn, y'all gonna put some respect on my man's name.
Okay, let me ask you a question. All right,
let's go.
So it's a simple question. A lot of people that Bud fight hit harder than Tony Harrison, right?
Right.
Harder. Now name somebody that Bud fought who's going to be able to hurt Jarrah Hort.
Right.
Shit, Harrison can't even hurt Jarrah.
He had him rocked in the third round. He had him rocked in the third round.
He hurt him already. What are you talking about?
I'm saying it don't look like he punched that hard. I'm just trying to give you somebody that I think Bud might have a chance against. Him and Textera. And I put money on it, though. I think Bud can beat Harrison. Telling you.
Okay, look, D-Hodges, look. Let me tell you something. I'll change your perspective here. Tony Harrison does have pop. I don't know where we're not saying he's a knockout puncher or anything like that. But he has pop, okay? He has some good pop on him. And this is the thing. Not only do he have pop, he has pop at 154, fam. Bud ain't no lot of people. But if I nobody, it's on Tony Harrison.
Listen, nobody thought Bud could carry his punching power to 140. Nobody thought he could carry it to 147, and he still did. What are y'all
It's
What are
not
y'all
about
talking
what Bud
about?
is
Stop
doing.
underestimating Bud. Don't underestimate Bud, dude.
D Hodges.
Bud hater.
I just hold on, D Hodges, hold on. I just told you about Tony Harrison's pop, and you told me how hard Bud hits. It doesn't correlate. We're talking about what Bud can take, not what he can give. Now he was wobbled by Yamamoto, no? He was dropped by Kavyalaskas, right? So we're talking about what he can take, not what he can give. Nobody questions if his power will transition up. That wasn't a question. It's about what he can take. And he will get touched, because if you like Bud as much as you say, you've seen him get touched before. Not only that, I think you're underestimating Tony Harrison's power, and you're also underestimating his boxing ability with a superior reach, with superior size, and superior height.
I don't underestimate nobody, but I just got Bud winning. That's my opinion. You can have yours. It's only opinion. I don't know what's gonna happen, but in my opinion, that's just my opinion, bro. I can't make you choose my opinion, but in my opinion, I think he'll beat him. That's just my opinion.
D Hodges, you just accused him of being a Bud hater.
Yeah, that's my cuz. I'm just saying though, it just seemed like no matter what he do, everybody underestimate him. And then when he go and do what he's supposed to do, that's when everybody be like, and stop finding excuses why he beat that man. I don't have no underestimation of what Bud could do.
Okay, D Hodges, I didn't underestimate
That's
Bud.
all. That's all I'm saying. In my opinion.
Hold on for a second, though. Hold on. I never underestimated Bud. I just gave you a bunch of valid reasons why I say Tony Harrison can beat him. That's not underestimating Bud at all. I gave you a reach advantage, a height advantage, a skill set. The fact that Bud's never been hit by that type of power.
How long is because Bud has a longer reach than Charlo? They were saying it on another show. Go look at how Bud has Bud has an anomaly reach to be his height. They said it. He has a 75-inch reach advantage. 74
and 74, and he still has less of a reach than Tony Harrison.
So how much is Tony Harrison? Go look at how much reach is Tony Harrison.
For a second, chill, and I'm going to answer all these questions.
So I can Google it.
Listen,
go look at his range. Go look at Tony Harrison's reach real quick.
Tony Harrison has a longer reach. He's 6'1", Bud is 5'8". He's much bigger than Bud.
It don't matter about height. People have long arms. There's a bunch of people that are shorter or taller.
But his arms are not longer, D Hodges. Tony Harrison's are longer, fam. What part of this you're not getting? I know Bud has long arms, great, but they're the shorter arms in this fight, fam.
I know. I'm saying I'm Bud hard body, so of course I don't underestimate anything he could do. Now Bud versus Charlo, no. I know that one ain't. I already see disaster in that fight.
You know,
but
you see disaster in that fight, but a man who holds a victory and who went 1-1 with Charlo.
But it don't matter. Tony Harrison's victory was a robbery. He got beat up. They just hated Charlo, so they wanted to win. That's why Charlo went in there and stopped them. He said, I'm not going to leave it up to the judges this time. Okay. I'm not going to leave it up to the judges. I'm going to fucking knock his ass out. And what Charlo do? Knocked him out. Can't leave it to the judges.
I'm a Jamel Charlo fan. That fight was not a robbery. And I am a fan of Jamel Charlo. Everybody on my channel knows it. That first fight was not a robbery. Tony Harrison beat him 7-5.
Well, at the end of the day, he still came back and stopped him. So,
but he still lost to him.
He lost, but everybody, but it don't matter. We can say anything. Some people could call it a
nothing.
Some people can call
it D Hodges. I'll let you speak if you let me speak as well. If you let me say more than 3 words in response to you sometime.
See this? Every time I try. They're testing smoke detectors. That's why I go back on mute. But I feel you, bro. I'm not saying nothing wrong. I just think that he can get him. I think
you didn't say nothing wrong about your opinion. You said wrong about calling me a damn hater when I'm giving you valid reasons. So it's cool that you still think we can give him, even though I'm giving you all the valid reasons why, and you haven't retorted with any but the fact that I'm a hater. So I'm giving you boxing reasons why. The only thing you told me about why Bud could win is because I'm a hater. Like that's where you was wrong at. I ain't no hater, fam. Like I'm just looking at it from boxing. That's all. I have no horse in the race. It's boxing to me.
All right, D Hodges. Let's
Yes,
move
sir.
on then. Let's move on. I'll tell you what though, Errol Spence has a much better chance at 154 because he's naturally a bigger man and he was thinking of going up. And I guarantee you, if Jamel moved up, Errol Spence can clean up 154. What'd you say to that, D Hodges?
Of course, he spars with Charlo. He spars with Charlo, so of course he could go up there. They spar all the time.
Yeah,
Errol Spence looks like
man.
Errol Spence looks like they say that he can even go up to 160. What'd you say to that, D Hodges?
I'm just saying he spars with Charlo at 54. So I don't know about 160, but I know Jamel Charlo, Jamel Charlo said it like he has hard sparring with Errol. So if Errol can go up there and keep up with Charlo, he can keep up with people. I give him way more of a chance than Bud.
First and foremost,
Errol might can beat Charlo because they said because there was rumors he beat Charlo in sparring. So I give Errol way more of a chance. I already said Bud has no chance to retire at 147. But I said if he goes up, pick the weakest person, dog. Do not pick a Charlo. Because I wanted to say pick Textera. He could beat Textera. Textera is not good.
Savior. Look, bro, Errol Spence, rap star, first and foremost, is already big for 147. And this is his starting point. Crawford's starting point was 135. This is Spence's starting point. Now, regardless of what we think, Spence thinks he's good at 160. I think if he acclimates to 154, he makes 160. Spence used to walk around at 185. He can surely make 160. What he will be able to do up there, that remains to be seen. But as far as physically, yeah, sure.
54 is good. He'll be good at 54. I got more confidence with Errol at 54 than Bud. Way more confidence.
Yeah, me too.
I got to agree with you, Diogenes. I was not doing a trivia question, but Errol Spence, to me, I think can be world champion at 154 for sure.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
Errol Spence, look, forget about sparring Charlo. Errol Spence spars like heavyweights, man.
Yeah, he does.
Literally spars like heavyweight. So fuck sparring a 154 pounder. He spars guys already at 175. So I'm pretty sure he can make 160 physically and everything. He can make it. I don't know, what his boxing style. He will be at disadvantages there. Like he will be at reach and height disadvantages there at 160. So that's the thing you will have to consider with Errol Spence at 160. He will definitely be the shorter, smaller guy at 160 because these guys, he got guys up there 6'2", 6'3" and shit, right? With 76 and 78 inch reaches. So, I mean, you have to be careful up there at those weights. But at 154, he can compete at 154 now. He should have literally been competing at 154, but he's chasing down greatness, trying to get all 4 belts. So other than that, he can compete at 154 now. And just piggybacking off of what D. Hodges said, listen, when you're cutting weight, then you're robbing yourself of some attributes, speed, power, stamina, endurance, because he's cutting weight. When he gets up to 154, it's going to be more healthy, more fluent for him. So he'll be stronger there, faster. The attributes will pick up at 154 because he's losing some of them remaining at 147.
Do you ever see him being able to stop some of those guys at 150?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just told you he'll be stronger, faster. I believe he's more dangerous at 154 than he is at 147 because he's robbing himself of certain attributes by staying at 147. He should have been up to that class already.
So what do you think? Jamel Charlo will move to 160 eventually, and the other brother will go 168, and then Errol can make weight for 154.
Yeah, I think that's what they're waiting for. They are going to shift at the same time or around the same time. Even if Spence goes up to 154, he'll wait till Jamel Charlo does what he has to do before he starts, going after anything, acclimate to the division, fight some good names up there. Because Jamel Charlo's getting ready to try to clean out 154, and those guys are friends. So no way will Spence go to 154 now because he can't handle business at 147, which he should be cleaning out. Jamel Charlo's on the cusp of cleaning out at 154. Patrick Teixeira, Bud Crawford never gets that because they're already setting up a fight with Patrick Teixeira and Brian Castano, right? Well, Brian Castano, I believe, beats Patrick Teixeira. The interesting thing is Brian Castano is with the PBC. So that sets Jamel Charlo right up in line for 4-belt undisputed. And I don't think that Spence would come up there and ruin that because Spence would wreck Patrick Teixeira or Castano, right? And then that would ruin what Jamel Charlo is trying to do, which is what he should be doing at 147. So the ideal thing would be for him to fight Pacquiao and Crawford and clean out 147 and give Jamel Charlo time to clean out 154 so that he can make his move up. And then Spence can come up there and do work at 154. And because these guys all communicate and they're down in Texas and they're friends, pretty sure that this is like the plan for the twins and Spence to all escalate during the same time.
Hey,
so then that means Big Charlo would have to move to 68. So he got to do some work if that plan to work.
He's already talking about that, Hodges. He's been talking about that already.
Yeah, I'm just saying because once the other Charlo move up to 60, Jamel's gonna move to 68. So I want Jamel to do something real quick before he got to go up.
Jamel's at 54. Jamal's at 60.
I'm talking about the big guy. He got to go to 68.
Jamal. You kept calling him Jamel.
I said Jamel, when he moves up to 160, Jamal got to move up to 168.
Right.
That's why I was saying Jamal need to do all he can right now before he has to move up. Because that's the only reason why he moved up the first time, because they both became champions at 154. But they promised their mother they never will fight each other. So that's why I guess he was the bigger one. That's why he went to 160.
Yeah.
I mean, to be really honest with you, I think Jamal at 168 ain't going to be easy for him, bro.
Not at all, but he's a big dude.
I think Jamel will definitely dominate something at 160. But I think Jamal might have issues at 168. What do you think about that, D?
I think that people underestimate Jamel Charlo.
His power's crazy, dude.
Hold on, man.
Sorry.
I think people underestimate Jamel Charlo. Going into that Dereverenchenko fight, I was arguing rap star as usual, telling people no, Dereverenchenko's not gonna win. Jamel Charlo's gonna win either by late stoppage or decision, and I ended up picking decision. Matter of fact, I called his fight and his brother's fight perfect on that night. I called 8th round knockout, and Jamel got in at 8, and then I called UD for Charlo, and that's how it went down. But Jamel Charlo is underrated. He's underrated and he's powerful. In the Dereverenchenko fight, you saw head movement, lateral movement, the use of a good jab, and people didn't give him credit for that. So they're still underrating him. And the reality is, a lot of these guys, BJS, he's not, Jamal can get in there and fight with him. Callum Smith, Jamal can get in there and fight with him. So I think Jamal could serve himself well in 68. He's just got to fight somebody and stop with the nonsense. But Jamal's underrated, in my opinion.
Yeah, but he's got hard fights, D. He's got David Benavidez, Kalen Plant. We got, what's his name? Canelo over there. I mean, these are
Caleb Plant has a questionable chin. David Benavidez he likes to come forward, but he leaves himself open. We're talking about a guy with pop. This guy has pop. One thing about Jamel Charlo, he's got pop on him. He can compete with these guys. I really believe he can compete with these guys. Those
And that's
guys.
the point that,
Do you think he
and know
can
what's
beat
good
Daniel
about?
Jacobs right now?
I'm
Jacob?
saying Jamal
Yeah,
Charlo,
yeah.
that jab. I mean, I never seen that. Like, he has a jab that hurts people. Like, you got to worry about his jab. Like, when he really stiffen that jab out, I really see people step back. Like, he don't use the jab as just a rangefinder. When he throw his jab aside.
Yeah,
Hey,
it
I
is.
reckon.
A stiff
I
jab.
reckon it's welcome fight. Yeah. Is he friends with Anthony Durrell by any chance?
Who? Charlo?
Jamal Charlo.
I'm pretty sure they know each other, but
Yeah,
Lions
that
did
would be a
them.
good welcome fight for him, Anthony Durrell.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess it would, but I think he's.
I mean, you got Daniel Jacobs otherwise.
I think he beats both of them. I think he knocks Durrell out with Jacobs. I don't think that Jamal Charlo, what people don't give him credit for, has a fucking amazing chin, fam. He has an amazing chin. So, like, and he's an underrated boxer. I'm not saying he's the best out there, but he's an underrated boxer. And I'm not saying that he beats Benavidez, Plant, and these guys. I'm saying he can compete with them. I think he beats I think he could beat. Look, I would probably favor him versus Plant, Callum Smith, and BJS. I would probably favor him. I will have to see him at a fight at 168, but I would probably favor him. With Benavidez, that's a different story. Canelo, hell no, because I don't favor him with Canelo at 160 or 68. But those other guys, he can compete, man.
I mean, I can't say too much right now because Billy Joe Saunders hasn't been active. Billy Joe Saunders hasn't been doing nothing much for me to stick up for him that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, there's other people in the chat. Let me see who's there. But
what about Callum Smith? That's your boy. That's your UK guy.
Okay.
He's on my cheating list too. You know that cheating list I had earlier? He's on it.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Hey, listen, I reckon, if Jamal Charlo goes up, is Callum Smith at 168 as well, right?
Yes,
Callum
yes.
Smith.
Yes,
So we got really good fights over here, mate, at 168. It's a hot division. It's a good division, bro.
Look, check this out, Rapstar. If John Ryder gave Callum Smith the battle he gave him, don't tell me Jamal Charlo can't get in the ring with him. Don't tell me that.
Nah, he could.
Who are the other champions at 160? I know Jamal's one of them.
It's
Who are the rest of them?
It's Plant, Jamal. It's Caleb Plant. Not Jamal Charlo. Caleb Plant, BJS, and Callum Smith. David Benavidez' belt went vacant because of the testing. The weight, the scales of it.
Oh, and he could be any one of those three. Except for Billy Joe. I even though I don't like him, he's a natural cheater. But like boxing skill wise, I think he will give Charlo the best fight, better than the other two.
Yeah, but Billy Joe been too inactive. That's why I put Jamal over him. His activity.
If he was more active,
when was the last time he had a fight?
If he was more active, I would give Billy Joe an edge in that fight, but he's not active anymore.
It's 2 years. He's been out of the ring 2 years almost.
Ooh, that's a layoff. Oh, damn, 2 years? Oh, man, that's too long. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't see why Callum Smith and Billy Joe never got it on, because at least the winner of that would have definitely been the top guy for Britain. You know what I mean?
Callum Smith and Billy Joe, or Callum Smith and Billy Joe and Demetrius Andre. Like both of those are two fights he should have had, fam.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that would have been beautiful. Billy Joe and Andre. Oh, that would have been a beautiful one.
Man, that would have been a fucking snooze fest, man.
No, it's not, because they both move and punch. I really think Andre at that point in time, when the fight was supposed to happen, I think it would have been a good fight, though.
Man, Andre is a fucking track star in the boxing ring. This motherfucker run around more than Jerry Lewis in the damn boxing ring.
I try to keep confidence in my boo-boo, you know?
Hey,
Demetrius Dudu Andre. He is the fourth. You are the weakest link in the 160-pound division. This motherfucking Andre has not won. He's had 3 different belts, 2 at 154, 1 at 160, and he has never won a belt off of a champion. This motherfucker has gotten every one of his belts and vacant title matches and has never defended well. Never. This dude is definitely the weakest link at 160. Definitely.
All right, listen, we need to go through some messages. Toby Bartlett said, "What up, rap star?" And to the panel, salute to the chat.
What's up, Toby?
Saying, what's up, bro? And what's his name said? Toby says, what the fuck is he saying, bro? Give me a second, bro. Yeah, Bud at 154 will end up like what Brook ended up with GGG at 160. That's what he reckons. I mean, I reckon Bud will do okay at 154. I don't know if he could win a title, but I think he could fight some of the top 10 guys. I don't know about the top 3 guys, but the top 10. Top 10. You know what I mean? You could probably have it with the top 10 guys.
I wouldn't count Bud out at 154. I'm not saying that because Bud's a talented fighter, fam. We would just have to see, Bud has come to 147. This is my problem with talking 154. Bud is not fully proven at 147. This is my problem with Bud Crawford at 147. I understand the fact that these guys wouldn't get in the ring with him. But the talent that he's fought at 147, who is top 5 that he's fought at 147? Nobody. He has not fought a top 5 guy at 147. So I think it's irresponsible for us to start talking about 154 when he has not even faced or challenged a top 5 guy at 147 because Jeff Horn wasn't it. Then it was Benavidez, not it. And then Amir Khan, not it. Then Kavyalaskas, he was number 10, so he definitely won't number 5. And then we had a drain Kell Brook, not it. So he has not fought a top 5 guy at 147. It's irresponsible to talk about 154. We got to see where he at 147. There is a good chance that he could lose to an Aerospace or a Pacquiao, whether we think this or not, because he's not fought that level of competition at 147 yet. He could lose to his friend Sean Porter. Porter's a rugged guy. He comes inside. But it's a problem with Jeff Horn caught him in the corner in that Horn fight. Caught Bud with a body shot and a hook. Now, Bud hit him, sidestepped, and got out of there. But my point is that Jeff Horn caught him, okay? Porter's a better boxer than Horn. Spencer's a better boxer than Horn. And they're both bigger in size than Crawford. That's the thing. So we have to see Crawford test himself at 147 with the top guys, and then we start talking about 154. But if he hasn't, it's not honest to talk about him at 154.
And nobody, because they don't want to see him fight Spence. Yeah, go up, bud. You need to move up, bud. Move up, bud.
Yeah.
Go up to 154, bud. Because they don't want to see him fight Spence.
No, I want to see him fight Spence, and I'm a Spence.
No, I do. I do. But it's some. I bet you there's some Arrows fans. Those are the ones that tell him to go to 154. Because facts ain't no true Bud fan gonna tell him move to 154.
Facts.
We want him to clean up 147 first. So everybody's saying Bud go to 154 is because they don't want him to fight Spence. That's just my opinion.
Let's ask P Boxing. P Boxing, do you think Terence Crawford can perform at 154? Can he compete at 154?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I honestly do. I don't. When I see fighters,
tell us some names that you think he can beat.
I think he can beat most of them. I think he could even beat Jamel Charlo, to be honest.
Holy.
I think he's. I'm not even a Bud fan, to be honest. I used to be a little bit of a hater, but to be honest, I assess the guy, and he's got something about him. There's an aura about him that he can do it, man. I think he can beat even Jamal Charlo, man, at the top. I really think he can.
He gotta clean up 147 first.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. He needs to beat Danny Garcia. Sean Porter, Errol Spence, even Manny Pacquiao.
All he needed to do is be Spence and Pacquiao if he can, and that's it.
Not even Pacquiao. Maybe even Sean Porter, or even Keith Thurman. Because obviously the EJ fight that might never happen, unfortunately, because of the politics. But if he beats Keith Thurman, I think Keith Thurman would take the fight, and Sean Porter definitely would take it because the other day he was like, you know what, I don't mind fighting because they were meant to be friends, so-called friends. Okay, but Sean Porter is not saying I don't mind fighting him. So if he fights Sean Porter,
each performance after 147, the people that don't want to fight him no more. That's why he's having to fight Green Beans and Benavides and Amir Khan, because he wanted to fight all of them.
Yeah, but D Hodges, listen to me though. I think Keith Thurman does want that fight. I think Sean Porter right now he wants that fight. So if they can make that fight, the thing is though, do we even know where he stands with Top Rank with Bob Arum? Because apparently Bob Arum saying, look, I wasted too much money with this guy. He's not generating me any money. So he might even leave him. Or Bob might even let him go because according to Bob, he's losing money on this guy.
He'll be smart. If Bob was smart, make that him and Pacquiao fight. You know how much money, even with no gate, you know how much money that fight will make. Just that'll easily do 1 million pay-per-view buys.
Yeah,
easily.
But the Hodges, you're not thinking realistically though. What about Al Heyman? Like, cause he's a BBC fighter now, Manny Pacquiao. So why would Al Heyman?
Oh, I forgot he switched. My fault. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting he's PBC now.
No,
I forgot, bro.
Hold on,
my fault, bro.
Hold on for a second. Please stop that shit, bro.
I'm realistic, bro, man.
Does exactly what the fuck he wants to. He is under the PBC, that little bullshit deal that Floyd put together, which was supposed to lead to a Floyd fight, which it never materialized. And once it did, Manny Pacquiao specifically and his team told them, fuck them. They will do what they want when they want. So we cannot look at Manny Pacquiao as any of these fucking PBC drones that do whatever the fuck Al tells them to do. Manny Pacquiao can fight whoever the fuck he wants right now, guarantee it. Mikey Garcia, Terrence Crawford, or Errol Spence. He's not under any PBC moniker where they can force that situation, regardless of what the fuck boxing thinks.
Let's see that then. Let's make it.
I'm sorry, can you stop swearing so much, man? You're gonna get my man Rap flagged. You said that.
No, but that's his way though. That's how D talks, man. I'm
yeah,
cool.
I know, but for your channel's sake, you already was flagged yesterday. You don't want no second.
You don't. Okay, hold on, D Hodges.
You don't want no second flag in a row.
No. It don't work like that. You don't get flagged for cussing because every one of my lives would get flagged and demonetized, and that's just not the case. I have a channel too, and cuss the same. You get flagged for other things, so I don't know what rap I got flagged for, but
I got flagged for showing Errol Spence and Sean Porter's highlights.
Right. It's not the cussing, D Hodges.
Hey, let me tell you, Black and Brown's in the building. He's saying salute. And Black and Brown Boxing said that Errol Spence, if there's too many obstacles, he should just move up if he can't get undisputed. Yeah,
I agree with that. It's Errol that should move up if he can't get it done, not Crawford. You shouldn't force Crawford to move up. If anybody, you should force Errol Spence to move up because he hasn't even transitioned weight yet.
That's true. And is it true? Somebody told me that when Errol Spence started, he started at 154.
Yeah, he had a fight at 154, dropped down to 147.
So he's already a big boy. You know what I mean?
He used to walk around at 185, 190.
Yeah, I know that he spars people at 175, 180 anyway.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. But yeah, I mean, Errol Spence is the guy who can go and clean up 2 more divisions, really, but he has to do it slowly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He got to do it slowly. He can't rush into it.
I think once Jamel leaves, I think he has a very good possibility of cleaning out 154. Well, he just got to try to do, like, he should definitely take this Crawford fight before he goes to 154 or not, because here's the thing. Even if he goes and fights Crawford and he loses, okay, So he tried to unify, but he loses. He was still a unified champ at 147. So if he goes up to 154 and cleans out that and gets 4-belt undisputed, he's still in the Boxing Hall of Fame. The shit is still great. You know what I mean? So he should make this fight happen with Crawford regardless. Like, this should be priority one. Like, fuck Pacquiao fight. I know that's a great money fight, but I think both of these guys their priority should be each other, because let's be honest, if you guys, whichever one of you guys beat each other, you're the favorite for Pacquiao. It's the easier job. Not saying that Pacquiao's an easy job, but he's easier for Spence to fight than fighting a Crawford. He's easier for Crawford to fight than fighting a Spence. So, like, and Manny Pacquiao, shit, he's at the top of the mountain. You know how much bigger that fight would be for them, for Errol Spence or Crawford to win up that fight? They got 3 belts, and now they're going into it. Manny Pacquiao a chance to go 4-belt undisputed. That fight would be massive. So the priority to me should be next. Crawford, Spence, next.
Yeah, but whatever we want is never what's happening in boxing.
But hey, listen here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to kill everybody's dreams, but don't just completely dismiss my man Danny Garcia, man. We still got to see how that unfolds before we talk about Errol anything. Right now, we could talk about Bud because he took care of his mission, so we could talk about him. We can't really talk about Errol until he fights Danny Garcia.
Man, we can talk about Errol Spence. See,
I'm not saying it like that, but we got to see if he beats Danny.
Yeah, that's the truth. But it's the fighters that shouldn't look past their opponent. I can look past that shit, and I'm saying fuck Danny. He's gonna beat Danny. And I want to talk about Crawford and Spence and Pacquiao. I get what you're saying, though. We do have to see, because off of the accident, we got to see how he look in the ring. I get all of that. I just feel like Errol Spence can either get in there and bludgeon Danny Garcia if he got a good chin for that, or he has to choose to just simply outbox Danny Garcia. Because Danny Garcia is one of those boxers that need you to engage and fight in the pocket more. He's no good from the mid-range or at the distance. Danny Garcia, that's just not his style. And Spence can fight from the mid-range and the distance. And so he could just outbox Danny Garcia if his chin is well, which I'm pretty sure he'll find out in these sparring matches leading to the fight, because Spence said he's not holding back. He's still fighting 175 pounds and all that, sparring wars, right? So he's going to find out all he needs to know. And whether he decides to get in there and bang it out with Danny like he did with Sean Porter, or whether he decides to box Danny, I don't see Danny winning this fight. And if his chin is a trouble, then he always has it in his pocket to just outbox Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is not going to outbox him. The bastard could barely outbox Ivan Redkach, which was a terrible performance against the Ivan Redkach that he should have put away like he did Granados. Like, I'm not all hyped on this Danny Garcia. The only thing people betting on in this fight, it ain't Danny Garcia and what he brings to the table. They're just betting on Spence's chin. That's it. That's all they're really betting on.
And I already said, I told you, Errol's in that crowd. And bro, Rapstar, tell you, we was talking about it this morning. Errol's a person that they want to see lose. That's why they're praying Danny win. That's why with Bud, they was praying he lost. They're picking Brook, and we knew that wasn't going to happen. I'm telling you.
Who's praying for Errol to lose? I don't see that happening. A lot of people are like, there are a lot of fans for Errol.
The people that are picking, all the people picking Danny Garcia. That's why everybody picked Brook, because they wanted Bud to lose. Mad people are picking.
Who said that they want Bud to lose?
BFTB. Man, I ain't gonna sit up here because that just puts me in a whole. That'll put me in a whole.
There you go, D. Hodges. D. Hodges is LDBC. People get the pennies in the punch now. This is what I was talking about early, D. Hodges.
Give me the chance to
LDBC. Give me the chance, man. Cut it out, man.
Let me say something.
LDBC and been LDBC before you.
Yo, can I just talk or what?
I'm not even trying to talk about. I'm not even talking about it. No. I'm not even, because they're taking it. No, y'all act like, because they act like LDBC is a gang. I don't treat it like a gang. It's not a gang.
Yo, Rockstar, can I talk? It's your channel. Can I talk?
Let's P-Box and just say something. D. Hodges said, look, BFTB and all these other guys have been making narratives.
They said Brook was gonna win. Black Reality or Black Sports. They said he was gonna win. They had to eat. They had to eat their crow.
Yeah, but the they did say Brook was gonna win, but they were supporting Bat because they said he's an American fighter. They were supporting him. They wanted him to win, but they were going against him because they was thinking he was gonna lose. But they wanted him to win though. That's two difference. You know what I mean? Because I thought like obviously Crawford was gonna win because I knew deep in my heart that Brook didn't have no chance, man. He quit twice, so I was expecting as well because I know how good Crawford is, and obviously for selfish reasons as well, I don't want Bat to lose. I don't want Errol to lose, so I can see them two facing each other undefeated.
But I'll make y'all a bet right now. I bet you, watch when it's fight week, watch how many people are gonna say, I got Danny, I got Danny, I got Danny. Yo, shit always change up fight week. I swear to God. Yo, a lot of people are fake. And anybody on this panel that know me, that heard my comments, once I pick my pick, I never change it. But a lot of people be flip-flopping and all that. Once the fight's announced, I make my pick and I ride with it.
Yeah, but the Hodges, Crawford's your guy though. That's your guy though. That's, you know, you're a big Bat Crawford though. Like, fan in it. Like, obviously, you're gonna always back him. But I don't think that. To be honest, in my opinion, Danny hasn't got the chance. To be honest, to win this fight. Let's just be honest with each other. You know,
I know he don't neither. But watch, everybody that bet for Danny is because they want Errol to lose. That's all I said. Everybody that wanted Brook to win is because they wanted Crawford to lose. That's all I'm saying. I know Errol's gonna win. Shit, I put yo saying I know he's gonna win, but watch how many people pick Danny because they want to see Errol lose.
Yeah, but the critics, the reason why they were going against Crawford is because they think he's not all that 147. But now they're gonna have to eat the crow because sometimes you have to look into it. The fighter, like sometimes people don't believe in the fighter, and he showed to us from time to time, like he's good. He's really good at 147.
I'm still eating Lomachenko crow. I didn't believe Tio could beat him by a decision. I did not think that. I thought if it went 12, Loma will definitely win a decision. And it went 12 and Loma lost. I'm still eating Loma crow. I said there was no way Tio could win a decision. I thought either the judges might rob him or whatever else.
So I don't listen to P-Boxing. This motherfucker's still learning boxing himself. He always trying to tell
shut the fuck up, man. See what I mean?
You don't know about no boxing. Yourself.
And you know what's funny? And this just goes to, I'm going to finish my conversation, but the point is the people that voted for Tio, they wanted Loma to lose.
Yo,
when they vote,
that's true though.
When they vote for the underdog, they want that person to lose.
But that always happens in the history of the sport. People wanted Mayweather to lose. People wanted, like people always wanted every fighter who's doing great. They want him to lose.
Well, they was happy when Wilder lost to Fury. They was celebrating. They've been waiting for Wilder to lose.
What about when Andy Ruiz beat Anthony Joshua? Mexico was celebrating.
Yeah, and a bunch of people, and like I said, a bunch of people was happy because that's what that B nigga get, because he ducked Wilder. Yeah, you ducked Wilder and lost your belts. Yeah, but everybody wanted AJ to lose because he ducked Wilder.
How did he do it? How did he duck Wilder though? Like, I'm a Wilder fan.
No, I'm just saying, not duck like that.
Hey,
but
Wilder
they didn't
admit that he ducked Anthony Joshua.
No, I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean duck. I take the word duck. I'll take the word duck back. But it's like, but by him not fighting Wilder, people were happy when he lost to Ruiz.
Let me say something.
That's all I was saying. People up here were celebrating when Ruiz knocked AJ out. What? And it's only because people wanted to see AJ lose. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but just what do you think of like Deontay Wilder when he admitted like oh I could have got more money from AJ fight, but I chose you. Is that not a fact, to be honest? So he could have got an AJ fight. Like he tweeted that himself. He said it. No one else is saying it. All these years, AJ been getting abuse after abuse, and now Wilder saying on the Twitter that I could have got more money fighting AJ, but I chose you on that tweet. Like that is a duck. Like I don't give a fuck who you are. Like, do you think that you? So what do you think, brother? As a Wilder fan, yeah. Like, what do you think? Because he ducked Wilder did duck AJ though. That's
like,
it's even.
A lot of fighters.
It's even. They both ducked. They both ducked.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, the fight didn't happen. So they both ducked.
Look,
when the fight don't happen, y'all both ducked.
P-Boxing, all of them fucking times you came on my goddamn panel. Don't act like you don't fucking remember. And I was saying Wilder ducked AJ. Remember all of that grief you gave me?
Nah, I never gave you grief. Stop lying.
Oh my God, P, you lying now. Don't even start. You lying.
No. At the time, I was like, at the time I was blaming the promoters. I did say that. Yeah, I did give you.
I was telling you these things. See, P, that's the thing though. That's why I be telling you, stop with this bullshit about me hating. Because I've been telling you this the whole time. Don't sit up here and act like you won't calling me haters and I don't like this and don't like that. But I was telling the truth. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand about my channel. You are not going to like what I say a lot of times. So a lot of people don't like what I say. I lose 10, 15 subscribers or more every week because of it. I'm not here. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not here to say what people like. I'm here to say what I believe is the truth. And one thing you can never come at me, P, you can make up all of these things about, oh, you biased, you this, you that, you got an agenda, but you can't never deny the truth. Never.
But listen, D. Jefferson, I'm sub to you. Yeah, I've been sub to you for a long time. But listen, just because sometimes I don't like what you're saying, don't mean I'm gonna accept. I don't like that. Like if once I sub to people, yeah, I'm sub to loads of people on my channel, yeah, like and once I'm subbed, I'm subbed. I ain't a sucker. Like just because I hear you slugging off my fucking fighter or talking about my people, yeah, that don't mean I'm gonna unsub because you're just talking your own opinion. You know what I mean? Just like my brothers, yeah, and my sisters, yeah. Like if they say stuff that I don't like, yeah, that don't mean I'm not gonna talk to them in it. So it's like that in it. Like I have to be grown up about it. My brother might not like Deontay Wilder. Do you know what I mean? My other brother might not like AJ, but it don't mean like, oh, I'm not gonna be like brothers with them. Just like when I'm sub to people, they're like, I consider them as like a brother or a sister. Do you understand? So it is what it is. You can have your own opinion. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. I know a lot of people, they go against you, like they're gonna start hating you just because you're talking about their fighters, whether it's Matt Crawford or Errol Spence or AJ or fucking Wilder. It doesn't matter, man. Like you can say whatever you want, man. But like with me, I treat this shit as like a real life thing, man. You can say whatever you want, man. I'm always gonna be sub to you, D. Jefferson. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate that, but it ain't about you being sub to me, fool. It's about you calling me bias and haters because I was like, when I was telling you this shit about Wilder, you thought it was an agenda against the LDBC, you thought it was an agenda against Wilder, you thought I wasn't being honest, you told me I wasn't being honest about Fury, and I was telling you it was none of that. It was because of what Wilder showed me. So now that we're on the same page, that motherfucker ducked, I just want you to remember these things when you can't figure it out. Why would D. Jefferson be saying these things? Because most likely, I believe it to be true. No agendas, no narratives, and not trying to put anything on anybody, Pete. It's because I believe it to be true. I do enough research around this sport before I talk and come out with ideas, fam. It's no agendas behind it. Just the truth is the only agenda. So stop coming at me with this bias and hater and all of that shit, fam. It's about truth on my channel. That's what I want you to take from this Wilder experience, because you gave me more grief than anybody about Wilder. Then get this smoke. He's the only one that got you beat. He is the only one that got you beat. But you have given me more grief about Wilder than anybody else I know besides Smoke. Anybody. And so when I was telling you he ducked before, you weren't trying to hear it. And I was everything under the sun. It's not about you still being sub to me. It's just when you come over there, understand that I'm only about bringing the truth to boxing. And now today, you know that what I was saying back there wasn't coming from hate or any agenda, because it's fucking true. He ducked him.
Yeah, but he was saying it himself now, though. Before,
it doesn't matter because you didn't hear it
does
today.
matter.
I knew it, though.
It does because
I knew it.
It does because at the end of the day, before it was all articles. It was basically Eddie Hearn. Look how many times Eddie Hearn lied, though. But this time it was Wilder himself saying out of his own mouth. That's when it really counts, though. Like now I can say
that the fact that I was right at the time when I was saying it, fam, and you were saying otherwise.
Yeah, but these articles, you do know they do lie a lot, though, bro, man. Like,
yeah, but when you say that, though, let me ask you this. There's so many fighters. Yeah, but let me ask you this, though. There's so many fighters who've ducked. When Tank Davis was offered, like Lomachenko was interested in Tank Davis ducked that fight. Tank Davis ducked Lomachenko, bro. If you want to come to terms with shit.
Yeah. Well, of course he did, because Floyd and Ellaby weren't going to put. Look, the dude been talking about Lomachenko for 3 years. We knew Floyd and Ellaby. The problem with Tank Davis is we can say Tank duck, and I've always said this over and over again. I don't really hold that shit against Tank. The only thing I hold against Tank is keep re-signing with TMT. That's it. But as far as the whole duck situation, I think Tank would fight any of those fuckers they put in front of him. It's Floyd and Ellaby doing this. That's why I don't like to say that Tank duck. You know what I mean? But some of these boxers like Wilder has more control over his situation. AJ has more control. Pacquiao, Spence, Crawford. These guys have a little more control. Tank has no control over his career. None. It's all Floyd and Ellaby, bro. They don't listen to talk barely in the damn media.
Like going back to Wilder, yeah, like I don't know why he put it out there though. Like, why did he have to say that? Like, oh, I could have took more money.
He's
like,
not mentally stable, bro. Don't you know that Wilder's not mentally stable, bro?
Not only that, the truth always comes to light, P-boxing. You can lie all you want, but the truth will eventually come to light. He probably didn't mean to say it that way, but he fucked himself on it.
That's bad, man. That's really bad because that is embarrassing. Like, because now you can't defend him whatsoever. As a man,
being honest, bro. He had you fooled, P-boxing. He had you fooled for a long time.
You know, I still like him as a fighter. Yeah, I still, you know, I mean, I'm always gonna support him as well. I've always said, because I live in the UK, I've been following AJ a lot longer than Wilder because I've been following AJ before he turned pro in the Olympics and stuff like that. Even when he fought I remember when he fought Dillian White in the amateurs. Yeah. So AJ, yeah, I've been a fucking AJ dick rider for fucking years. But Deontay Wilder, it was like I started what I found about him in about like back in 2013, 14, and like you know I started liking what he was doing. He was knocking people out, and even though people call them bums, a lot of these fighters that I don't see like Tyson Fury or Dillian White, they're not knocking these people out. So he had a special talent. So I started like thinking, this guy is a monster, man. This guy is gonna be. He's going to be problems for AJ, I was thinking back in 2013, 2014. And I started supporting him even more when he started, like, you know, doing the community stuff, you know, the community groundwork, you know, saying, like, he's sticking up for the black people. But, you know, beside the point, you know, I like all the fighters, man. Like, Dillian White, there's something about Dillian White I can't really like. Fury, I don't know, man. Fury, I used to like him, but like he's going sideways, man. It's a guy that can't really believe.
Please do not mention that white name on this panel, Super Cheetah. I really hate him, and I don't hate nobody.
You know what I don't like about Fury?
Hold up, man.
I know Rapstar is a big Fury fan.
Fury.
Rapstar is a big Fury fan and speaks your mind, sports. D. Jefferson, he's a big Fury fan as well.
Yeah,
no, I'm not talking about Fury. I said don't say white. He had PEDs and loaded gloves. I don't know why y'all still praise him. How y'all still give him anything? He was trying to hurt Rivera, whatever his name was. Steroids, hand loaded gloves, and y'all still cheer for him. I said white. I ain't say nothing about Fury. White.
Right.
Where's the B sample? Where's the B sample, by the way?
No,
The B sample.
why?
No one found the B sample.
Yo, why didn't face anything from that? D Hodges. I see. This is what I say about all of these cheating claims. You know, if they don't face any penalty because of it, y'all can't call them cheaters, fam.
But they
Y'all
proved the loaded gloves. They at least that's still bad. They
who
proved
proved
that.
what? Wait, hold on. Who proved what? Who proved
They
what?
did. It was all over the news, dude. Like he had gloves. Like that's why people was wondering why he
Who?
didn't get in trouble.
Who
You
had
know,
gloves?
watch our news. Go look it up. Go look. You can look
Who
it
are
up.
you talking about? Who had loaded gloves?
No,
I'm
it wasn't
saying
loaded glove.
after
It
they
was he
said
changed the glove.
Dillian White,
Was it loaded though? Because I don't think it was loaded. I don't remember being loaded, but I think he changed the gloves. He wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't supposed to
and he
change
was
the
on
glove.
steroids. Go look it
No,
up. They
no,
Yeah,
was
no,
they,
no. D Hodges. D
he,
Hodges.
he,
Same
he was on
go look
Debo.
situation.
it up. Go Google it. Go
He,
Google it right now.
D
They made
Hodges.
a big issue about it
Listen,
he's right.
because
listen.
D
he did
Hodges is right.
something with Revis. He cheated.
Oh my God, bro.
D
Hold
Hodges
on.
is right. Salute Bruce Ghost. But yeah, like listen, D Hodges is right, man. He's right because he was listen. I think
Crazy as
listen.
fuck.
Listen. Let's call it for what it is. Yeah, we want to call Tyson Fury a cheater. Yeah, let's call Dillian White a cheater as well because the reason why I'm saying it
I don't
is
want to
because
call Tyson Fury a cheater. Get the
he
fuck out of here with.
he
I think
felt
y'all crazy for Dillian
he
White and Tyson Fury. But
he
go ahead and plead
no
your
no 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 no.
case.
Dillian White. They done something dodgy. Him and Eddie Hearn because that I remember that time they were like whispering to each other, and UCAD they let that go for some reason. Like they didn't even let Rivas know what was happening. Like how you gonna fail something even if it's like an inch? You're supposed to let know your opponent. But guess what? He fought Rivas without his knowledge, without knowing that he failed the drug test. And then after they start saying, "Oh, there was a complication," "Oh, he never failed," and they start hiding it behind the carpet. No, you should tell the opponent, man. Oscar Rivas didn't know about it, and unfortunately, he hasn't got big like backing, like big promotional backing. So they got away with it, man. D Hodges is right. It's on Google. Look it up, D Jefferson. It's right. Didn't why
What?
he where's the B sample? Where is it? Like
That's what
where's the
you
B
gotta.
sample, bro?
That's what you gotta ask UCAD for, not Dillian White and Eddie Hearn. And here's the thing. This is what I'm saying.
You're breaking up.
Hold up. Nobody knows though, right? Right? So you can't. You guys always try to put stuff about
Is it me or you're breaking up?
Somebody's breaking up badly, man.
D, you're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, you're breaking
No,
up horribly. I can't hear nothing.
I don't know. I don't know. But
D,
anyway,
D, yeah, I didn't hear that bit. What you were saying because it was like break up, like
I
like
don't
that. You know
know.
what I mean?
My thing is this, fam. I don't understand how you guys always.
Yeah, all I'm saying is basically, like D Hodges, you're right on that one. Like with Dillian White, like that was like proper cheat what he done to Oscar Rivas, man. Like they didn't even tell him. Like with Fury, like obviously we're still waiting for the evidence, but
But
with
no, they got the evidence on White. I don't. That's why I said I still don't consider Fury nothing because they ain't prove it. But White, they got proof on it. That's what I'm trying to tell people, and they still happy with him. I'm like, what about Oscar Rivas? Why? Yeah, he could have got killed.
Yeah, he never even got like Oscar Rivas got cheated on that fight. I don't care what anyone says, like, because at the end of the day, Dillian White cheated. We never found out the B sample. UCAD basically hit the whole stuff. This is the thing with this sport, man. Like, I've been involved in this boxing like industry for like 10 years now, and I'm a young guy. But at the same time, I'm hearing from people that are older than me, it's always been dirty, and it's still dirty till this day. So, you know what I mean? Like, because maybe like the sport is not as big as football or basketball. You know what I mean? Like, it's not major industry. Maybe that's why people are getting away with stuff. But yeah, man, Dillian White, man, he cheated in that fight, and ever since Dillian White has been caught, he looked terrible, man. He looked terrible against Mario as well.
And I'm glad with Pull-Up or whatever. I'm glad Povetkin put him to sleep. I was so happy. Like, I really rolled up a blunt and cracked the bill when he knocked him out. I was like, yeah, I wanted that for that stupid cheater. Oh, you got put to sleep. Your eyes are completely closed. Referee didn't even have to count. Oh, I swear to God, that was like one of the happiest fights of my boxing life, seeing him get starched. I was like, yes, karma is a B. Karma is a B.
absolutely, man. He was put to sleep, man. And he deserves that because didn't why? Not only that, he's been shouting for a long time. He's been waiting 600 days. That's another lie as well. He's not been waiting for 600 days. Yeah, he was like number one, but it don't mean that you're the mandatory. So didn't why he's been lying to the fans for a long time, saying he's been waiting for 600 days. He could have fought Deontay Wilder if he would have fought Luis Ortiz. He didn't want to do that. So I'm glad as well. I was happy when he got knocked out. You know, that's another cheater. So yeah, Robstar, where are you, man? I haven't heard you for a while, man.
No, you guys keep cooking, bro. Keep cooking.
So yeah, Robstar, what do you think of Fury though? Like, do you think he cheated though?
I mean, it's very hard to say, man. How did you cheat the American Federation? You cheated the camp. You cheated JD. You cheated the guys who check the gloves and bring it on the last day. You cheated. You got to cheat everyone. So Tyson Fury cheated everybody then. You know what I mean? And how does he do that? How does he go to America and do that? I want to know.
I think JD was involved as well. I think JD. I don't know why they kept JD. I honestly think JD was involved. And Mark Breland. I don't know, man. I think it's easy to cheat though, bro, man. Because at the end of the day, they can put the glove on.
Gotta do nothing. You could cheat with the judges. You could cheat with the referee. You could cheat with the man. I don't be. You probably could cheat with a ring girl. You could cheat with anybody in boxing. Real talk.
You can cheat. Listen, at the end of the day, they can put the gloves on and everything. They can start doing the wraps. But guess what? When they do that, someone could easily like go around the corner. They did turn off the camera. Did we forget about that as well? Because I remember them turning off the camera, and so it's easy to say, look, to the guy that's watching it, the commission, like, there you go, like, you know, there's £100,000, you know, around the corner, you know what I mean, like, it's hidden by the alleyway, that's yours, you know what I mean, or even more. So it's easy to bribe these people, man, because they're not getting that much money to begin with, you know what I mean. And even if they snitch and say, look, oh, Fury cheated, yeah, guess what? No one's gonna know about their name anyway, and they're not gonna get paid. So it's easy to buy these people, man. Boxing is a dirty industry.
Yeah,
you
but how did a gypsy go to America and get Mark Breland? Get what's his name? What's the other guy? JD. The American organization. I mean, American Federation. Then the company which deals with the gloves. Then the referee. I mean, you gotta be one motherfucker to get through all of that, and you gotta beat the whole media and the channels and everything. What I'm saying is, do you think that floppy glove and everything, the pictures, sometimes they could be picture shot as well. Sometimes these pictures could be circulating on the net just to be fucking up the game. And let me ask you this: if he cheated like that, yeah, what about the people who cheated who really did cheat, like Jamal Baby Big Miller? Sugar Shane Mosley, Evander Holyfield, James Toney. These are people who got caught. You know what I mean, P-boxing? They got caught cheating. You see what I mean?
But listen, I know. I understand what you're saying, Robstar. Like, obviously, like, you know,
they took steroids, bro.
Some of the farmer stuff. You know the farmer stuff. The wild boar. Remember when that farmer came out a couple of months ago? And he was saying, like, oh, Fury said to me, like, you know, he was supposed to give me £25,000 for the wild boar stuff. What about that stuff then? Like,
but look at Deontay Wilder, right? Think about this. After 3 weeks of the fight, he comes out and he does a twerking dance. If he had a dent in his head, why was he twerking all over the world? That means he didn't really have much problems. Then he never says nothing for 8 months, and then he makes an edited video, with music going behind him. So in the same thing, Deontay Wilder's playing the game as well, I think. Think about it.
I think there's two things. Okay, listen, can I say quickly, say something? I'm gonna be quiet now. There's two things going on. Either Deontay Wilder got cheated, or they're all in it together to promote.
They're all in it together to make the third fight.
The third fight, yeah. There's only two things, like I said, yeah. Either the second one that you just said, or the first one that I said.
Okay, Major Key Boxing's in the house.
Walk on, brethren.
Hey,
yo, listen, man. Yo, I gotta give you credit, Rap. So you putting in work. I went to sleep, and you were the last person I heard. I go on YouTube now. You still the first person I heard. You putting in work, homie.
Hey, I got another 82 subscribers today.
That's what's up, man. But hey, and good morning to you brothers as well, D Hodges and P Boxing. Listen, man. I think you made a great point, man. Like, look, man. I don't know how they do it in Bristol, P Boxing, but yo, nobody leaves 100,000 pounds in the alleyway, bro. Like, you know what I mean? We talking about you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, so listen to this one, Major Key. There was a bit of a talk earlier, and if Terence Crawford can't get a fight at 147, do you think he can? Do you think he should go to 154? Is that too much to ask?
No, I think that's not far fetched, because I think 154 is probably one of the weakest divisions. You know what I mean? Right now, I think that's one of that's a talking point that I heard. Somebody convinced me a few weeks ago. I forgot what boxing channel it was on, but they were ranking the divisions, and you know what I'm saying. I believe the topic was Jamel Charlo, you know what I'm saying, and how he was, should he be on a pound for pound division, and the fact that a lot of people were saying that that's one of the weakest divisions, so it's easy to look good in that division. You know what I'm saying? And so it was kind of like trying to make sure, you know, like state that he doesn't deserve to be on the pound for pound list just because he beat Jason Rosario, because it's a weak division. So, you know, with that being said, I don't necessarily. I don't have him in my top 10, but I have him in, you know, probably top 16. Okay, because I do have a couple names before him, but I do give the man credit for having the belt right now. You know what I'm saying? And doing what he did to accomplish what he's accomplished thus far. You know, coming back at Tony Harrison the way he did for redemption, all that. But with that being said, that's only because we're talking about the 154-pound division. I don't believe that Terence Crawford is gonna face a lot of resistance with his skill set and his power. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe he's gonna face a lot of resistance. Does he move anywhere beyond that? I don't think that's the case. I think there's more trouble at 160. So I think he caps out at 154, but I think he does a good job at 154.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, they're much bigger than him, and like, who do you expect him to beat? Who do you expect him? Do you expect him to beat J-Rock? You expect him to beat Tony Harrison?
I think he outskills all of them, bro. And remember, speed. The reason Kell Brook got knocked out was because he got caught coming in. You basically with a stiff jab. You know what I'm saying? You know, straight right hand. Like you know, it's just speed kills. You know, Mayweather always said that. Like, you know, Mayweather wasn't a strong puncher, but look how he knocked out Ricky Hatton. You know what I'm saying? With a check hook. You know? Okay,
I want to see what you guys know about the boxers in our country. We got a boxing fight coming up: Daniel Dubois versus Joe Joyce. Who are you favoring in that fight? Let's start with P Boxing on that one. Daniel Dubois, Joe Joyce from our country. Who's going to win that fight and how?
Oh, say that again. I didn't hear that bit.
Daniel Dubois, Joe Joyce. Who's going to win that fight and how?
I think personally, I think Dubois. I think Dubois. I had Joe Joyce winning initially, but I think Dubois wants it more. He's more hungrier. He's more tougher. I know, like Joe Joyce, obviously, you know, he can take a punch, but how many punches can he take? You know, Dubois is a lot more faster as well. Remember, Joe Joyce is like a snail. The guy is horribly slow, really, really slow. And I think Dubois he will smash him to bits. He's gonna keep smashing him and smashing him and smashing it until he falls because I don't see Joe Joyce winning because he's too slow, bro, man. You know what I mean? You can't learn speed. He's too slow and he's old as well. Like he what is he? 33 years old? That's not a young man, bro. Dubois is 22 years old, bro. A lot faster, more stronger, more winning, durable. Like he's going for it, bro. And plus, like Dubois, he's got the anger in him as well. Joe Joyce, like he don't have any anger in him at all. I remember when Dubois said something about Joe Joyce's mom. His mom is blind, and Joe Joyce didn't even get angry.
Is that
Like,
in real life? Is that in real life?
Yeah, in the press conference, he said something about his mom. She's blind in real life, yeah. And Joe Joyce didn't say nothing at all. Like he was just smiling. Like if that was me, I would go for him, man. In a press conference, I don't care who you are. You say that to my face, yeah. Like, especially like this is not some internet shit. This is like real life, bro. He said that, and the man didn't even say nothing, man. So yeah, man, I got demolishing Joe Joyce within like 7 rounds, bro.
You think he knocks him out?
Yeah, he knocks him out, bro, man. This is gonna be a knockout, bro. This is gonna be a knockout fight. It's gonna be a knockout.
Okay, if that's your prediction.
But one thing though, Joe Joyce, if he has got, Dubois could always walk into that punch though, because Joe Joyce does hit hard, but that's very unlikely.
Let's go to Major Key Boxing.
Triple D all day. I said it first.
All right, let's go to D Hodges then. D Hodges, who have you got in that fight?
I already told you this morning. Slow Joyce, he's gonna get knocked out. Remember, I was the first one to say it when you asked the question. Slow Joyce is gonna get KO'd. Dubois is too fast and hit too hard. And if he don't knock him out, it's gonna be a TKO. I don't see it going 12 rounds. I don't.
Hey, what'd you say, Major Key?
I agree with the panel, man. I think Dubois is young and fresh, and I think that Joe Joyce has more skills per se, right? But he doesn't have the speed to accomplish what he's gonna need to accomplish versus Daniel Dubois. So Daniel Dubois catches him, knocks him out cold. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. I mean, Daniel Dubois seems to be the stronger guy. Daniel Dubois seems to be knocking people out, bro. And I've got to go with Daniel Dubois too. So I'm gonna agree with the whole panel. But let's be honest. It's boxing. It's heavyweight boxing. Anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I told you I'm still eating Loma Crow. So after Tiafimo and Loma, I said I'm not gonna estimate nothing.
Facts. Hey, I got a message here. I got some messages to go through here, bro. Just give me a second, man. Oh, I respect your take. He said to me, he saw me on Punch Drunk channel. Respect to you, Whiskey. What are you saying, bro? Hey, Punch needs to come on this channel, Major Key.
I hit him up. Yo, when you going live again?
Maybe later on tonight, bro. You better tell Punch to come on, bro.
That's what's up. I hit him up.
Oh, you got his digits? You got his number?
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, like, I don't really like bothering people unless I got an important message. But I hit him up.
Yeah. That's cool. When we go back live, you can invite me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, actually, I'm gonna fall back right now because I was just trying to show some support. Like I said, man, I went to sleep. You the last person I was on live with, and then all of a sudden I wake up and you live again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So I had to show some support. You know what I'm saying? And I thought only I broke night because P Boxing was on and D Hodges was on. You know what I'm saying? Last night too. I was like, damn, what these people broke night together? You know what I'm saying? But hey, I'll let y'all go though, man. You know what I mean? I'll hit him up right now and see what's up.
Hey, look, all I'm saying, right, is that World Combat Sports is in the house. World Combat Sports is in the house. Hey, all I'm saying is, yeah, bro, that we keep talking about this fight, that fight. I don't think the fights are going to happen that easy. I think that this Terence Crawford Manny Pacquiao fight is a very, very intriguing fight. I just think that's the best thing for Terence Crawford. He got to chase that Manny Pacquiao fight. And Errol Spence, he got to finish up with what he's doing right now with Danny Garcia. And D. Hodges is right. We keep disrespecting Danny Garcia. We cannot eliminate Danny Garcia in that fight. He got a good chance. And we keep talking about it like Spence has already won. You know what I mean? Danny Garcia got a little bit of a chance.
The shit that killed me is that people have so much confidence in Kell Brook beating Bud. Why they don't got no confidence in Danny Garcia beating Earl? Like, yo, people are fucking weird, bro. Sorry for swearing. Sorry. People are weird, my bro.
Hey, look who's in the channel, bro. Look who's here, bro. It's the original Punch Drunk Boxing.
What's good, Rap Star? What's good, man?
Hey, we love
What
it,
up,
bro.
Punch Drunk? What up, my G?
What's up, Mr. Moonshine?
What's good, D? What's good, Pete?
Hey, well, we've had like 300 messages so far. People want Bud Crawford to fight Errol Spence, and a lot of people in England want Kell Brook to retire. What do you say to that, Punch Drunk?
I think that Kell Brook wants to retire. I don't even think people need to even say that Kell Brook should retire. I think he said it himself in the post-fight interview. He said that he thinks it's the end of the road. I think it's the end of the road for him too. He knows that. But Crawford, what was the second part?
Bud Crawford and Errol Spence should be the next fight, but we've been breaking it down. That
it's not going to happen.
Bud Crawford and Errol Spence is not going to happen next.
No, it's not going to happen.
And do you think Bud Crawford can get Manny Pacquiao?
Nah, that ain't going to happen either.
Okay, because he got 10 months left in his contract with Bob Arum.
I think if I was Bud Crawford, I should just ride it out.
And then go and do a deal with Al Heyman as a free agent.
Yeah, or independent, or independent. Just he could go with his own promotional company if he wants, and then and just sign to Al Heyman as an advisor, something like that.
Yeah, but he should be able. If Al Heyman can get him the Manny Pacquiao fight, if Terence Crawford can sign with Al Heyman and he can get him the Manny Pacquiao fight, then Terence Crawford becomes the WBO, WBA super champion if he beats Manny Pacquiao. Then he's got 2 welterweights with 4 titles. He can make a huge fight.
Yeah, he could make a huge fight. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna get the Manny Pacquiao fight. But he'll get a huge fight. But I don't think he'll get the Manny Pacquiao fight.
So all of Bud Crawford fans have been coming here. So
but if he goes to PBC,
he's not going to get the Manny Pacquiao fight.
He could get Errol's PBC. If he go to PBC, he can get either one. He better go to PBC.
See, this is what it is with Al Heyman. Al Heyman works for his fighters, and he works in turns. He don't work for the pulse of the boxing fans or what we want. He works for his clients, and he works like in turns. We was never gonna see for example, Keith Thurman and Earl Spence. We was gonna get to see the Keith Thurman and Danny Swift Garcia because those was his money makers of the lower division, and Adrian Broner. See, it was Adrian Broner's turn to get Manny Pacquiao. Then it became Keith Thurman's turn to get Manny Pacquiao because he was the second guy that gets the views for PBC. See, Al Heyman don't give a damn about what boxing wants. He goes about what his fighters, he feels like his fighter needs. That's why he don't need to answer questions to us. He don't work for us. He works for his clients. I think that the more that we look at Al Heyman like that, this is not boxing. This is strictly business for him. He's not a boxing head. This is just strictly business. He got and that's it.
And I love him for that though, because it makes you suspense of who is Al Heyman. Yo, he's smart as hell. Nobody know who he is.
Yeah, but then you guys don't realize this. I've been cooking for 5 hours. I've had 50, 60 Bud Crawford fans, and they reckon they're going to get the Errol Spence or Manny Pacquiao. And Punch Drunkers came over here, just like I've been telling them. I don't think he's getting those fights. I just don't think he's going to get those fights. So who does he fight? Who the fuck does Terence Crawford fight then? Because everybody else is Al Heyman and PBC.
No, I think that Buck Crawford could the Buck Crawford and Earl Spence fight will happen. But if Al Heyman, which he's smart, he knows that contract is gonna end in 10 months. He's gonna keep that fight to be an in-house fight. Why would he make that fight before the contract ends to split money with Bob Arum, where they could just split that money in-house and make all the money in Fox? It doesn't make sense for Al Heyman now to make this fight with Buck Crawford. He's just gonna wait till this thing expires. If I was Buck Crawford, you know what? I probably just won't even fight for Bob until my contract expires, and probably get Earl Spence fight probably in November, December, when he actually does leave Top Rank.
Man, 10 months. I'm trying to Bob get me a fight. 10 months is too long to be broke. Oh no. I'll try to get 2 fights in them 10 months with laundromat. I don't care if you worked at the laundromat, the corner store. I'm gonna try to get 10 months. I'm gonna try to get at least 10 worth of money. 2 fights worth of money.
You're not gonna get the paycheck if you fight laundromat cats.
You know, Bomac here who was saying the other day.
I'm just saying though, but do something. No, y'all talking about just ride out 10 months. No.
Hey, let me speak. Yo, D. Hodges, you gotta let me speak here. He gotta fight someone in 10 months. And I've had nothing but hundreds of messages here that he gotta fight an opponent. So give me an opponent that Terence Crawford can fight in the next 10 months. I just keep asking you guys. Who's the opponent?
Okay, listen, you guys don't understand this though. Bomac, his trainer, he said the other day that they're leaving, Top Rank. His contract is about to go up, so he might even be going to.
He's got one more fight, P-boxing. So I asked Punch Drunk, which is the most likely opponent we will get from Bob Arum then? Who are we going to get, Punch?
I'm saying nothing, no opponent. So why would I sacrifice this stage in Buck Crawford's career where he could get a Mikey with Al Heyman. He could get a Thurman with Al Heyman. He could get a Porter with Al Heyman. No matter his next fight is gonna be major money, no matter what.
But Bob Arum said that he has to fight for him one more time before he lets him go.
No, I don't think so. Depending if it's a fight deal, if it was fights deal, but if it was yearly deals, then it's different.
Yeah, he's gonna let it expire.
Hey, World Combat, can you introduce yourself to the viewers? Because we got.
I'm taking a paycheck before I go. Shit.
Yeah,
What's
World
going on,
Combat.
people?
Let
Good
everybody
morning.
know who you are, bro.
What's going on, people? Good morning. Short night. Of course, we was on here last night. You know what I'm saying? Into the morning, but like Punch said, when it comes down to if he has a fight contractual agreement or he has a freaking yearly or time restraint on his contract, if it's time allotted, then he can let those 10 months expire.
But isn't that detrimental to his career? Should he not be active?
No, I mean, these fighters are fighting twice a year anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's not like he's in a hurry. He can get anybody he want, man. He can get anybody he wants before he step in there with Errol Spence. It's just all about what makes sense. Bob Arum is not going to promote garbage right now. He already said he lost serious money on Crawford. So, we have to find a fighter that's going to sell enough of Bob Arum's interest. I wouldn't mind seeing your Dennis Ugas step in there, but, that's far off the sanctioning body. Dennis is WBA and Crawford's WBO.
I mean, the way you guys are talking, is that Terence Crawford is not going to fight for 2021. It doesn't make sense.
No, he'll fight. He'll fight in 2021, but he could fight in November, December. Bob Arum just exposed himself too much with Bud. You see that he's desperate. He's trying to shame Al Heyman to making a move, but that's it. We already know that the contract expires October 9th, 2021, and no need to even rush. Al Heyman just sitting there and just waiting for Buck Crawford to lay in his lap. That's it.
So you think Terence Crawford is just gonna ride it out and try and get Al Heyman to make a deal with like a 2-fight deal, like Ugas and Spence, or somebody like Ugas to start with, or something?
You know what I
Exactly.
would like?
Do a deal like Manny Pacquiao did, a 3-fight deal. Get me, you could get me a Mikey Garcia. You could get me, that's a pay-per-view fight for Buck Crawford. You could get me Earl Spence. That's a pay-per-view fight. Or you could get me a Keith Thurman because already Porter is already lined up. See, this is what I mean. Earl Spence should have took Daniel Garcia as the mandatory, not as a voluntary. Because now taking that voluntary, now you have to fight a mandatory challenge now after. So
Hey, what's
Earl
all that
Spence
noise,
next fight
bro?
is fighting a mandatory, and Porter is he's gonna try to get that fight because now with that him fighting Danny Swift Garcia, if Danny Swift Garcia loses, Sean Porter becomes WBO and WBC mandatory, and Porter's not gonna let that go.
So you think Porter's gonna fight Crawford?
No, I think Porter's gonna wait for Spence next.
Yeah, but then that's gonna spoil everything for what the fans are wanting now. The fans want Terence Crawford and Errol Spence. They don't want to see Porter and Errol Spence anymore, bro.
Al Heyman don't care what the fans think. That's what we got to. When we're dealing with Al Heyman and PBC, it's not about what the fans care. They work on their time. I'm telling you, the Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather spoiled it for everybody. They waited all the way to the end and became the most lucrative fight. So the blueprint works. Not for us as fans, but business-wise, they're going to run with that type of blueprint.
A solid in-between fight would be Mikey Garcia. You know what I'm saying? I know Sean Porter, but it would be good if Terence Crawford can scoop up that belt with Manny Pacquiao. But in between that time, it would be good to fight a common opponent, Mikey Garcia, because Errol Spence has already stepped in there with him.
But Mikey Garcia, they said, is going to outprice himself in that fight.
I mean, why should he? He should price himself up there. You know, he's a 4-division champion. He should get something.
I mean, Mikey Garcia doesn't seem to want anything to do with Terence Crawford right now.
No, I'm just saying, like, that can be a big ticket fight for Mikey Garcia in the meanwhile.
These are the 5 opponents that people have been sending. I've been on for 5 hours. I've had hundreds and hundreds of messages. They want Thurman. This is the minimum the fans want. They want Thurman, Ugas, minimum. These are the minimum fights they want. Ugas and Thurman, Porter, or Errol Spence. They want these fights. And all these fights are with PBC.
Ugas, in my opinion, is the easy one out of that. You know, being he is up there as the interim, you know what I'm saying? He seems like the easier, more stylistically match opponent for Terence Crawford that matches up real nice. Yordenis Ugas. And still, you know, Ugas is just like Crawford. He's trying to prove himself. You know what I'm saying? He only got the title shot because the fighter who had the belt tested positive.
I mean, how do we get this fights going with this year then? You're telling me in the next 10 months, Terence Crawford's going to stay inactive when he fights twice a year. He fights twice a year. So what, is he only going to fight once at the end of the year then?
You know what? Yeah, I would say after this fight with Errol Spence against Danny Garcia, God willing, he wins that fight. You know, he has to call out. He has to call out Terence Crawford. You know what I mean? Whatever it takes to make the fight, man. Don't wait any longer, man. Because we lost out on AJ Wilder. You know, stop copying what Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao done. You know, they waited so long, and when they fought, that fight wasn't even that good. But to make the fight now, man. Now is the time to make that fight. The money is there right now. It's not going to be there in the next couple of years.
So, P. Boston, let me ask you this though. You saying he should call out Terence Crawford when Manny Pacquiao still has the WBA, so he should just try to unify instead of having a fight with Terence Crawford for undisputed. Just be patient.
Yeah, but listen, the more we wait, anything can happen, bro, man. Any of these guys can take an L. You know, what if EJ takes the L against Danny? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, God willing. So let's forget even about undisputed, man. Because like with Wilder and AJ, like we were saying, like, oh, we want to see this, we want to see undisputed. Yeah. Look, they both got an L now, man. Like it's not. Yeah, I still want to see the fight, but it's not going to be the way we wanted to see. So now
that's the biggest fight in the welterweight division, undisputed, man. You know, no matter how you slice it, Manny Pacquiao is 42 years old next month. I mean, who else we want to see fight for undisputed welterweight besides Crawford and Spence? That's a
No
good
one. To
fight,
be honest, no one. No one. No one. To be honest, you know what I mean?
I just like I forgot who said earlier. Bud and Arrow fight, then the winner get Manny, undisputed, perfect pay
Man,
per
that ain't
view.
gonna do the money like we think. It's not gonna do the money. I know people adore and embrace Manny Pacquiao. They have mad aberration when it comes to boxing. I get it, but it's not gonna do the same numbers, man, as Crawford Spence, because you got two fighters that are around the same age
No,
and market well.
I said Crawford and Spence fight each other, and then
Hey,
whoever wins get Pacquiao.
And I'm telling you, nobody wants to see that.
They do. Once we see Arrow versus Bud, the winner, we want him to fight Pacquiao
Man,
for
it's not for
undisputed.
undisputed though, man. It's for unification. I mean, it's different. It's just a layer that's different in that the
I do want to
unification
see.
fights undisputed, man.
Plus, that means Manny would have to fight twice because he would have to fight whoever and then still got to go fight whoever to get the other belt. It's best for Bud and Arrow to fight now, and whoever win got 3 belts, and you get to go with Manny unified. Everybody will pay for that fight.
No, it's too easy of an outcome. It's too easy
That
to
would be
to
that would
predict.
that would be too far down the line.
yeah.
That would be too far down the line. I'm telling you.
How
Earl
quick?
Spence next fight, Errol Spence next fight, and Bud Crawford next fight is not gonna be them. Forget about that fight for 2021. They're not gonna fight.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. We might as well talk facts. There's no point talking what's not going to happen and start building some kind of energy, which we know is not going to happen next year. But 2022, Punch, I think it can happen 2022 for sure.
Yo,
It can't.
Robstar, and the panel. Let me ask you guys a question. Yeah, quick question. Like, undisputed. Does it really matter? Like, to be honest, like, because these belts, they don't have the same meaning no more. Like, I want to see the best fight the best. Like, what do you guys think? Like, because this undisputed stuff is going a little bit, too far. That's why we're not seeing the fights.
And it's
what I mean?
only because it don't happen too often. We never get to see it. If everybody fought everybody, we would have way more undisputeds. But everybody's
Yeah.
doing everything else.
Okay,
So we
I
know who
want
the last
to
undisputed welterweight
ask
champion
you
was.
guys this question because I've had hundreds of messages for this, and I'll start with Punch. A lot of Bud Crawford fans think that because of his performance with Kell Brook, you need to give Terence Crawford 50-50 in the Errol Spence fight. I said it's not going to happen. Can you please cook on that, Punch?
Bud Crawford, once he crosses to the PBC, he will never get 50-50 with these fighters. And I don't care if people don't want to believe it. He's not going to get 50-50 with Earl Spence. He's not going to get 50-50 with Manny Pacquiao. He probably won't get 50-50 with Mikey Garcia. And he's not going to get...
With Mikey Garcia?
I said probably won't get 50-50 with Mikey. Maybe that's the 50-50 fight.
He get 70-30, goddammit.
And he won't get 50-50 with Keith Thurman.
Holy shit. So all the Bud Crawford fans who've been asking me for 50, he deserves 50-50 with Errol Spence. Punch thinks he don't get 50-50 with most of the PBC guys, apart from Sean Porter and Ugas, is what you're
I'd
saying.
be hard pressed if Terence Crawford walk in there with Mikey Garcia and doesn't get 50-50 or 60-40 something.
I mean, I don't think Bud Crawford's that kind of a fighter, bro. He already never priced himself out on the last Errol Spence negotiation. I heard he was asking for 50-50.
All his numbers is no good. His pay-per-view numbers, his viewership number, I don't think it's up to par to the amount of marketing they have invested in Bud Crawford. Nah. I mean, nah.
Yeah, Bob said
but he's pound for pound though. He's like pound for pound number one. Like how is this guy not promoted right? I don't get this. Like
I think
that's why.
you know what? I think he is promoted right. I think we're finding a lot of excuses. And I like Bud, but and I feel like the promotional company should take the responsibility to be a promotional company and promote him. But I just feel like they have tried everything. Like they tried putting him on when it's football, when it's college football. They talk about him in First Take and these type of platform. Max Kellerman talks about highly of him. Stephen A. Smith talked highly of him. It's just that when the camera is on, he's just he's just a boring dude. He doesn't give you nothing. He doesn't give you any type of energy. He doesn't give you anything. So, you know what I'm saying? And
That's why.
then
That's why he
he's
needs.
just not.
That's
He
why he needs
just
to.
and let's
That's why
not.
he needs to talk to the. That's why he needs to talk to the LDBC because
And
they're
look, and
gonna
we all
support him. They're
men.
gonna
And
promote him.
look, and we all men. We all men. He's just not a marketable guy. Probably just not a marketable guy. Maybe they don't find him attractive enough. We got to be real.
Oh my god. No, I just think like he needs to talk to the LDBC. I think he needs his black fans, man. Like because at the end of the day, he's not. He's not. They're saying, look, the guy's a good fighter, man. I think when he talks, he's intelligent. I think he can get promoted, but I just think he's not getting the proper promotion. To be honest, that's what honestly what I think. Honestly, that's what I think.
He's on the biggest. He's the biggest sport platform. It's not yo. You got even Flo Mayweather saying that you're pound for pound number one. It's just not It's not transitioning into views. It's just not doing it for him. It's something that's going. It's just something about Bud Crawford that we probably got to look. Maybe personality, maybe looks.
Do you know what he needs to do? Do you know what he needs to do? The next fight, he fights in a press conference. He needs to slap someone in the face, and then maybe it's gonna be popping. Just slap someone in the face.
Okay.
Can anybody mention any catchphrases? Can anybody mention any moments of Bud Crawford without the fight? Can anybody mention?
I can fight frontward, backwards. I can switch stance. I can do it all. That's Bud Crawford.
That's
what he said. That's what he said, man.
And it's funny because when you do see him, like let's say when he posts in the social media when he's hanging with the other boxers, you could see that he got charisma. But when he needs to really show the charisma, it's just like it's worthless. Yo, you know me. I'll be thinking like, damn, who I want to interview. And Bud Crawford never came up to mind because I'm like, yo, this guy's boring, bro.
Man, he's that type of dude that just will not say anything. It don't matter, man. The run-in I had with him in the hotel, we was on the same floor. If he don't know you, he ain't gonna say nothing, dog. Like he's cut from that cloth. That's his demeanor, his aura, until he get to know you, man.
So wait, is he the most boring boxer in the industry right now then? Because
no,
I thought AJ was boring.
I'm not saying that.
No, but I thought AJ has him beat.
But look, even Kell Brook. Even Kell Brook has a little catchphrase. Like we know about chocolate brownies because of Kell Brook. Like there's just at least he gives us something to remember. But
he came with cupcakes this time, Punch. He didn't come with brownies. He came with little cupcakes.
And he fought like a cupcake.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this dude don't give us anything, bro. Nothing. Come on, Bob Arum could say that he's the best into the blue. He could say it all day long. It's just not transitioning. I think been trying to figure out. They put him in Nebraska in his hometown, and it was a good crowd. It's just not the momentum is not there. These young fighters know what to do. These young fighters coming up, the T.O., the Ryan, the Devin, they're gonna get way more money by next year, more than this guy's getting because they not relying on the promotional company. They're not relying on it.
Yeah, they are changing the game, though. I mean, that whole trio down there at lightweight, they are, especially on social media.
So have we decided, everybody on the panel, that Terence Crawford definitely don't get 50-50 with Errol Spence, but Punch made other things. We know he don't get 50-50 with Manny Pacquiao, but I didn't know that he wouldn't get 50-50 with Thurman. I mean,
Thurman has the best successful numbers in PBC. That's why the numbers speak for itself. Who was the best viewership in boxing last year in network?
I don't know. Was it Thurman?
Keith Thurman and Josecito Lopez. That was the most viewership boxing fight. Keith Thurman versus Josecito Lopez. That means he don't even need a big name because he know how to promote himself. He got to gift the gab. Who had the successful pay-per-view last year as well?
Do you agree with that, World Combat?
I just look at it from a different perspective. I agree with what Punch is saying, but Keith Thurman, the former unified champion, he has a lot of Wall Street in the welterweight division.
Listen, guy,
check this out, Rap Star. And also, Keith Thurman can self-promote himself better than most fighters in the welterweight division. I think he's the best self-promoter.
So
Errol
does
Spence don't say shit. Terrence Crawford don't say shit. Sean Porter, he barely says anything. So when it comes to Keith Thurman, yeah, he can get a bit more fans, man, because he has a mouthpiece. You know what I'm saying? He'll talk to the fans. It don't matter.
And then test it out. Test it out as a content creator. Test it out. Do a content with Bud and do a content with Keith Thurman. And Keith Thurman he hasn't fought since when? Since Manny Pacquiao, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is something about that Keith Thurman in any network, even in ESPN, his good numbers versus Danny Silva Garcia, 5 million views.
So before I introduce it to Mark's in the house, I just want to say, does the WBO title not mean nothing in the Keith Thurman fight when Keith Thurman doesn't even have a title? Can't Bud Crawford ask for 50-50 for his title at least? For the title. I mean, Keith Thurman doesn't even have a title, though. Right?
And he got an L, so yeah, he ain't no 50-50.
I mean, I would think that title should give him 50-50 with Thurman. But I agree.
We also have to appraise Terrence Crawford pound for pound standing too now. That has to work for something.
Yeah, but so all I'm saying is I agree with the Manny Pacquiao fight. Terrence Crawford's the B side. The Errol Spence fight, Terrence Crawford, whether he likes it or not, he's the B side. It is what it is. We got to talk facts. But on the Keith Thurman one, I'm a bit unsure. But anyway, in coming to that, let's go to Mark. Mark, introduce yourself. What's going on?
Yeah. What's popping, y'all? Peace to the boxing guard. Shout out to everybody out there in the chat. Man, salute to the panel and the channel. Rapstar, thank you again for having me on. It means a lot to me and my audience. I just want to touch on a couple things, man. I ain't going to be here that long. I'm going to be listening, but got to do some daddy duties. You already know what time that is, right? I don't see... First of all, let's start here. We got to understand, man. All niggas ain't going to get on the damn press conference at like Mayweather and Broner. Let's start there. We all don't respond the same. We got different personalities. This guy Terrence Crawford is not from a boxing town, not the boxing state. He's a throwback fighter, man. He comes in there, suit and tie, briefcase. He does his job and he goes home. And to be honest, bro, I don't see Spence only time you see Spence out like that is on the Instagram when he out sipping probably with Tank and all of them. And you see those clips, you see all of his personality. Same with Bud. You see his competitive spirit and his personality when he's not doing the interviews. With Tank, too, these guys are just robots when they do these press conferences. I'm going to go in there and do a good job for my promoter. Shout out to Mayweather Promotions. Tank is boring, bro. Except for when he get in that ring. Same thing with another thing, Punch, not to single you out, but I don't see all these marketing dollars that they spend in that top rank. They're with ESPN. I don't hear them talking about Bud until it's close to fight time like that, or when somebody else in the welterweight is fighting. They'll mention him then. But I don't see him on no commercials. Now, granted, that's probably his management need to get him those endorsement deals. But you market the guy based off his skills. You market him based off his record. Starting off, Mayweather wasn't like that for a long time till he just flipped the switch, realized I need to be the bad guy. And there's nothing wrong with that. My whole point is, I agree with you guys. He's not 50-50 with Spence because of the titles. But if we're going to say he's not 50-50 with Spence because of the titles, we got to say he's definitely getting more than 50% fighting these other guys who don't have titles. The only two people I give is Manny and Spence. He got to take a cut on those. But all these other guys, Porter, Thurman, Broner, whoever, Ugas, Danny, he's over them, bro. Skills, check. Rankings. And when I say check, I'm just saying skills, check. Rankings, check. Undefeated, check. Undisputed, check. Like, he's clicking all the boxes. And I agree with you. It's something that is disconnecting with certain fans, y'all. I agree with y'all on that. I don't know what the disconnect is. Like I said, I think it always goes back to how we always talking about problem with racing with the fans in boxing. I think people love Al Heyman so much, black man, that's why. So the black fans go to him and the PBC guys. We want to see those people win. A lot of people don't like Bob Arum because they don't like how he handled the business with Mayweather. You know, it's a story. People always say, hey, no black fighters that goes on with Bob Arum. So people remember those kind of things, but we hearing it now, but we've always seen it and we always felt it. We don't like what happened with Oscar. They just say, they say Bob Arum, if you about to leave Top Rank, he gonna make you lose before you leave Top Rank. You ain't gonna leave with that title. So with that, I digress. I appreciate you guys giving me the floor. I'm gonna still be here, and I'll do a rebuttal or reply if anybody want to reply. But I just feel like the guy is everything he said he was. Spence is not exciting in these press conferences. None of these guys are exciting like that. Sean Porter don't say too much. I mean, he's charismatic. I give him that, but he's not in there doing a lot of hype. I'm a knocker. I'm gonna cook that boy. None of that stuff. I love Keith Thurman for that. I agree with you, Punch. Keith Thurman, I don't know how I would edge that for his promotion and pie, but I got to agree with the other guys who say, you lost your title, bro. And all these guys wanted that WBO soon as Horn. They wanted it when Pacquiao had it. They wanted it when Horn got it because they knew it was an easy win. When Bud got that title, everybody started calling it the WB. No, they took the man. And you got to look at that, Punch. When they was fighting on Fox and stuff like that on national TV for everybody to see, they did an ESPN move. They took his name off the welterweight list as a title. That's some bullshit, man. But with that, I digress. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing is, since Al Heyman never speaks, if they don't like the WBO, it's because Al Heyman doesn't like the WBO. You know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman says that about that WBO is because Al Heyman. He's speaking what Al Heyman tells him. You know, these guys are their own balls, but Al Heyman is the one that called the shots, and that's what it is, in my opinion.
So it's Al Heyman that's not making the fight with these guys. So all these guys do want to fight Crawford, in your opinion. They just Al Heyman doesn't want to make that fight with Bob Arum, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's business. Why cross promote when you don't have to cross promote and gain a lot of money? That's
they cross promoted with Fury. They did cross, and Fury didn't have nothing to offer. He didn't have no title. He had a mythical title.
But he was a former unified though.
The heavyweight money
but Crawford is a current champion.
Correct.
And a former undisputed. Fury wasn't undisputed. So
but that's different. Can I say something quickly?
The heavyweight money is way different from the.
Can I say something quickly? Fury is a white man. Deontay Wilder is a black man. That sells. The race thing sells. Okay?
Say it again. Who said that?
He's from Britain as well. He's from Britain. It's a white guy. The great white hope against the black guy, that always sells, and the heavyweights as well. You know what I mean? Big punches.
No, it doesn't.
So
that
sells, man.
I'll debunk that. I'm tired of that myth. I'm tired of that excuse. When Bud Crawford fought Victor Postal, that fight didn't even reach over 60,000 pay-per-views.
Because a lot of people didn't know who Victor Postal was,
though, Amir Khan, it was a bummer. It's something about Bud Crawford that people is just not. It's something about Bud Crawford. I can't. He's been in position so he could get so he could get good numbers. He's in a good position. It's just that, come on, how many fighters actually fail with Bob Arum? Bob Arum don't even know what the hell is going on. I think that's what it is. Like, he did good. He's the most prestige promoter in the history of the sport. It's something about Bud Crawford. It's something about it. We don't know. It's something about Bud Crawford. Is he marketable? Maybe it's his looks. Maybe he look like a raccoon. We don't know. But maybe we got to call everything. We got to see everything. What is it about Bud Crawford?
Does Top Rank have a legitimate superstar fighter that's black? That's at the top of the damn top 3 in Top Rank. Does he have a black fighter?
Nah.
Exactly. I mean, they're not there yet. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to black fighters, that's absolutely superstars, and they promote heavy. They don't have it. You have Shakur Stevenson waiting in the shadows, but we don't know how he's going to be once he starts to move up to higher divisions. He's there though. I mean, you have plenty of fighters over at Top Rank, but of course he was promoting heavy Lomachenko. He don't have the titles no more, and Bud Crawford. He's not a part of the culture. He's black, but he's not part of the black culture, so to speak. Errol Spence and Gervonta Davis is. At least they have that plus.
Can you explain that to my viewers in Europe
I don't understand
and England? Because the reason why I want you to explain that to my viewers in England, they're going to be a bit confused with what you said there.
I'm actually
being a part of the culture is like, the hip hop scene, what's going on, in the streets. What's on social media a lot of the times, Errol Spence, they can connect Errol Spence and Gervonta to that periodically. In a bad way, we saw Errol Spence after the Sean Porter fight. He was chilling with his boys. He hang out with Yellow Beezy a lot. You know, he's a part of the hip hop culture. You know what I'm saying? Gervonta Davis is too. And that brings in a lot of fans when you that young and a part of the culture, especially when you black. Bud Crawford, he's never really been a part of the culture. You don't see him on social media on any other platform with any other artist on the regularity to get his name out there. He's just a family man. He's doing what he should do. You know what I'm saying? He's doing respectable stuff as a grown ass man, and especially a black man in the family. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, people look at him as being this guy that's a square. You know what I'm saying? Even though he can fight, they just look at him as being this guy that come to work and go home.
So what you're saying is
go ahead.
The black culture doesn't support Terence Crawford because he's not cool like Errol Spence. Is that what you're saying?
Look, you can just look on here on social media on how if they have to choose between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, they choose to, you know, lean heavy towards Errol Spence a lot because he's more approachable to some people. You know what I'm saying? They relate to him a little bit better than they do Terence Crawford.
I mean, in the boxing terms, World Combat, in the boxing terms, Errol Spence is a bigger draw. He has the Dallas Cowboys behind him. He has, you know, big.
Made that happen. He made the decision happen. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Who wants to go to Omaha, Nebraska?
He's a bigger draw, but I just want the fans from England and Europe to know when you mean black culture, a lot of people think Terence Crawford is part of the black culture because he's like a dog. You know, he's got that, you know, that kind of a aura about him where, you know, he comes from the street. I didn't think.
Well, it don't have anything to do with coming from the street. It just has something to do with this era that we in, social media, exposure and everything. Just like social media, you see it like people gravitate for all different reasons to individual. And we know as a boxer, you got to find a way for the fans to gravitate to you. And
Ryan Garcia.
I can't check off
Ryan Garcia.
Look, I'm not from America, guys. I just want all the other cultures to know what. No,
but you could just say, I could say Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, so let's go to Mark on that. Mark, is Terence Crawford not?
Bro, you gonna cut me off, Rap Star? You gonna cut me off, Rap Star?
Go ahead, World Combat. Go ahead.
This is the last one I want to say on that. When it comes to blacks, it gets finicky, man. You know what I'm saying? It's not for some people, it's acquired taste when it comes to sports and black athletes. You know what I'm saying? Just because you're contending at the highest level doesn't mean you're going to be popular, especially amongst blacks, because in boxing, there's a lot of black fighters, but you have to have a different type of aura about you for them to just gravitate to you. So when it comes to Terence Crawford and Errol Spence, they tend to gravitate towards Errol Spence more. You know what I'm saying? If they have to choose in a boxing match, they always try to say, okay, I want to gravitate to Errol Spence, man, for whatever reason. I don't know if
just spoke for a whole race of people to World Combat Sport. I ain't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, bro, but you just said blacks and you spoke for a whole race of people. And I'm black.
No,
and
I'm
I don't
talking
agree
about
with you.
in general, because I'm black. So you black too, and we in the South. And I'm speaking in a general, which makes all the sense in the world. You know well as I do, when it comes to us, and when it comes to us accepting one another, regardless of what level we on, it's one of those things you juggle. Like, okay, why should I support this fighter over here? He's black. What do I like about him more? You know, besides him being black, what do I like about him? You know, who can I connect him with? You know, if you all about the culture, they're gonna go to the culture. If you all about the sport, they're gonna go to the sport. That's the way it is with us, man.
I feel like personally, and I could be wrong, I feel like a lot of people have a FOMO. They have a fear of missing out. And also a lot of times people are bandwagon fans and they go with the narrative. So I believe this fight is the only 50-50 fight. I don't care. I only talking about 50-50 with money. I'm talking about, or betting odds. I'm talking about where this would really split the room, because this would be the first time where Errol Spence is not the automatic. Bud is not the automatic. Okay. And I feel like the rooms are. Oh, I thought you was agreeing with me, Punch.
Yep.
Punch was like, yep, I thought you agreeing with me. You talking to somebody in the background. Hey, look, man, I think the room is split. I've seen Bud come to the ring with Webby. I've seen him in there with Webby turning it up. But
Yeah, I mean, you can come in the ring with them. That don't mean people relate to you outside the ring, though.
I mute my mic. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying relating outside the ring. What do we know about Bud Crawford outside the ring to promote himself? You know, he's not doing what Ryan Garcia is doing. Even, you know, with boxing, Ryan Garcia puts boxing videos out there. More people related because his people are tuning in. The women are tuning in to Ryan Garcia. The only thing Bud has outside of the ring is what exactly leading up to a fight. Let me
say something. Let's be clear too. When we was talking about earlier with the race, same thing. When you say Ryan Garcia is going to bring two countries with him. He bringing the Mexican fans and he's bringing the American fans. He looks like a model kid. You know what I'm saying? Like a Disney teen.
What you just said?
He look like Disney teens.
But you see how you exactly. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with Crawford.
But you missed the first part. He brings two countries with them. That means something, bro.
Well, just like you said to me, you're talking about an entire group which you don't have those consensus numbers. He bring the women with him. First of all, the women. That's one thing Ryan Garcia has to his.
But look, let me finish saying this because you kind of got me all the way on a whole nother path, man. I was trying to go somewhere else with it, but my whole point to say that is I agree with you on some of those things, but where is the push from the promoter? Your job is to promote. You take on these fighters. You say, I'm going to promote you and get you to the next level. But you don't. I don't see no billboards with Terrence Crawford. And
I'm glad you said that.
I don't see. Remember when Bob Arum doesn't believe in spending a lot of money on the fighters. We know that even with Mayweather. Mayweather was mad that Britney Spears is on the side of the building that he about to fight in. But Britney Spears has sold it out before, so that's what they did. Floyd never sold it out.
You mentioned that,
and you can go watch some of Floyd old fights. I forgot the one, but even what's my man Larry Merchant is telling the story about why he has problems with his promoter, and they cut to that Britney Spears moniker, that same one that Floyd kept his face on for years. Other people would be fighting there, and Floyd's face would still be on one side of that building. If you go to Vegas,
hey, if we want to dichotomize personalities, Bud Crawford is not Floyd Mayweather. But I get what you're saying.
Oh, okay? That's what I wanted to say. Now I remember. Garcia, when you was talking about Garcia and these other guys too, got to remember Crawford has a different life. The man been shot in the head by being out there in the streets. You see what happened when these these boxers start hanging out with the rappers too much. They start losing DUIs, they get in accidents. They start focusing more on making rap albums than working on their jab and lateral movement. We seen this happen. We seen it, bro. So
correct.
And let me close this out. He has a different life. He has 6 children, bro. So his Instagram is on that. He's on Instagram doing that. He's going to his kids' things. I mean, I see Earl out here with his horses, and he's like taking a step back too. I just feel like it's a narrative being pushed by biased fans because they support the PBC so much. Of course, you're gonna see Errol more too. He's training with Charlo. That's a storyline. Charlo always bigging him up. It'll be a Charlo fight, and he'll have Errol sitting beside him. Like those stable mates matter too. Let's be clear. Your trainer matters too.
Bob Arum has mentioned that Terrence Crawford turns down interviews all the time. He turns them down. He turns down. He said it on Barbershop Conversation.
But if you was talking bad about me, why would I do an interview with you now? Just to give you a platform validation?
It's constructive criticism, though. I think
it's boxing, man. They're gonna criticize. They're gonna be highly critical. They're gonna scrutinize fighters all the time. You in the sport, so Terrence Crawford needs to understand if he can step in the ring and take punishment. Well, guess what? You need to tune your ears in for the criticism that's gonna come with it, and still step on the platform and promote yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Give me some criticism from Spence. Other than the DUI and the accident that just happened. Prior to that, I never heard no criticism of him. Everybody gave him credit for outboxing Mikey. Me, I was like, you should have stopped Mikey. He's too little. No disrespect.
I mean, that was the narrative right there. They was expecting Errol Spence to stop Mikey Garcia because he was moving up 2 weight classes.
I don't think that should have been I think that should have been the reality. The narrative was that he was just trying to outbox him and show a different wrinkle of what he has. You know,
you said that's what happened because that's the narrative that was painted. He was showing a different wrinkle.
That's what I'm saying. That's the narrative. The reality is he should have got him out of there.
And the truth is, by his own words, is I wasn't taking boxing serious at that time. I could have stopped Sean Porter, but I wasn't taking those fights serious.
Yeah,
those are his words.
Down for 187, right? Listen, coming down for 187, right?
My man, but my whole point, what his weight? That's your fault that you're not disciplined and you blew up to 187.
Correct, but people don't hold him really accountable for that.
Exactly, bro. That's my whole point I'm trying to say, man. Like, we are talking about those kind of things, but we don't mention those things. That's a criticism we should have had, but we went with the narrative that was painted by the popular boxing channels. Oh, he just showed another wrinkle. He wanted to show he can outbox Mikey. Man, outbox him for 2 rounds, then get him out of there if he don't supposed to be in there with you.
And you know another solid point you made though with Terrence Crawford and his family. He does bring his family to all the fights, and people kind of shun it off. They don't really pay it any attention. But Errol Spence lives like he's single, but yet I believe he has. You know, I know he has a family and a girl, but him
and his baby mama still together, and I think they just had another.
He presents himself like a single man. You know what I'm saying? He presents himself like a single man in public because you don't never see his family. Yeah. But with Crawford, you see his family everywhere, auntie, uncles, cousins, everywhere. He's like 25 deep.
Let me ask y'all this: keep it a buck, and y'all keep it real. Is it because? And let me lay it all out for you, right? Terrence Crawford got that little gap tooth. Some people be like, man, you got all that money, you should have got your teeth fixed. His girlfriend is a BBW. You get what I'm saying? His mom is hold on, let me set the table. His mom will be up there wild at the press conferences. Got his grandmama there with the blonde hair. Is it possible people just look at him like, man, get this country ass nigga out of here, man? Get this goofy shit out of here. And they just don't like him because they don't like all of that. They fuck what he do in that ring. Fuck all the knockouts. We don't even call him a knockout artist. But he got a lot of knockouts in a row. Anybody else, that would be part of the storyline in the pre-fight hype. None of that comes up. What do you
Don't you think if he was down here in the South, then Omaha, Nebraska, he'd be a bigger name?
Say it again.
If he was down here in the South, then Omaha, Nebraska, he'd be a bigger name.
I mean, Nebraska is like South Midwest. That country is fucking Nebraska, bro.
What I'm saying is that just like we talk about Ryan Garcia and other fighters, he's just not marketable. And even if we gotta be real, us men, we could tell, this dude right here, he could get man chicks. You know what I'm saying? He could, you could tell another dude, he's a good looking dude right there.
True.
He's just not marketable, man.
That's what you trying to say?
So niggas don't want to fuck Terrence Crawford. So since a nigga don't want to fuck him and they don't want to live, like, you don't see him and say, hey, I want to be that guy.
No, what I'm saying is that we got to look at everything plus that as well. Look at Gervonta Tank Davis. Gervonta Tank Davis, in Atlanta, I was hearing that there was a bunch of women out there.
It was lit.
He brings the girls out too.
But let me tell you too, Atlanta looks for a reason to party. You got a big metropolitan city with a bunch of people and a lot of surrounding cities, and they all come there, congregate. It's a metropolitan city with a lot of black people with money and nothing to do, and we don't have
a second home.
But girls like Tank Davis. Even if you go check,
girls want to go where the Rolls Royces are at, man. Girls gonna go where Floyd Mayweather. If they say Floyd Mayweather is gonna be anywhere around the vicinity, Rick Ross pulling up, 2 Chainz, all these Maybachs and big Roy, they coming regardless, man.
Yo, girls like the Roy Jones too.
Hey, you talking about rehydration?
He
There's a lot of thirsty females down in the ATL.
But keep in mind, Roy Jones went very far too in the Olympics too, so he already had a fan base too. Let's start there. We can't compare that. Roy Jones is Roy Jones, and the world was different then. You didn't have so many options. You couldn't just go on Instagram and all of that. You know what I'm saying? You got to go on TV. Roy Jones was a star. And he was marketable. He had the dimples, and he talked shit. Terrence Crawford don't be talking shit. I wish he did talk more shit. But I see him coming more into it. But it's real smooth and casual. It's
too laid. I mean, he could be laid back, but it's just too laid back.
Tank is laid back though. Come on, Tank be looking like Tank be looking like he owns something, bro. Like he own some Xanax or something in the interview.
It's like World Combat says he keeps himself in the mix of the culture. And remember, with Tank Davis, he came up with the Broners and Floyd.
And so people saw him with them. And not to mention, let's be real too, Tank was on the Mayweather-McGregor undercard. He was on the Pacquiao undercard. Like, Floyd put him in position.
But then
Crawford didn't come up under nobody like that.
But then also, you got guys like Mike Tyson saying his name and other fighters saying his name. See, with Bud Crawford, what I say, he does get a lot of props by a lot of guys in the sport of boxing. Floyd, he gets props with Roy Jones. He gets props. Yo, I hear Bud Crawford's name a lot.
There, though, Punch, and shouldn't some of us as fans, as much as we admire and we are enamored with these type of fighters, but their word don't count when it come to this though. Like, y'all love Floyd because Floyd was saying Spence was the next one, but right now Floyd is saying Bud is pound for pound number 1. Nobody pressed Floyd to be like, so why you don't tell your boy to go and take that crown off of him? Or on the flip side, Why don't we just say, hey, you know what, Floyd might be on to something. But we listen to him on everything else. Like Tank need to stay close to Floyd, but not with this.
Every move Floyd make, he has a reason for making that move. He has, I wouldn't say an agenda, but Floyd has a reason for what he do, man. Period.
But this is why I say that don't be surprised if they ever fight that Keith Thurman's not gonna take no 50-50. Ain't gonna take a 50-50 no matter what if he got a belt, because he know how to promote himself, and then he's coming with a resume that he got better numbers than all these guys at welterweight minus Pacquiao.
And he knows he's gonna lose. I think he can't see that, man, and I think he knows it. But I want to say
he wouldn't have no
combat,
value
though.
as a top pound for pound though with Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman has an L on his record.
I agree.
No belt.
Listen, man, and I respect you guys for saying this, because everybody else I talk to, they want him to fight Sean Porter. Ooh, guys. I'm like, bro, he's still not going to get his respect for that. I said Thurman is the better fight because of the resume, because his only loss is to Pacquiao, and Pacquiao usually beat most people.
Put it this way. Keith Thurman going to fight in January. How much you want to bet is going to get more views than Bud and
what network is
and
it
Kell
on?
Brook?
What network?
I think it will be Fox.
You think he'll get more views than Charlo? Because I heard Charlo did some terrible numbers.
I'm telling you guys, Keith Thurman is the best guy at PBC with the numbers.
I
If Charlo brothers are outspoken like Keith Thurman, why aren't they getting the same shine as Keith Thurman? Because the ponytail or what? What?
Not even just that too.
I think Keith Thurman is just more clever with the wordplay.
Okay.
I think he's just more clever with the wordplay, and the thing is, and the thing is, these dudes, a lot of dudes don't like Keith Thurman too, and Keith Thurman is just, he stays on the cut, but then when he shows up, everybody listening to the interviews. It's like he's self-made promote. He just did it straight off the bat when promoting himself, going after on Floyd Mayweather, and then to be honest, that's when Errol Spence emerged, because Keith Thurman was beefing with Floyd, and then Floyd mentioned Earl Spence, and then it became the Earl Spence and Keith Thurman thing.
Yeah, Terence Crawford is missing something, bro. Terence Crawford's missing some swagger or something.
He missing us as the like he missing the LDBC, I guess, because that's who helped black fighters, right? If you ain't with it, right? I don't know the narrative. That's what I've been told.
Is the LDBC a global
That's what I've been getting
influence?
told.
Is the LDBC a global influence? As there's numbers out there to say the LDBC, I'm not saying they don't have influence. Are they a global influence when it comes to black fighters across the board?
But they don't speak about what's his name? They don't speak about Keith Thurman.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. You're right. They're not. But you know what happens though? Narratives get painted on the internet. Because ESPN ain't active, man. It's old media. That's what they always say, right?
Well, it wasn't enough to make the Gary Russell and Devin Haney fight.
My man, let me say this. ESPN didn't put Mr. Haney on the phone with Lopez. Punch did that. I was there.
Damn right.
So, like, these guys use boxing for what it is. It's a niche sport. We you treat it like the little girl in high school or what? I ain't gonna say high school or college or in your personal life, whatever. But you got her for what she's worth and what she's for, and this your girl though. But I need a ride to work today. Like,
okay,
I need some head right now. Like, I'm fucking with you for that. And boxing and ESPN. I just want to say this: ESPN. This is my narrative that I'm painting out here, until somebody prove me wrong. ESPN uses boxing as a niche sport. We all know that. You got an NBA network, you got an NFL network, you got a golf channel. Shit, you can watch tennis all day. You don't have a boxing channel on your Comcast and on your Dish network where where all day nothing else you're gonna get boxing. And I ain't not just talking about old fights. No, we're gonna bring an analyst up. We got breaking news, and we know who these people are. Kevin Kelly could have did it if you want to just do it cheap. You know what I'm saying? If you can't pay Paulie Malignaggi or Roy Jones or Andre Ward or Tim Bradley, shit, holla at Kevin Kelly.
Look.
You know what I'm saying?
But this is all on Bud too. Because all right, there's certain situations in where Top Rank don't gotta step in. There's been people that have been calling out Bud Crawford. Look, Earl Spence. I mean, let's say for example, Keith Thurman was talking shit around almost the same time that Gary Russell was talking shit. That's for Bud Crawford to come out and talk shit right back to them and keep that momentum for a couple of weeks. He's the one that actually pulls back from all these trash talk when another dude is talking about you. He'll say one thing or he would just send one tweet, but then that's it. Keep that momentum. You got to be hot when you're not contracted to fight. See,
Right.
that's what.
Remember when he was doing that with EJ though? He was calling him out on Twitter. Then out of nowhere,
Yeah.
They became friends.
No, out of nowhere, EJ said FaceTime me or I'm gonna hit you on the phone or something.
Yeah, we're
and
not
then
gonna
they talk,
do this on social media. We're not gonna make
and
the
that's
fight
what
on
I
social media.
thought. No, everybody killed me for that, but I felt like it was must have been some kind of conversation like, hey, bro, look, I'm gonna fight you. We're gonna get the fight done before I leave this weight class. You keep winning, I keep winning. We're gonna meet at the top. But this shit you doing right here, it ain't gonna get the fight done, bro.
But the
And I
one
feel
time
like
he did
I'm
do it.
guessing. Now, granted, this is all pure speculation, right? I don't know that, but I know they said on Twitter, we about to FaceTime and talk. Then it comes back, Bud said, y'all FaceTime Spence, we gonna make the fight happen.
And then we
he
friends.
and he chilled it out.
Yeah, that shit was whack. I would have never
But the
chilled
one
that out.
time he did speak out
But
and
we
let the
can't say
fans
that,
know he
Punch. We
does
don't
have
know
a voice.
we don't know the conversation. All we know is we want the fight, Punch. Right?
Yeah,
But he came friends though. He came friends with the enemy.
Yeah, exactly. Now y'all became friends. Come on,
So
I don't want to
so
see that. I
Bud
don't-
shut it down. Bud should have kept the same energy with Spencer he had when Bob Aaron was in the circle and everybody was there and they was talking to each other and they say let's bet $1 million and all that. They should have kept the same energy, man. Period.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
That's
I agree.
why. That's
I agree. I gotta agree with that because that's what I like, and that's what made me say that conversation, that face off, is why me and a lot of other people start kind of leaning towards Bud. Because I was thinking before, like you guys, that's gonna be a tough fight. I
And
might
that's
have to
why-
bet
and
on EJ, but after that face to face, I saw Bud beside him, and when they grabbed each other, and he was like, yeah, and he said that's fat, and then he grabbed Bud, and Bud was like, yeah, nigga, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm in shape right now, and
that's
then Bud and Spence reply was, "They don't mean nothing."
And that's why we always go back to that video because that's the only shit that we see that we got. Like, we only go back to that video.
Come on now.
Now, can you imagine?
Bro,
how
they had that? You know, that's Ellie Setback video that they used on ESPN. I'm like, bro, boxing, man, the new media, bro. It made me feel good for Ellie. I called his phone. I was like, bro, I'm proud of you, man.
Now, can you imagine when Thurman and Bud gets together and start talking shit face to face?
I mean, to be honest, Furman would out-talk Bud.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe so, but Bud Crawford can talk with the best of them too, man.
Furman's too vocal in this game, bro.
But this would be, see, I think this would be a situation where Bud would really do it though, like, cause he did a little bit with Kell. Even like if you watched it, he was just being real slick. Like when they said telling people blah blah blah, your last question when they was doing the shit with Max Kellerman, and he was like, So he's like, it's gonna be a cup fight. Everybody blah blah blah. So he was like, look, come out and watch me. Hey, if you want to root for Kell Brook, come out and watch him, and watch me put on a hell of a performance or a great performance, and I'm gonna retain my W. Like he went on. Kell Brook was like, hey, it's gonna be competitive. You know, there's no more talking. All the work's been done in the gym, and now we have to fight. He was like, man, I'm about to beat this guy.
I'm
Watch
telling
me win
you.
my title in dramatic, you know, in beautiful fashion.
Well, I'm always going. I'm bringing it up because he's gonna put the pressure. He's gonna steal this. You know what Thurman is gonna do when he starts talking? He's gonna steal all them fights, just like he did with Manny Pacquiao. He talked him way to that fight. He talked his way to Danny Garcia fight. He talks his way into the Porter fight. He talks his way into every fight. If you don't talk, he's gonna take that fight. So that Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, he's gonna take that Errol Spence fight quicker than Bud Crawford. Watch, mark my words. I'm saying it right here, Rap Star. Remember what I'm saying. Keith Thurman and Errol Spence.
Hey, look, bro, he ain't gotta talk. He ain't gotta talk.
He said
fight
fight me or leave the division. You know, he already been out there, but it fizzled out just a little bit. I understand.
He already knows. Al Heyman already probably don't told him, look, if he beats Danny Garcia, you got the next fight. If Pacquiao don't take it, if Pacquiao don't take the fight, with the next fight is gonna be Spence versus Thurman. Watch me.
And if he wins the next fight, and this is what I'm saying about when we're going to talk strictly business about it, is that the networks love Keith because he never fails them. He never failed any network. But he has failed the network all the time.
But also, too, not even just that. Let's be clear, too. ESPN hasn't always been on boxing. Top Rank did just bring it back. Same thing with Fox, right? We can agree to that, right? They putting good fights on free TV. Well, not free TV, but, you know, low cable, right? We all agree to that.
Yeah,
but
you gotta
think about the programming that's on Fox. You got stuff like Empire and all that stuff. Like, so ladies and other people, like, you get a lot of casuals when you got stuff on CBS and Fox because they got the talk shows like The View on CBS and all the, and you know, they got other programming. ESPN only does sports programming.
Now, you know what I would have done if
hold
I,
up, punch. You got to address that though, right? That's true, right?
I mean,
ESPN only does sports programming and sports documentaries. Fox does everything. They do football, basketball. Like you're gonna get Empire. You're gonna get The Simpsons. You're gonna get all these different things, and it's a different demographic. It's a lot of demographics. You still only got sports fans for the most part watching ESPN.
I mean, what does the acronym stand for though?
Fox or ESPN?
ESPN.
I don't remember that shit off the top of my head.
But it deals with sports, right?
Yeah.
It deals with sports, right? So what would they look like with Empire on there?
No. You're changing the point. No, my whole point is that's why you get more viewers on Fox. That's why you get more viewers on CBS. Those are channels you can get with just the antenna, bro, for the most part.
I would say this
and
for
you're getting
ESPN.
different. You're getting women more. You're getting kids. Like you're getting different demographics. You're getting people that watch soap operas, bro, watch daily talk shows, and they might see a commercial or hear something about the fight. Versus you're only getting sports fans on ESPN. And keep in mind, ESPN is not top tier premier channel that you look for a good boxing match.
I think they got to be more.
Also, the analysts too. The analysts on ESPN.
Hey, wait,
they're-
wait,
they're-
wait,
they're
I gotta butt in. Was Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez on ESPN?
Yes.
Yeah. There was 4.2 million views.
Correct.
Yes.
On ESPN.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not like ESPN can't generate the numbers.
But think about what's going on. What did they, bro? When you went to ESPN and you wanted to watch that fight was starting. It was happening. When Bud was fighting, everybody was calling and texting me, and we all in the chat. They were like, "Well, they still showing football over here on my screen."
Cause
Like,
Bud don't.
like-
It's
like,
Bud.
what the
It's
fuck is
Bud.
happening
Man,
here?
I have to agree with Punch. It's Bud, bro. It's Bud. Crawford, man.
Hold up,
Rob
so
Arrows
y'all don't
said it
think
himself.
it was a problem that it was a football game on when people was turning in
Man.
to watch the fight, and they
That football game was blowout. They still
right. That's my
How many
point. Punch.
ESPNs
It was a
we got out
blowout.
here?
It was a blowout, and they kept playing. I was like, they should cut this shit off.
How many
and start the
ESPNs
fight.
out there? ESPN 1, ESPN 2. They could have made.
Deportes, they got
They
ESPN,
could have.
Deportes, all of that.
Yeah, they could have broadcast if they want to, man. It's Bud, bro. You know, like come
Bud
on,
don't
man.
own the network, bro. He don't
He don't own the network, but in order for them to, show some type of privilege, show some type of
that's
identity.
preference. So you change
You
your
know what I'm saying? The
like, you
preference
changed
of
it to
Bud
preference.
Crawford. He has to be that guy. He has to have some type of,
World is it combat boxing or combat sports?
Hey,
World
Punch,
Combat Sports.
just take care of the show. I'll be back in a minute, yeah? I'm just going
Hey,
to
yeah,
the...
go ahead. Make your sandwich. My man Rapstar be getting munchies. He gonna make him a sandwich in the middle of the show. Hey, World Combat. I'm just saying, we got to put some onus on the network or Bob Arum. Like, you can't say that's Bud's fault because of he don't
think
do
they did
this
a
and he
good
don't do that. No, man. Y'all know
I think
y'all
they did a
shoulda cut-
good job, man. I think they're doing
Punch,
a
you
good
think
job.
they should have kept that game going? It's a blowout. This fight's supposed to be starting. You don't have a lot of fights. You don't told people you're gonna start it this time. Why do y'all keep showing this game? Cut that off, or do the side by side screen. You
But
think
that's
that's
just
Bud's
a-
fault? You thought that was good for
Nah,
boxing?
but I'm just saying it ain't
That's bad
changed.
for boxing.
It ain't changed. I think the Maloney stuff was bad for boxing, but I just don't think that. I don't know. It's something. It is something that
Let's be
people are
clear,
just
though, Punch.
not
Some
magnet.
people-
They not magnet. It's not magnet to Bud. It's something.
And Mark, you have to understand this too with Bud Crawford.
Oh.
Man, Bomac acts somewhat the same way, bro. I know this absolutely from speaking with him. He acts just like Bud Crawford.
Hey, I gotta go. Hey guys, I'm gonna still be listening. I'll be in the chat, but I gotta slide though. I
All right,
appreciate
brother.
y'all
All right, for
having
sure.
me, man. It's all love.
Yeah, man. I think it's something that got to do with Bud, man. I think it's a Bud thing.
Bomac act just like Bud. They act just alike. Now, I'm not saying that's bad, but just look at who is on the team besides Shakur Stevenson. You got Steven Nelson.
Herring.
You have Jamel Herring. So you look at these guys. Who can say that they connect with either one of those? From Bomac, Terrence Crawford, Jamel Herring, Steven Nelson. Has anybody talking to Steve Nelson? He's a good dude. He had a damn superb performance last outing.
The only one that actually connects, but actually had a similar problem, not a similar problem, but almost similar, was Andre Ward, because he's in that camp too.
Correct. And
He's in that
Andre
camp
Ward
too.
wasn't the most outspoken fighter out there. He was just a clean cut dude, who had the Olympian pedigree and undefeated. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
But he knew how to talk though.
yeah.
Even
I
though
mean, they
that's
all know how to talk.
Nah, Andre Ward know how to put them more. Even he don't even have to talk shit, but that's why he's a commentator. He knows how to express himself. He knows how to express himself and express boxing probably better than a lot of people in boxing. Like
Also,
that's why we say, oh man, we would like to see Andre Ward and Paulie Malignaggi or Keith or Roy Jones doing the commentating, because they know how to talk, they know how to express themselves timely. You know, there's no stuttering, it's nothing like that. They know how to talk.
and also outside of articulation too, what you're talking about is Andre Ward is always clean cut. Every time you see him on deck, Ward is dressed. You know, people might frown Terrence Crawford wearing sweats all the time. I'm not knocking him, but I'm just saying every time you see Andre Ward, man, and when it's fight week, he's dressed clean, and you know he's talking to fans.
And then also is the dancing partners when you're watching a fighter, you know, challenging himself, you know, see some vulnerability. Fans like a fighter that has some vulnerability and see what he could do, how he could rise to the occasion. And Andre Ward did that. And a couple of these boxers, Earl Spence have done that. Porter have done that. Keith have done that. Danny has done that. Wilder has done that versus Luis Ortiz. It's you know, you got to have some dancing partner, something to look forward to. See, the Kell Brook was nothing to look forward to. Like, we just started talking about the Kell Brook, like, of the week of the fight. Like, I barely even did a video about it. Like, it was like, oh, right, okay, Bud Crawford. Let me just, no lie, when I did one of my videos, I'm like, all right, I got to do a video with Bud and Kell. Like, that's how I felt. It wasn't like, oh, shit, I got to do this shit. Like, You gotta give us something. You gotta give us something. But we'll see. We'll see. I hope he gets I hope he gets the Earl Spence fight. But me looking at the business and me always studying how Al Heyman works, I don't think that fight is gonna happen. They're not gonna do it with Bob Arum. Bob Arum exposed himself in live TV, being very, very desperate. And Al Heyman gonna be like, okay, I see Bud after October. We're gonna make some good money here, but we ain't gonna split that. You ain't gonna give no 30%, 40%, whatever percentage Bob is getting. Nah.
I mean, for him to say he lost, you know, so much money on Bud, I think he was telling the split truth.
In his face.
Yeah.
In his face, and that's what I mean. Like, and Bud had nothing to say.
Bud had nothing to say because, you know, Bud the type of cat. I'm not speaking for a grown ass man, but he really don't care. You know, Bob Arum say he's turned down plenty of interviews. So behind the scenes, they probably just, you know, done with one another, exhausted with one another, and trying to make that relationship work. Bob Arum's like, you can be a much bigger name. Yeah. You can be a much bigger name if you self-promote yourself, but you choose not to.
Hey, let me tell you something, World Combat. I agree in the interviews as well. Bud doesn't turn the energy up. Bud should be in the interviews turning that energy up, like he owns this whole division. He should be the kind of guy, not chasing people, but yeah, he needs to make it vocal. And he needs to make it vocal in such a way like saying, you know what, these motherfuckers are totally ducking me. You know what I mean? I'm the top dog. But he's got to come with some strong energy, bro.
Exactly. When the promoters want you to do interviews, they want you to do interviews, so then it's your turn to sell the fight. Yeah, I understand, but I understand Bob when he says that he needs to sell the fight, and we're on Bob saying, but you're the promoter. But the interviews, the press conferences, those are the time when it's the fighter's time to sell the fight. And Bud does not sell the fight. He's not even into selling a fight. He probably speaks like 50 words in an interview. It's like, you don't sell the fight. Look, I just saw.
Very short. He has short replies.
I just saw the interview. I just saw the press conference with Eddie Hearn and Rosado and Danny Jacobs, and that was entertaining. I want to watch that fight because they entertained me.
Yeah, even with Derek Chisora, he does damn good interviews over there. He's gonna give you everything you look for in the interview. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Especially the interview he did with IFL TV in the room. That was hilarious.
Yeah, and even put it this way, look at the Tio and Loma. Even let's say if a person wasn't into that fight, but then even that last face off when the Tio went under the ropes and then Loma went under the ropes. See, it was that drama, like, and I know what, no lie, I was expecting that from Kell or Bud, and nothing. It's nothing to look.
But see, neither one of them. Yeah, you're right. You know, I thought so too, but they just stood over there talking. I don't know if they was told, you know, they was pre-warned not to basically go, you know, towards each other, but T.O. and Loma, that kind of set the stage. They said, "Oh, it's serious. Okay, all right, we get a real face off here." But man, you know, every network is different, man. You know what I'm saying?
World Comeback, I got some messages here from my other platforms which are watching this show right now. And somebody agrees. They say, look, Errol Spence is a cool dude. He looks like he's got the swagger. Terence Crawford, he doesn't look like he's got that swagger. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you need that kind of style, what people want to... Like, Errol Spence is that dude that people want to see him. You know what I mean? They're saying about Terence Crawford that people don't see him that kind of cool dude. He's not like that cool dude like Errol Spence. You get what I mean?
I don't know. I find Bud cool. I just don't think that Bud keeps that momentum. It's like there's a lot of people, you know, that has his name in their mouths, but he has to keep the momentum. Even remember when they was going at it, when Danny Silva Garcia, Angel Garcia, they was going at it, and then he just stopped. These guys, they keep. I mean, it is there. Like, just stir shit up. Keep stirring shit up. It's not like they calling you, and it's not like he's calling them out. They calling you out as well. But then, you know, they keep going, and you just don't step up. You just don't step up.
Is it mandatory though? Is it mandatory for him to keep the energy? If it's not, Bud might look at it like, why keep the energy on a fight that I'm not going to get?
Yeah, but if Errol Spence wasn't the fan-friendly guy, then how come he's got the much more fans than Bud? He's got some swagger.
Because he's more relatable, man. He lives his
that's
presentation.
what I'm trying to tell Punch, that he's got the swagger that people relate to, and they don't relate to Bud.
His presentation to the public, people cannot relate to Errol Spencer having a girl, a kids, none of that. He presents himself as a single bachelor. You know, most of the time you see him in public, they just see Errol Spence. But when you see Crawford, he has the entire family, La Familia, man. He's there with everybody. And people might look at that and say, okay, it's good, but man, why are you bringing all your family everywhere? People might frown upon it for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? We see the same 30 people all the time. Why are you bringing them to everywhere? People might frown upon that. I'm not, but I'm just saying. People don't like hearing black people talk about black shit. But I'm telling you, that happens, man.
Nah,
I'm telling you, bro.
It's true though, cause it's like in the fight game, and it's not even a hate thing, but in the fight game, we don't want to see your girl, man, because we feel like the girls is the letdown. It's like when when a fighter got his girl, man, he's turning soft, man.
The biggest thing in England, yeah, I don't know if this is true, but the biggest thing in England is that Terence Crawford's woman is 3 times the size of him. Is that true?
No, I don't go after nobody's wife. Man.
You ain't gonna have me going.
No, but that's
trying to set us up, dog.
Don't set us, man. That's wifey, man. They got like 7 kids, man.
Listen, that's the pictures which have been circulating. And if you look at Errol Spence,
no man family, hell no.
Tell you something, bro. Look at Errol Spence's new chick right now. She looking hot. She's fine,
what? He just gave birth.
Yeah. Chick's fine, bro. So
Edgar Belanga's chick is alright.
Yeah, but you guys don't want to be real. All this is relatable.
But see, Edgar Belanga.
No.
Look, while Belanga is gonna rise to a whole nother level in the boxing game because he's with the culture. He's with the hip hop culture.
Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, Belanga is gonna be higher than a lot of these fighters without even a championship because he's with the culture, man.
But Rap Star, that's what I was saying in the beginning. That with Bud is it's everything. That's what I'm saying. Is maybe it's the looks, maybe is I don't know. It's more than just Bud than Bob and Top Rack ain't doing the job. No, it's have something
what
have to do with Bud.
Looks. You think he's too dark skinned?
Sir Ken just said something really well. Listen,
I'm trying to ask Punch a question. You think he's too dark skinned? Because Rap Star say, "Oh, you got to keep it real. This is champion. You got to pitch facts."
I'm saying maybe he's not.
He's too dark skinned.
He's just not an attractive dude, probably. Man.
Hey, listen, some of this.
Okay, so hold on, Rap Star. So Punch, you can say that. See, Punch, what Punch just said, he said, okay, I don't think he's an attractive dude. But me from the South, if I was to say the exact same thing that Punch just said, I don't think Bud is an attractive dude. My people, because I'm black, they would shine upon me making a statement like that.
They'd be like, you're gay.
Correct, because they so quick to throw Dick Ryan and motherfucker gay and he a faggot, sissy, all that. If I was to make a grown man comment just like Punch just did, people will jump to social media and start talking bullshit on what my comment was. But they won't look at Punch and say that. They won't look at him because they feel it's coming from a genuine place. But if a black man says the same exact thing Punch just said about Crawford, he gonna be like, well, what are you looking at him like that for? That nigga faggot. Don't tune in his channel no more. He think Bud ain't attractive. You know what I'm saying? Hey.
I mean, hey, but that's what I mean. We know. That's what I mean. Like we know a guy like Ryan Garcia could get some chicks. A man know that. I mean, that's all around the ring. A man know that. A man know that. A man know that. Go ahead, guy. I
just want to let you know the viewers are right into the conversation. Sir Ken just said that the people look forward for Bud's sister to speak because she can get more voice heard than Bud. So they understand it. That even Bud's sister's louder than who Bud is. You know
exactly,
what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, she spoke out when him and Kell Brook had that meeting. You know what I'm saying? His sister, the one spoke out the most, if you remember.
So the viewers get what you're saying, that Bud just doesn't know how to speak.
Yeah, he knows how to speak, first and foremost. Come on now. He knows how to speak if he chooses to put forth the effort to speak. He just chooses not to.
I mean, no, I think Punch just is right. Sometimes you either got it or you ain't. You ain't got it. You know what I mean?
No, I'm gonna call Rap Star out now. I'm gonna call Rap Star out on some shit now because he said this is the channel, spit facts and all this. Check this out, Rap Star. Hey, Punch. Me and him was chatting it up, right? Me and Rap Star, and I said, hey, you know what? Layla Ali is fine as shit, man. You know what? You know, Layla. And then what Rap Star does? Hey, you know what about Carissa Shears? You're not mentioning Carissa. And she had nothing to do with it.
And it's the same fucking thing we're talking about.
It wasn't. It wasn't. I was talking about Layla Ali, man. He act like I could talk about Layla Ali, but I had to bring Carissa Shields in there. And he was trying to throw us a subliminal freaking shot, dog. Like, why you ain't talking about Carissa Shields? Why you ain't saying she attractive? She wasn't the topic of discussion, man.
It's the same thing, though, isn't it? That look, if he's going to talk about Layla Ali as a beautiful woman, but he doesn't want to say the same thing about Carissa Shields.
But why was she even in the comparison, though? Why you didn't say Michaela Merritt? Why you didn't say Katie Taylor? Why you didn't see Amanda Serrano? Why you didn't say any other freaking female fighter?
I want to know why you wouldn't say that about Carissa Shields.
You know you got caught comparing two black women. You got caught comparing two black women, man.
How about Crew du Jour?
Hey. Hey. What about Alejandra Jimenez, man? What about that? Jimenez.
Yeah. He's the worst.
I just hear Rap Star bring her name into the equation.
Hey,
his name. You mean his name to the
equation? Hey, World Comeback. I must say though, I wish skills could pay the bills and not just the style and the aroma after the ring. I wish it was just what you do as skill in the ring and just be that situation that can give you all the.
Man, you talking rubbish, right?
Come on, yo. What did Muhammad Ali said about Frazier? Come on, man, he ugly. Sonny listed is big and ugly.
But if you're
what do they have in common? Let's be real.
Wait. Now let's get this straight. If you're ugly, you get less of the share. And you don't even get that much of the fucking attraction. What's this bullshit about?
Man, that's the only reason why you brought that other name into the equation.
Yeah,
you was trying to cause
you want to make
we just trying to
Yo, let's make this funny then. Let's make it funny. No, Terrence Crawford is not getting the shine because he's ugly. Is that the new thumbnail? Is that the fucking new thumbnail? Is that the new thumbnail, bro?
He's not marketable, man.
Because he's ugly. Because he's got a tooth gap.
He look like a raccoon, bro. Let's just call it how we see it.
Hey, World Comeback. You don't want to say much. Hey, I got 7-8 people coming in the back, man. They're all Terrence Crawford fans.
No, you know what they're going to do? They're going to come in here and they're going to say, hey, World Comeback Sports, you black, right? Why are you letting them do? They ain't got shit to do with me, man.
Let me see. Yeah. Look at what Mark said. Yo, would you leave your girl around Bud Crawford? Man, hell yeah.
Oh shit!
Shit, he don't intimidate me.
Man, listen, how sad does that sound? Terence Crawford is not as good looking as Errol Spence. He gets less of the share. What the fuck, man?
Man, that has a lot to do with the culture, connecting to the culture too, man, because swagger means a lot. You know, presentation.
Man, I'm making a new thumbnail just
presentation,
for this.
presentation in another word means a lot. The way people see you out
Terence Crawford.
I want to use the word presentation underscore.
Terence, wait. I got a new one for you. Is Terence Crawford too ugly to join the people?
Yeah.
Is he too ugly to join Al Heyman, bro? I mean, World Combat, you started this presentation shit, and right now there's people from England.
As a black man, I got to say presentation because you know I've been living long enough to know black people always want to point the finger, you know, with what Punch is saying. You know what I'm saying? Like Punch can get away with it. I can't.
Hey, so if you're a young kid and you're ugly, you're gonna get less of the money. What's going on, bro?
But see, that's the same thing Rapstar was trying to do on the slide, man. When I mentioned Layla Ali, he was trying to bring in Clarissa Shields so I can start, you know, zoning in just like y'all zoning in on freaking Terrence Crawford, man.
hey, Clarissa Shields is beautiful.
Man, just stop it, bro.
Hey,
Stop.
yo, Clarissa
Hey, she
Shields
did her
sometimes-
teeth though. She did her teeth.
You gotta go with personality. You gotta go with personality to complement the look.
Let me ask you a question. Does Clarissa Shield get you hard?
Not even close, dog. Not even close.
How about Serrano? How about Serrano?
Hey, listen. World Combat says he likes Layla Ali at 44, then Clarissa Shields at 20.
Yeah, I like
Layla Ali has always been.
I love her cooking. I love her cooking. Her cooking up on videos.
Layla Ali, well, you look at her long enough, he's like, okay, you know, all right. Carissa Shields, nah. Mm-mm. And it's not more so she ain't fine. Carissa's fine, but I'm just saying her personality stinks, man.
I mean, you killed it, bro. You just killed it, bro.
Oh man, we bad, man.
Oh fuck, we just fucked this whole show up, bro.
Clarissa,
Terrence Crawford.
I've been waiting to get back at Rapstar for trying to change.
There's
everybody.
a new thumbnail coming up tomorrow because of us. Terrence Crawford is too ugly to ask for majority share of the purse.
Once again, Rapstar, you can probably get away with it. You know what I'm saying? But as me being a black man, if I was to put a thumbnail up like that, you know, it'll be a whole lot of my own people coming to the damn live saying, "Man, that's fucked up. What you doing?" But see, it's criticism either way you look at it. If you want to say you talk about the way Terrence Crawford may look, you want to talk about Terrence Crawford not selling fights, you know, Terrence Crawford, because we all know he can box. But if you want to start talking about personal shit,
I mean, we just try.
That's when the torchlit parade is going to come hard on me rather than it would Punch.
Look, we're just trying to figure out, guys. We're just trying to figure out what is it, you know. So we're just looking at it. Hey, if we got to look now in the looks, just to figure out what is it, what is not making Bud Crawford a marketable.
Man, I dare you, Punch, to put a motherfucking Bud Crawford thumbnail up there with a raccoon. I dare you to do that shit.
You gotta do it now.
I dare you
have to do it, bro.
Nah, man, this is for you, man. I'm passing the ball to you, man. I'm passing the ball to you so you can shoot it. That's you, Rapstar. That's you, Rapstar. We doing it in your show.
Hey, listen. How can this guy, Sir Ken, is a very knowledgeable boxing brother. He's a very, look what he's saying though. See what he said.
But mother even said she was unsure she loved him as
What the fuck's that about, bro?
That's deep.
And you know him, he's a knowledgeable guy. You know he comes to our shows.
Yeah, Sir Ken, yeah.
I mean, what's that about though?
Maybe, man.
I don't know. I feel that this is taking a turn for the worse, man.
Yeah, this is going
but
bad.
you know, Punch, man.
from his
I
girl,
dare you.
from his
I
wife
dare
to
you.
his
I
top
dare.
five
I dare
side.
you, Punt. I dare you. You want to talk about views?
Put it this
dare
way.
you to pull a
That-
thumbnail up and do a
put-
damn live on that shit.
Hey,
Put it
Punch,
this way.
nobody
Put it
can
this
do
way.
it better than you. Nobody
put it-
can do this thumbnail or thing better than you.
Put it
Hey
this
man,
way.
the creativity, man. I dare you to go there,
No,
dog.
put it
Please,
this way.
Punch.
I'm gonna start tweeting. I think I went back and forth like a year ago with Crawford's sister and stuff. Let me see if she gets me to the point where she gonna get mad at me, and then I'm gonna be like, all right, the gloves are off.
Hey, man.
It's the truth. We just got to put it in the right way, innit? What you're trying to message to put out there. Just
Hey,
can't be too rude.
Maybe we're just trying to figure out. We're just trying to figure it out.
I mean, something's wrong, bro. I mean, World Combat, it just seems like Terence Crawford has got the wrong energy or something's wrong about him, bro.
Is he marketable? Is he marketable, you think?
He makes himself unmarketable.
Would you
So
hire him for
when you're talking about in front of the lens, no, he's not gonna do it.
Would you hire him for a Crest commercial? A Colgate is a
Dog, there you try to say. If
All right,
anything
would you
stands
hire-
out- Look, Punch trying to say. So if anything stands out with the lights are out, it's gonna be teeth, right?
All right, would you have him in a love movie, like a drama with a girl?
They wouldn't promote that, and this is why they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't pick him as the last top five. It
Like a
wouldn't happen.
Poetic Justice, Love Jones 2.
Look,
like
if you're gonna
something
be dark skinned, you gotta have some type of suave. You gotta have some type of, handsome as a man. You have to be attractive to the female. They look for you to pull in the female audience. So if you ain't pulling in the female audience, it's not gonna happen.
World Combat, Mark Nash said, you better not do that. You lose your black fans. You lose all your black audience.
You better not do what?
Just put Terence Crawford is ugly like a raccoon.
No, I never put that because as a black man, I couldn't do that. Like I said, I couldn't do that because look, I put it this way: me talking about boxing and MMA, my black audience ain't really tuning in anyway. So if I was to say something negative about the blacks, then they would all come over there flooded. Man, what's going on with you? That's the reality, bro. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. At the end of the day, we're only having little bit as a banter. We don't mean he's ugly. I mean, Terence Crawford.
Man, both of y'all are guilty. Both of y'all are guilty,
I've got girls.
Please.
I've got these girls which are watching this show from another stream. They said Terence Crawford looks nice. So I got some girls say that he looks nice. And one of the girls said he's got a big gap too. So it's in between. Like some girls think he's okay,
Yeah, I'm not getting into all this, whether he's okay or not, because I truly don't care. But when it comes to the presentation,
if my daughter comes with a Bud Crawford, get the fuck out!
Oh fuck!
Come on, baby!
Oh shit!
What if he's making pretty good money though? What if he's successful, career orientated, man?
I get the money, baby.
I mean,
nah,
bro. Look, he's one of the most skillful guys out there. I think he's a boogeyman in a booby trap. I think Terence Crawford is a boogeyman.
I have to go back and ask you this though.
Trap. You know what I
I just wanted to get some clarification. Like when I mentioned Layla Ali, why did you compare Carissa Shields? Why her?
I mean, stop going about Layla Ali. You kept talking
Because
about
you was
Layla
throwing a
Ali, that you
subliminal
was in love
shot
with
and
her.
you got caught up.
Yeah,
You got caught.
no. You kept talking about Layla Ali so much. I said, why don't
You was
talk
throwing a
about
jab at
So
Carissa Shields though.
I asked you as a man, why don't you talk about Clarissa Shields? All you're doing is talking about
But
Layla Ali.
all the fighters and all the women in in professional sport, why would you bring in Carissa Shields though as a comparison?
Wrong with her? What's wrong? Are you trying to say Clarissa Shields ugly too?
No, I'm trying to say
You're
why the
saying
rap
she's ugly
star
like Terence
of
Crawford.
all the women
You're trying
that
to say
in
she's
professional
ugly,
sport,
bro.
why you didn't bring in another name for a side-by-side comparison? Why Carissa Shields and Layla Ali?
Okay, what do you want me to say? Like,
All right.
I don't know, Serena Williams?
Okay,
right, let's put.
why not?
Let's
Serena
put it.
Williams?
Come on. Let's put it.
She's
Let's
fine and attractive, right? She's fine and attractive, and she brings in that that value from the men, right?
Why does Clarissa Shields scare you?
I didn't say.
Come on. All right. Let's put it to a test. We're gonna direct a movie. Clarissa Shields is the female, and we have three actors, and it's Earl Spence. Is Demetrius Andrade and Bud Crawford. Who would you pick? From numerical, from 1 to 3.
Who would I pick to play across from Clarissa Shields?
Yeah, a love movie.
Man, punch, man. I'm telling you, dog.
Come on.
Go ahead, Rapstar. You take the lead on this one. Go ahead.
Okay, say it again, bro.
It's a love movie. You directing a love movie. Clarissa Shields is the girl, and you got three guys that's going for this part. Is Demetrius Andrade, Earl Spence, and Bud Crawford. Who would you pick? From 1 to 3. He'll be your first.
To actually suit the movie?
Yes.
Are we talking about love and basketball background setting, or are we talking about
a boxing movie? A love and boxing.
Oh fuck! Yeah, but that's not. We're not talking boxing anymore. I'm not answering.
But come on,
answering that question.
It is boxing. It's love and boxing movie. The love and boxing movie. Clarissa Shields. And now you're the director. You gotta pick her.
I think Demetrius Andrade because he's taller.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try and keep it a little bit,
What about you?
It'll have to be Demetrius Andrade, Errol Spence, and Bud last.
Bud is the last one.
Yeah, Bud will be the last. Because look, you really don't see two dark-skinned actors on the same screen together. Period. You don't.
What about you on Rapstar? So you said Demetrius Andrade, and if it's not Demetrius Andrade, it's who?
Terrence
is your second pick,
yeah.
And Earl Spence is your last. Okay.
Yeah.
Rapstar on some bullshit. He know damn well that shit ain't the order.
What are you talking about, bro?
You know that ain't the order, bro.
Demetrius Andrade got height on him. Clarissa Shields is not a small chick. She got, you know what I mean?
Okay, so why is Errol Spence last? What did he do? What?
Man, I just don't see Errol he would want any piece with wanting to do it.
You're not keeping it facts. You're not keeping it factual, Rapstar.
I don't think
you talk facts. You talking about facts on your channel. You're not keeping it factual right now.
Hey, this ain't real about boxing now. We're going into preferences.
The scenario was boxers. The scenario
we're just trying to figure out.
Okay, so what are we coming to? Let's look. The fans are watching. We got them watching on the audio through my other friend. So why is Terence Crawford just not the fan favorite? And really and truly, it seems like all the other fighters are much more fan favorite than him, even though he's pound for pound. He's got a WBO. The man's beating everybody who's comes close to him so far, even if they're C-class fighters. We got to have a reason. You guys are just giving us jokes. We got to have a real reason.
I don't think it's a joke, though. I don't think it's a joke. Yeah, I think it's the presentation. To word it real nice.
Yeah, underscore.
Yeah, remember, you're running a business.
Broner. Look at Adrian Broner. He's not the most handsome dude, but he's got a lot of,
let me tell you about AB. AB, I've seen him work. He don't have no problem with female stepping him. I seen it. So that's out the question. That's out the question. I seen him coming there with no shirt on, freaking out of out of competition weight with a damn sleeveless ski jacket on, and women were still coming up to him. Period. He's just that dude. He's just that type of dude, man.
I mean, okay, so
we're looking at it. We're looking at it as businessmen, right? Also, more as fans, but like let's say as we're looking at the business part of it as well, right? Right.
I mean, so personality has everything to do with the attraction, then.
Personality.
Yeah.
An unattractive person can have a nice personality, but they still come up short a lot of times too.
And have you look? There's women and girls have said this about guys. You know what I'm saying, that they might not look attractive, but they so funny that looks go out the window because they're just charismatic and they're funny and stuff like that. It works in their favor. Michael Blackson, it works in his favor. Robin Williams, it works in his favor.
I mean, Canelo is the one of the most fan-friendly fighters out there. Canelo, right?
Yeah.
Now, how come Canelo gets all that attraction, but Terence Crawford doesn't? It's because of Canelo's appearances, Canelo's the way he presents himself. Is it his personality? I mean, Canelo's worth 30 million a fight. Terence Crawford.
We talking about women. We talking about women. We talking about the opposite attraction. That's what we talking about. You know, money may play a role, but we're talking about the presentation. Canelo is a much more clean-cut, presentable guy when he's, you know, out in
Terence
Crawford the public eye.
Terence Crawford scruffy and shit.
No, I'm just saying, you know, as a black man, Terence Crawford, he feels that he has his family, he has his kids, and everything else, and he can dress the way he wants because he's not out here trying to pull a female. You don't hear about Terence Crawford in the media. You're getting caught up. You know, got a baby on the way outside of his marriage and stuff like that. He's a homegrown dude, and he's all about his family. That's commendable. But when it comes to attracting boxing fans, they may look at that shit like I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't care.
Mark Nash said that people said the same thing about Deontay Wilder and AJ. Is that true?
Well, Deontay Wilder and AJ is different. Once again, you're talking about a Southern guy versus a guy over in the UK. You know, AJ, even though he has a kid or what have you, he still come off as being single in the media. And also, physique-wise, he market himself as somewhat like a model. You know what I'm saying? Like an athlete, like a sports model. You know, he's marketable. AJ is marketable. Even though I don't like him, he's marketable to the people and the women.
Exactly. And Wilder's marketable too.
Yeah, Wilder's marketable, but people tend to, you know, want to frown on Wilder because of how outspoken he is and everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just, I don't know the dynamic, but yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, Terence Crawford seems like he's a boogeyman in a booby trap. Like I keep saying, he's in a booby trap.
Nah, he's a boogeyman, but not for the fighting reason.
Shit. I mean, look, man. Terence Crawford fans are going to be, you know what I mean, devastated because their man's been beating anybody that you put in front of him. So what is he supposed to do, bro? He got to get somewhere. He got to fight somebody. It's not his fault. I mean, you guys are trying to say that, you know what, it's at the end of the day, it's his fault. It's fucking Bob Arum's fault. He's the one who's also the one who's promoting him. Doesn't Bob Arum provide you the marketing team? Doesn't Bob Arum get the marketing team to do shit for Terence Crawford?
I don't see it like that. Or Mark Nash said, dark versus light colorism is real. I don't know. I'm not going that far either.
Absolutely, it's real. Shit, people always act like, man, that shit is real, man. Even in the black culture, that shit is real. Let's be honest, man.
Come on, man. You know, Wesley Snipes was a sex symbol back then.
Mark Nash is correct. Period.
Wesley Snipes was a sex symbol back then. Look at that dude from the UK. What's his name? Seal.
Why was he a sex
symbol?
Seal was
getting. Come on, man.
Hey,
why was Wesley Snipes sex symbol? Because he was a martial artist. He had that appeal to him. He was presentable to the opposite sex. The women liked Wesley, especially when he was in Mo Better Blues and he was goddamn getting it in. People look like, I wish that was me.
So do you know Idris Elba? Do you know Idris Elba, the British actor? Idris Elba. You know him?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's really famous. He's the number one sexy guy like in England.
Come on, everybody like Baby Boy. Everybody like Baby Boy.
Yeah. So Deontay Wilder's successful.
Why did you bring in Idris Elba though? I mean, Elba. Like, what is he to like?
I mean, you're talking about people which he's got a good appearance about him. He's dark skinned.
But he's an actor though. He's not an athlete though. We're switching it up.
Michael Jordan, bro.
What about him?
So why is this dark and lighter skin coming to it? These are the most famous athletes in the
But
world.
see, he's in a different sport though. He play a team sport and not an individual sport. When it comes to individual sports, you have to promote yourself as an individual.
I
It's up
don't
to your
believe that.
team. It's
I
up to
don't
your
believe that
team to be
comment.
the vehicle. But yet and still, when
Yeah,
you're on a team sport to
Floyd
grow to the
Mayweather.
highest level, you can do that. Even it
Mark
don't
Nash.
matter you dark or light.
Mark Nash, you need to pop back in the panel. You got to answer to this.
I mean, what is that? What's that question? That
Dark
darkest
versus light colorism, even in the black community, it's like that, man. It's been around for decades, man. Come on, that ain't that new. He's right. He's right on that, bro.
Yeah, but
I know
there's some superstars who are dark-skinned people.
it doesn't matter. It depends on what you look. It depends on what your professional. Look, it depends on what your professionalism is to reach that level. It depends.
Nah,
Boxing
man.
community.
What are
Look,
you
boxing
talking about?
community
I mean,
is different than
punch.
basketball.
Some of the most famous.
But check
Hall of
this out,
Famers
Rap Star.
are
Check
dark
this
people,
out, bro. Check this out. When you talking about a basketball audience versus a boxing audience, it's a different group of individuals. They think different when it comes to athletes.
Lennox Lewis, bro.
What about Lennox Lewis? Lennox Lewis was a boxer and he was split, dual citizenship. But people, it will probably be more sisters gravitate to Lennox Lewis because he is, British Canadian and he was a boxer. And Lennox Lewis gave that attraction to the opposite sex. He wouldn't have no problem. You can't compare Lennox Lewis.
But I believe that's what it. But I believe that's what it is. I don't really believe it's colorism. I do believe that it's the way you that if you're that attractive.
I'm gonna tell you,
guys don't want to talk about it. I'll say it. I'll be like, because I'm a realist.
I'm gonna tell you, and you can take this. I'm coming from as a black man from the South. When it's dark versus light colorism, when you're super black, it plays a deterrent. When you are dark skinned, it's been in the black community like that forever and a day. Now, when you're that dark skinned, you have to have an attraction about you. You know what I'm saying? You have to be handsome as a black man. You have to be attractive. You have to be prepossessed as a black woman. But they say, who's the most lonely out of the black community? A dark skinned black woman. They say that all the time, man. That's fact. That's the most loneliest person in the black community, a dark-skinned black woman, because the brothers don't really mess with her like that across the board, but yet she has to dip outside her race and try to date a white man or somebody outside her race. You know what I'm saying?
My father loves the black woman.
Yeah, but when it comes down to
I told my pops, what attracted you to my mom? He said the black skin.
Look, I'm not going against that. It's some fine ass sisters out here, no doubt about it. But I'm saying when it comes to sports, the marketability, it all depends on what sport you're playing, bro. You can play basketball and be black as hell and be a superstar.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like in this case, and maybe a lot of cases, but in this case, is more of the attraction of Buck Crawford than anything else. It's not that he's just dark skinned and people like, oh no. I just think because there's a lot of dark skinned brothers that get all the ladies. You feel me?
Correct.
Tyrese, Seal.
Absolutely. They look, most of the dark skinned fellas that's out there. Who are they with though? I'm not saying I have a global consensus, but what do you see most of the dark skinned brothers with? Who?
Light-skinned women.
Mexican or white women?
Yeah.
You never see a dark-skinned black man with a dark-skinned black woman. You have black women who will get with a Mexican or a white man just for the kids, just for the reproductive results. That's it. That's fact. I don't give a damn who got a problem with it. It's fact. I see it all the time. I want my kid to have good hair. That's what they say. I want them to have good skin complexion. I want them to be able to get a job. I want them to be able to, live a different life than what I had.
But what I want to ask you now, you guys are saying this statement that being that black doesn't help you in boxing. Is that what you're saying?
Look, when people go,
you're saying because you want to talk facts. Let's come out with it, bro.
Rap star now he mentioned the F word again, but when I was talking about Clarissa Shields, he didn't.
Because that Clarissa Shields was a joke to you. You keep coming out with it, bro.
No, you didn't, man. of all people in athletics, why would you compare Layla Ali
because I
to
like
freaking
Clarissa
Carissa
Shields.
Shields, dog?
I wanted
You had an agenda. You had an agenda,
I
and
wanted to
every
see
time you
that you.
talk about it, it makes you
Punch,
laugh,
let me
dog.
tell Punch the truth. Punch, he was saying to me, "Oh, Layla Ali's still sexy. I still would want to be with a rap star." And then he kept going on about, kept going. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna kill this conversation. Why don't you talk
But why
about
kill it? Why kill the mood though?
You know what I mean?
Why?
He was
Why
really
kill the
praising
mood?
Layla Ali so much, Punch. Like
Punch,
he was,
what man do you know kill the mood when you're talking about a pre-possession? What? He's a cock blocker, right? Why kill the mood, dog?
Hey, but listen, I want to know the statements that I'm hearing now. All the audience is listening. I want to talk about this. You're saying if the fighter is that dark skinned, it goes against him in popularity in the game of boxing. Is that what I'm hearing, bro?
He has to have some type of attraction to the opposite sex.
So that's what it is. That Bud is not attractive.
He has to be dark skinned with an attraction. You know, look at Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather is a bit dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? We can say that. But Floyd Mayweather is
pretty boy Floyd.
Pretty boy Floyd.
He's a playboy. He's a bachelor. He has like multiple women around him, and when you see him in person, that's what he radiates to the fans, man. You know what I'm saying?
Look at Rocky Balboa. He picked Antonio Tarver for his movie for one of his sequels.
Let's be honest. Once again, let's be honest. We're talking about Antonio Tarver. Will he, if we had a movie setting and we had Antonio Tarver, and then Holly Berry was the female actor, and then we had I forgot the dude's name. What was the guy's name? Man, Tony Tarver is not being casted for a love scene with any female. Period.
Why you say that? Why you say that? Yeah, give your explanation. Why you say that?
Oh,
it's not happening, bro. It's not happening. The lack of presentation, dog. The lack of presentation.
What you saying, bro?
What you saying?
Look, when producers get together, and
don't go around the bush, man. Come on, just say it.
Just say it.
The lack of presentation is it's a low value when it comes to Antonio Tarver, man. Come on, he's not. Look, when you sitting down with your girl, and she say, "Oh, I want to see this movie," and Antonio Tarver is casted in a freaking relationship, a love scene, they're not gonna tune in. They're gonna say, "You know what? Hey, let's look at Netflix or some other shit." You know what I'm saying?
Yo. If I was in a club and Antonio Tarver would be like, "Yo, can I dance? Why you better go ahead, man? You're gonna steal it anyway. Go dance. Go dance, baby. Give him a dance."
Hey, man.
But you know what about Antonio Tarver?
Fucking prejudice, bro.
At least
you can't say I'm prejudiced. I mean, like as a black man, that's just the facts, bro. Like people.
Okay, do you agree with this, Punch? Because people are watching. Are you agreeing with this?
About Antonio Tarver?
No, about the whole situation.
Probably the same element of Antonio Tarver is Bud. The only difference is that Antonio Tarver know how to sell himself. He know how to talk. See, the thing with Bud Crawford is he doesn't have the looks and he can't talk. Not meaning he can't talk and put words together. Meaning he can't talk. He don't promote. He don't want to sell himself. So he don't got the marketing look, and then he don't even want to talk to sell himself. So then he's just a quiet, ugly dude.
Man, that's fucked up.
No, man, it's like, man, I mean, come on, man. Let's just face it, bro. Like, man, come on, man. It's just the way it is, you know. I mean, it's when it comes to boxing, you gotta self-promote yourself because you're stepping in the ring. People coming to see you. When you're talking about basketball, football, it's a team effort. It's a collective team. They're coming to see the team, which may consist of black and white and all neighboring countries or whatever the case, man. You know, but when it comes to individual sport, people are looking at everything dealing with that fighter to what brings them to the motherfucking arena. What are we
And I'm
going?
and I'm gonna take that back. I don't believe that nobody ugly. I'm just making a joke. I don't like calling people that word.
What, ugly?
Yeah, you could.
Uh,
I don't.
What about if you say not good looking then?
I mean, it's unattractive. Is you words you can use, P
Unattractive.
words. You know.
I mean, if
Yeah.
somebody's unattractive, they get less of the purse.
I mean, it's not. We're not talking
His
about just black athletes. It's other athletes of different ethnicities that's unattractive too. But I'm just saying, like, since Bud was the talking point on why he's not selling outside of his persona, it may be the presentation. You know what I'm saying? It may absolutely be how
I
he
mean,
comes off and how the fans look at him. You know, it's nothing
Okay,
they can latch on to. It's nothing they can latch on to outside of boxing.
look, he's
okay,
What
not
they can latch on
marketable
to.
in my opinion. If I had a company, I have a sunglasses company or whatever. Bud is not the guy that I want to
you
have
don't
as
want him
the.
flexing the Ray-Bans.
Nah, my glasses won't sell.
I mean, what if he's inside a convertible though? What if he's inside a convertible looking forward and you do a side shot?
Nah, you can't ride in a convertible. You gotta put that top.
Oh my God.
Put that top, man.
So you gotta put the top down and
And
roll
some
the
tinted
window off.
windows.
And have some tinted
Matter of fact, I
windows.
don't need no tinted windows.
Man, y'all are going to hell for this shit, boy. Yeah.
I mean, this is fucking crazy now, man. We're gone from one side to another reason why Bud can't sell. You know what I mean? And if we're saying that Bud can't sell, I mean, don't you think sometimes it could also be to do with that if he needs a dance partner? Now, if somebody's bringing some good energy to him, like let's say he starts getting it on with Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman can bring good energy to Bud. He can
But
make each other look good.
it,
That's the time that Bud can start to look like, you know what I mean? He's you know.
but that's my point, rap star. When Keith Thurman, people get to the stage where like, oh, when Keith Thurman wasn't saying nothing, oh, where's Keith Thurman at? He don't got the same energy. Now that he's talking, people don't want him to talk. But if he's gonna be talking about you, Bud, keep that saying. Go back and forth with Keith. Sell yourself while you not having a contract paper to have a fight. You have to stay relevant when in between fights. These fighters nowadays do not do a good job in staying relevant in between fights. Floyd Mayweather knew how to stay relevant throughout the whole year. He would even go WWE. He would go with Dancing with the Stars. He would do little things. He would show up in different fights. Matter of fact, this is what I wanted for Bud Crawford to do. And I was tweeting it. Matter of fact, I did a video about it. When Porter fought Spence, he fought him on September 28th. What's September 28th? Bud Crawford's birthday. He should have, and people was asking him, "Are you gonna go to the fight?" He said, "No, I'm going on vacation. I don't want to go to that fight." If I was Bud, I would have gone to that fight, be front row, and after the fight, I would have stood in my seat and be like, "You're next."
Yeah, because let me tell you what, even Danny Garcia, when he went and confronted Keith Thurman, when he talks in the ring and he went and confronted Errol Spence, that got millions of views.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So even when Danny Garcia speaks, he speaks with this kind of a way where he gets attraction. So even Danny Garcia gets a lot of attraction, bro.
Yeah.
More than Bud.
You gotta do that. It's almost when
let's be honest. Once
Andre did
again,
that to Triple G. Tyson Fury did that to Wilder. You gotta do these things. And I don't want my fault. Let me just say I don't want to hear about the crossover promotion because Tyson Fury was not with Al Heyman or Showtime, and they still let him in the ring. You feel me? Nah, man. That day, Bud Crawford had a beautiful opportunity. They were snubbing him in PBC. He should have shown up. He should have bought his ticket, and then PBC and the promotion, the production company, they would have had nothing. They would have had to show his face.
You know,
that's what you gotta do.
That's when rolling with the homies went all wrong because most of Bud Crawford's camp is with Top Rank. All of them. Yeah. All his inner circle with Top Rank. Shakur Stevenson, Steven Nelson, Jamel Herring. Bud Crawford was the one who got Jamel Herring signed to Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? Friends. Jamel Herring would have never got signed to Top Rank off his career, but Crawford got him signed to Top Rank.
Yeah.
What do you mean,
Oh,
Jamal Herring? What's wrong with him?
I mean, Jamel Herring, he beat Masayuki Ito and for the championship, and you know he's an older guy, so his career leading up to that point, I mean, it wasn't no promotions looking for Jamel Herring. It wasn't no promotions really looking for Jamel Herring like that. They wasn't freaking having a bidding war over Jamel Herring. Crawford got him signed to Top Rank.
I think, but I do think there's a lack of I don't think promoters don't want to promote anymore, and you know Bob, I think he alluded to that. When I interview Jordan, Amanda Serrano's trainer manager, he alluded the promoters just don't want to promote. I think what they need to do, if you don't want to promote, just hire people like us that wants to promote, that love the sport of boxing, and come up with beautiful storyline. I have a lot of respect for veterans. Do you know the work that I would do for Jamel Herring? Psh, man,
people don't look at it like that, man.
They got to take advantage of.
You know, they'll say thank you for your service on Veterans Day, but when it comes down to sports, where you have other equal competitors in the sport grinding just as hard as you, yeah, it's good to be a veteran, but they rarely mention it. People don't really care, man.
Yeah, but those are the type of fights where you gotta have. All right, I'm gonna make everybody's home, right? So I'm gonna make an event on Veterans Day, and Herring is gonna be fighting that day. Those are the type of fights. Those are the type of dates. You see how they do with Michael Conlan. It doesn't matter if it's a Tuesday. They still gonna have Michael Conlan St. Patrick's Day in New York City. They need that's the strategic. They need to work around that, but they don't know. It feels like they're man lazy. They just don't want to. They just want to buy the arena, and that's it. They just investors now. They're not promoters anymore.
Look, when he fought Masayuki Ito, that's the only time he included the nation's colors, the military, you know, banners and everything. That was it. You know what I'm saying? That was it. But you know, I didn't see it in Lamont Roach. I didn't see it in Jonathan Oquendo. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but when he fought for the championship, yeah, that's when he had all the colors out there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they did it big and it looked good. It looked good.
It's like what's his name that was fighting too? They had the Black Lives Matters trunks and attire. Who was it?
Who in boxing or mixed?
It was he fought. Damn, who he fought? I think it was that same show. Damn,
Black Lives Matters. Who? I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I don't remember.
It'll come.
On the Kell Brook card.
No. I think on the Jamel Herring card.
But just to make my point with Jamel Herring, right? Wasn't nobody looking for him, man. He had lost to Ladarius Miller. He had lost to Ladarius Miller. He had lost to Denis Shavakov. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they wasn't really lining up to freaking sign. You know, like, come on, man.
I mean, this is why the subscribers are all talking right now, and they're saying, "How come Bud doesn't even have a sponsorship deal?"
At least buy cocoa butter, son.
Like, no, you're a you fuck. You fucking get the conversation somewhere else.
I don't think that'd be cool, bro. Like putting cocoa butter on skin like that. No, bro. No.
Nah.
The light reflection off the camera and everything. No, that's too much, bro.
Hey,
cocoa butter, that shit. Look, man, you talking about
listen, if we really had to get Terence Crawford a sponsorship deal, what should we try to think it should be?
See, here go rap star trying to throw that subliminal in that shit, dog.
I think do rags.
No, I'm being for fucking real.
Do rags. Wave caps.
Email the company.
Wave caps.
Wave caps?
What? Is it gonna be $26 a month sponsorship?
Hey, I think Crawford can make some sneakers. I think people will buy some sneakers with Crawford's, logo or something.
What logo?
I don't know. Does he have a logo?
That tee, what he be wearing? I mean, nobody's gonna. Man, you know how hard it is to
the gap between his teeth
to invest in sneakers, man. outside of Jordans, I mean, it's tough, man.
I mean, it's hard to get him a sponsorship deal, really, isn't it?
I mean, okay, just leave sneakers alone. What about clothing lines? You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
Or
What
protein shake or something. Oh,
Or maybe he should do what a little bit of what Teofimo Lopez is doing. He's getting, like, you see Teo, he uses the college football thing. He uses it. He knows how to. He's tapping into that. He's tapping into a audience that no boxer even would think of tapping into that audience.
See, Teofimo Lopez, he's good in front of the camera, and you ask him a question, he's going to answer it, period. You know, and also we have to look at Teo, even though he's married, he still has the attractive value to the opposite sex that they want to tune in and see what he got to say. That's fact, man. He presents himself as such.
And then
you know
he
what
got
I'm
his
saying?
pops, and then he got his pops also
Yeah.
talking. Bowman could talk too. Bowman could talk trash too. But
but he doesn't talk unless it's certain people. Like he loves to stay behind the scenes. He's a damn good commentator. I wish he would commentate more for boxing. He's very educational, but he does the same thing. When I interviewed him in Texas, man, he was looking at me, another black man, like I had Ebola virus or something. I had open sores on my shit. Like, come on, bro. That doesn't even make any sense, man.
I mean, Mark Nash says that Teofimo is a city boy. What does that mean?
City boy.
Yeah, look, Teo is a city boy too. What does that mean? Teo is a city boy.
It must be given his NYC footprint. You know what I'm saying? You know, the effect, you know, the fan base he has in the NYC strip over there. But that has very little. You know, Teo is very marketable, period. His presentation is much different than Crawford.
All right. So let's challenge one another. So how do we market Bud Crawford? Let's go. Rap star, how you gonna do it? Market Bud Crawford right now.
I mean, I would like Bud Crawford to go to Danny Garcia and Errol Spence fight. I would like to first see him try and see if he can get some kind of an agreement with Al Heyman so he can get in the ring after the fight. That would be the first kind of thing I would want him to do. The second thing I would want him to do is get way more vocal on social media and start gunning at these fighters and stop being respectful now. Stop being this guy, oh man, I want to fight them, they don't want to fight. No, start making some serious smoke. Start acting like you fucking had enough so that we can at least see, you know what? This guy got to get the fight because now he's calling you motherfuckers a ducker, right? He's got to act like they're the duckers. He's got to call Errol Spence a ducker. And he's got to be with this energy, with consistency. And he needs to make it on a consistent level.
I'm gonna give y'all a nugget right quick, right? I cover multiple combat sports. I'm gonna give you a nugget on how strange it is when it comes to the way people gravitate to individuals in different sports, right? If you take the same type of fighter like Terrence Crawford and put him in mixed martial arts, and he's good, I will compare Terrence Crawford to Israel Adesanya. All right, compare Terrence Crawford to Kamaru Usman. Okay, Kamaru Usman is a welterweight champion right now, and Israel Adesanya is the middleweight champion. They're not the most attractive individuals. They're dark skinned, all that. But the MMA fans love the shit out of them. The MMA fan base is much different than the boxing fan base. Period. It's a different aura. It's a different type of understanding from mixed martial arts fans to boxing fans. You take a dark-skinned fighter like Terrence Crawford and put him in an MMA arena, and he's more than what? He's better than average, okay? And he's pretty good. He's going to get more fanfare than Terrence Crawford would get in boxing. He's going to get more mixed martial arts audience liking him and supporting him than he ever would get in boxing. The communities are different. They're different. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have anything to do with being dark-skinned over there. A dark-skinned fighter can go to the highest rank and become champion, and people adore her. You know what I'm saying? People cheer them on, freaking yelling, screaming, all that shit. Don't freaking care like boxing. Boxing is different, man.
I mean, it is what it is. But Mark,
you take a dark look, rap star. You take a dark-skinned MMA fighter Like Adesanya's all over ESPN or ESPN platform.
Yeah, but when he comes into fights, he dances. He makes all these dancing moves and stuff.
No, that's only one time, bro. He did that really big. The dancing
he did a very big dance. He did a very big dance once.
You're talking about a guy who had pink hair not too long ago. Adesanya had pink freaking hair. Can you imagine Terrence Crawford having pink hair, dog? He wouldn't never get another fight again against a top name. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't freaking happen.
So Punch asked a question, I answered it. So what do you think of my answer, Punch?
I like the answer of him going to the Danny Silva Garcia and Errol Spence fight. I think that's a must. He needs to talk more. I don't know. He does need to talk more. You know, in boxing, closed mouth don't get fed.
Should he bring his sister?
Bring it. Hey, bring whoever you need to do to promote the fight with you. You know, bring whoever. If they're gonna promote it right, bring the sister too. And it's like the example, just like the example I gave earlier. Look at Daniel Jacob and then Rosado. Rosado talked his way to that fight. This dude have 12 losses, bro.
Correct, but also he's been on the big screen. Let's be honest. He's been on the big screen, and once again, we're talking about the dark light. What Mark mentioned earlier, man, when it comes down to it, certain people can get away with certain things. If Terrence Crawford's sister comes up there and she's rambling on and talking trash, they're going to consider her the angry black woman. You know, it may not work out for Crawford in that perspective. Real talk. I mean, I'm just saying, man. They may not look at it as a enhancement to boost Terrence Crawford's promotability. It might not come off as that way. It just may come off as being, you know, reckless, ratchet, you know. But you know, when she talked, okay, Kell Brook, for instance, when she was talking shit about Kell Brook, it was more calm, you know, because Kell Brook is a calm type dude. So it was more calm. But if you're trying to go at another, blacks get more aggressive with other blacks, period, in some cases. So in this particular scenario, if Crawford wanted to show up to the fight, he need to have a sound game plan that's going to resonate to the audience. You know what I'm saying? So people won't criticize him for it. So they won't criticize his sister. He needs a solid game plan for that shit.
Well, he needed to talk. Hey, look, who's AKA the alien? Who's that?
What now?
Who's AKA the alien?
B-Hop.
Exactly. He was not an attractive dude whatsoever. They called him the alien because they feel like he's not an attractive dude. But you know what? He got a gift of gab. He know how to talk.
Correct. He talks like a professor. Yeah.
You know, and that's what Bud Crawford needs to do. You know, he needs to talk. He needs to want to fight. If Bernard Hopkins would have kept his mouth shut, half of the big fights he had, he would have never gotten.
Facts. And if Bernard Hopkins didn't say another white man wouldn't beat me, he wouldn't have made all that money either. I mean, he made that fight so big that everybody wanted to tune in after that. You know what I mean?
Even with that press conference with Tito Trinidad when he dropped the flag.
Yeah, controversial, very controversial.
Yeah, that was real controversial, but what did it do for him?
They chased him out the ring.
Yeah, they chased him out the arena. They brought the fire to him. You know what I'm saying? That shit was talked about all over media, you know?
Facts. Yeah. I mean, but Bernard Hopkins, you know, he made a lot of noise to get all the fights he wanted. You know what I mean? So he became somebody which was to be recognized. And just like Punch says, Terrence Crawford got to do more than just sit back and just expect to fight C-class fighters because he ain't going to get no one else. Exactly. But he got to go out of his way to make things work. So
man, Kell Brook wasn't a C-class fighter, bro. Come on, man.
And look at Antonio Tarver when he made when he got that first fight with Roy Jones. It was his mouth that got that because Roy Jones ain't really need to go after Antonio Tarver after getting that chip in heavyweight. But he talked himself into that fight.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you something. Some people said to me from England, you know the story when you come from the street, you've been shot in your head. How come these things normally you promote them and a man becomes a boxer? A lot of people like to support all that kind of shit.
He could have promoted that. He could have promoted that. Remember, he beat that guy up. About what was it? It had to do something about his car. He beat a dude up.
What happened?
He got that street
Yeah,
cred.
he broke into his car.
Yeah, but if you got that street credit, you should be able to build up a lot more hype, and that should be able to help you with your foundation within the boxing fraternity.
But that's what it is. He don't build on that momentum. That's what it is. He has a stage. There's a stage with him with a lot of boxers, with that being shot, with him having that situation with the assault case. Yo, he could talk. He could be very marketable. He could be, but he's just too laid back. You know what I'm saying? He's just too laid back.
People don't talk a lot like that, man.
Fuck. He's fucked. I mean, he's fucked them.
Look, like, put it this way: when let's say when Keith Thurman said, "Yo, give me the contract and I'll sign it live," we could sign it live in Instagram Live. Bud Crawford would have been like, I'm gonna make my people get you the contract. I'm gonna call out your bluff. We're gonna go Instagram Live, and I want to see you, Keith Thurman, sign on the dotted line. You see? Then people would have been like, "Oh shit, you heard this?" But nah, he didn't follow through.
It's true, you know. He doesn't fucking come up and trump anyone. He doesn't put a trump card on anyone. Like, he doesn't, like, come out and just put them into a position or something. Online, I mean, social media, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
He could be a bit more aggressive with the right energy and just start to show that he ain't got no time. He wants all the smoke. You know what I mean? I mean, he got to show that world comeback. Otherwise, he's going to be falling again away from the pack. And when you start falling away from the pack, how old is he?
33.
The fuck? So how old does this guy think he's going to fight till? Because he ain't no Manny Pacquiao. Not everybody's a Manny Pacquiao, are they?
But he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer, and he's a gym rat. So I don't see
Terrence Crawford, a Hall of Famer. You got to respect the people that's in his stable. Look at the people that's in his stable. How many times you don't tuned in to social media and see them out, getting in trouble? You don't. So since they're not getting in trouble, it's a lack of exposure, and people may frown upon it because they don't know too much about them. In a good nature, they stand out of trouble. They stand in the gym and they come in and be professional. But it's a dynamic there, man. It's a dynamic to be popular in boxing. It's a dynamic, man. Floyd just didn't become popular because he went to prison. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't. He had the dynamic, man. He was pretty boy. I mean, come on, man. He performed in the ring and one of the best to ever do it. He was exciting, entertaining, all that shit. He had that dynamic to him. Everybody doesn't have it.
I mean, even Terrence Crawford's ring entrance. Has he ever done a big ring entrance? I don't remember any of his fucking ring entrance to be anything.
I don't remember anything. I don't remember his interviews. I don't remember. That's what I was saying earlier. It's nothing catchy about Bud. But what he does in the ring. And that's his job. I get it. But we also said, man, this is prize fighting. It's more than just what you do in the ring.
I can say this about something that was catchy about Bud when Amir Khan quit and he said, "Hey, come on, man, just tell him you quit, man.
Yeah.
Just tell him, what did I hit you again?" Amir Khan said, you hit me in the balls. He said, "Come on, man, seriously." He was talking back and forth. He was talking this shit, but still, it wasn't over the top like Tony Harris and Jermell Charlo. Now that shit right there,
I love that.
That shit right there was so entertaining. That was a classic presser. Period.
Classic. I think maybe needs that tight. I do think that if he gets that proper fight, I do think with a guy like, I think a guy like the only guy that could bring that out of him, I think, will be Keith, because Earl Spence, they will talk, they will chirp a little bit, but
true.
I think they feel too comfortable now. I hate that they became this type of friend shit.
Errol's too quiet with Terrence. He'll be a bit quiet about it.
Yeah.
Errol would just be ready for business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But let me ask you this. If Terrence Crawford is 135 unified, 140 unified champion, then a WBO champion and unbeaten at 147 till where he is now, are you telling me that don't hold any weight in the fight with Furman, that still puts him away from 50%? That's sad, bro. That just sounds sad.
Yeah,
For what
because
he's achieved.
because the Keith Thurman is also was a unified champion in a prestige um division in 147. He has made his money already, and he has been successful even with his loss. I think Keith Thurman probably gained more fans than lost fans. And remember, in the end of the day, it's business. He's bringing in all the good numbers.
So pound for pound, Hall of Famer, all these things that you guys have told me that I've agreed, and that don't bring him no way with some of these fighters who don't even have a world title. What the fuck is going on?
Man, the boxing community is different, man. Just like a guy came on here talking about MMA fans don't like Kamaru Usman. They show him more respect than what boxing fans are showing freaking Terrence Crawford. And Terrence Crawford is a 3-division champion.
Yeah, I know. I saw some fans saying that, but I didn't want to grind you for it. I thought we just carry on.
I mean, look, they can say what they want about Kamaru Usman. He's not one of those John Jones in there, but they would show him more love for going in there, remaining undefeated, and defeating the guys that he basically went in there and defended his title against, rather than Terrence Crawford going in there defending his title against the names that he has. It's a different type of community. And, you know, this is not an MMA channel, but those people that's in the live chat, please, whenever you see me talking about MMA, you welcome to the panel, man. We can discuss it. Just don't sit in the live chat talking about, because you don't like Kamaru Usman, and you probably tune in temporarily on a drive-by. But MMA fans would praise Kamaru Usman for fighting who he's fought rather than Terrence Crawford, and he's a 3-division undisputed. And Kamaru Usman is a single division champion. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not even on the level of Crawford when it comes to freaking professional combat. But they would cheer him better than they would Terrence Crawford.
I'm about to time out.
Hey, Punch, thanks for coming, bro.
You're welcome, my brother.
Hey, just let everybody know how they can find you, bro.
You already know Punch Run Boxing, YouTube channel, podcast, the Smelling Salt Podcast. Check it out.
When are you live next?
I don't know. I'm gonna do it today. Not today, tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm doing the tour. Anybody that's going live and I see I'll jump in the panel.
All right. I should be back on tonight, but peace out, Punch.
All right, peace, man. Peace, World Combat.
Salute, man.
Yeah, I'll be off in a minute too, World Combat. But you know what, bro? I gotta tell you, man, all these things that we just spoke about, and still in this game of boxing, that doesn't bring Terrence Crawford where he needs to be. It just goes to show you, bro. He needs to get the fuck away from Bob Arum, bro. He needs to get out of that contract, and then maybe we got a chance to see the fights that we want at welterweight. He got to get out of his contract. And I just read World Combat before I leave. October 2021. He out.
October 2021 is enough time for him to get at least another fight in before he roll out.
Yeah, so that's something that we're going to talk about. And I'm sure we're going to think about an opponent. So let's see what opponent we can get him in the next 10 months. We got to be realistic because everyone's with PBC. So I don't know. I'm going to have to look on the who's outside the PBC. There's one fighter I will say before I go. He's from Uzbekistan. I can't pronounce his name. He's unbeaten. He's number 2 or 3 in the IBF.
You're talking about Kudrotilio, something like that.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. Yeah, like that. Him.
Yeah, he's ranked number 1 in the IBF. Yeah.
Okay, so he is not with PBC. So he's the only fighter I think makes any fight with. That's it. I can't see. I know. If you find any others, let me know.
Yeah, man.
All right, because I'm gonna go. Because I gotta go and do something now. I'm gonna go catch some work. So look, I'm gonna catch you tonight. Are you gonna be online tonight?
I'm busy editing videos from the grappling tournament, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, put it this way, bro. If you're not gonna be online, I might go online tonight, and we're gonna cook.
Yo,
maybe later on tonight.
Yeah, for sure. It's all good, man.
Hey, big dog. Let me say one thing before you leave, bro. Thanks for letting me come back in. Hey, man, I gotta agree with you, bro. I just want to say I agree with you guys. People don't buy products anymore. We really buying into personalities. You know what I'm saying? When we buy music now, we don't even buy music because it's all in our phone. We ain't got to really buy these fights. You can stream these fights somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you guys. Terrence Crawford does need to get away from Bob Arum. And I agree with you guys. He needs to find a way to make himself more appealing to people because his product is good, but people aren't buying into the personality. And I think that is the big problem. And I just want to touch on that. But I will be live tonight though, anywhere between 9:30 and 10. I don't know if I'm gonna do 9:30 or 10, but I want to try to do it about 9. But yeah, man.
Yeah, so let everybody know where they can find you before you exit, and you will come back in a minute. So
oh yeah, Mark Nash, just like you spell it on the screen, MarkNash. That's MarkNash. You can go to marknash.com. I'm streaming music everywhere on Spotify. You go to marknash.com, get a shirt or a hoodie, check out some videos. I'm in Atlanta. We do video production here. Just make a call. We're gonna pull up on you with the drone, and get it popping. And yeah, man. And I'm streaming at Mark Nash on my YouTube channel. And yeah, man. Fuck with me. My show's called Breaking the Beats. We break down business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and anything else we can squeeze into those letters.
Hey, it's been a great show today. I've got to tell you, we took it up and down to different levels. But at the end of the show, yeah, we came to one point of it. Like Mark just totally, Mark's a Bud fan, but he's not being biased at all. He admits that Bud's got to make the energy now, and he got to make some noise and get the fuck out of Bob Arum, because he's the only one who can make this happen. Because they're not going to make it happen, Mark. They're not going to make it happen. He got to make it happen.
Hey Mark, I dropped my email, man. I may try to do some business with a vid, man. In the near future. You know, since you say you do marketing, production, and stuff like that, I might try to make a damn another entry video for World Combat Sports.
Hey man, that'd be dope. I'd love to be a part of that, man. If I get
I'm actually down in the ATL too, so I was born and raised down here.
Tell me that, man. You round the corner?
Yeah, I was born in Decatur, man, off Glenwood.
Bruh, don't tell me that, bruh. I'm over here on the south side.
Yeah, I was there when I lived right down 2 minutes from East Lake Meadows when it was up.
Hey, let me just stop you both here. Let me just stop them. Hey, World Comeback. I know you don't fuck about, and I know you like real people. When Mark Nash was trying to do something for me, he spent 2-3 hours with me privately to set my logo up, which I'm gonna sort out with him tomorrow. So the man is a hard worker. So if you want anything done, bro, Mark Nash was working 4 or 5 hours on the clock, and let me tell you, when these guys see my logo, Mark Nash, they're gonna know about the Rap Star logo, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks good.
I mean, you can tell with his own logo that he put some detail work into it. It's different.
Yeah, I'm getting my work done from Mark Nash too, and I mean,
bro, I got about 5 different variations of that Mark Nash. I got the M end, then I got the little stamp, like they look like a shield. Then I got the red and black and white one that you see right here. I just try to keep revamping and just keep changing it. You got to grow, man. If you ain't growing, you dead, right? But Rap Star logo is so dope. It looks like it can be on a hoodie or a shirt or on a chain.
Yeah, bro.
I'm just glad I got the opportunity to be a part of that. And I'm
sure.
glad I was able to, connect with you before somebody else do, man, because you're going to blow it, bro. Just keep doing your thing.
Yeah, I know, man. But Mark, I like the way you're so consistent and such a hard worker. I couldn't say no to you. I mean, I saw you keep sending me consistent logos to choose which one I wanted. It was like World Combat. This man's ready to finish the job. You know what I mean?
While he was on the phone, World Combat, I was getting it done while he was on the phone.
So you need to take his number, World Combat, because this guy.
I shot him my email in the private chat, man. I gave my email, man.
Yeah, I got you.
So
we're gonna link up. I'm gonna hit him.
Can you let everybody know the teaser? Because I've got thousands of fans. I've been so blessed lately. I gotta tell you, I got about 194 fans in the last 3 days. Can you tell everyone what kind of intro we're looking at? Because me and you've been discussing an intro for Rap Star. So have we been getting anywhere with that yet, Mark?
I was waiting for us to finish up that other part of the business tomorrow before I move forward. And
cool. So me and you're gonna catch up tomorrow.
Talking like a true businessman.
Yeah. So me and you're gonna catch up tomorrow, Mark.
We're gonna close the deal tomorrow. And,
I'm gonna catch up the deal tomorrow. Send me the email. Let me finish the contract. Let me sign it back and send you the money.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you got the samples though, so if you
well, the logo's already done, but we got to make sure that everybody knows that you do logos and intros, so that people realize if they're coming through my platform, If you need a logo or intro,
Yeah,
you
I
gotta
do
go
the
see
beats
Mark.
too, so all original production, so you're not gonna get any copyright strikes on that. All of that, man. All original production. Yeah, man. I take my time with it, but but I'm fast though. I'm pretty fast.
But I'm gonna let people know this already. I don't do combat sports. So, cause even if I get thousands more, I've got thousands of subscribers already. If they want to hear combat sports, World Combat, tell them what you do.
WCS World Combat Sports, man. And of course, my logo, it's always room for improvement and stuff like that. But I cover boxing, MMA. I just came back from a grappling tournament. I cover multi sports. So of course, when it comes to what you do, Mark, I've been trying to find a logo that encompasses it all. You know what I'm saying? The one you see, I didn't put a whole lot of
Mark,
time and
you
effort.
to take us private in a sec because I need you all to talk.
Okay.
All you
need
gotta
you to
do is
take us
click.
private.
All you gotta do is click in your stream, and we'll still be right here.
Okay, so
So just close the show.
I
and
just
we'll
want
still be here.
everyone to, but before I close it, there's still 10 people here right now. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel.
Salute to the live chat that pulled up on Rap Star Knowledge. Appreciate you.
Man, I gotta tell you, we had over 300 messages today. It's been haywire, bro. It's been questions after questions. People have been coming in and out.
I came through with a morning boxing show. People woke up early morning on Monday.
Hey, I think I found my times because I get people from England and America if I go at this time. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah. So let's just we're gonna let the chat go now, but we're gonna continue private with the brother Mark Nash to set some business up. So we catch you guys later.
Leave a comment, smash the look. It's one thing to subscribe, but make sure you hit that notification bell. Make sure that thing is lit, and you're gonna be the first one to get the content whenever Rap Star drops it, for sure.
All right, peace out to the chat, bro. All right, we're